I have no problem with Jaden Ivey being gone. I don't think he was going to be a long-term solution. He's a restricted free. I did not see them signing him to a contract. And so, hey, you utilize something at the trade deadline that you're going to lose anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I thought there was always a possibility that he would get a little more athleticism back and could get them an extra gear.
Well, next year he might, but it doesn't fit the timeline for the Pistons.
You're right. Maybe it'll end up working out in Chicago for him. I wish him all the best. But it wasn't happening here. And he was a pending free agent. He's playing 15, 16, 17 minutes a night. The three-point shooting was good, but he wasn't a good defender. And he just kind of got lost in the wash. If I would rather play Dennis Jenkins, what role does Jaden Ivey have on this team? So you trade him.
Yeah.
And I think what's tough for some people is that first impression. People were pumped when they took this guy in the top 5. Right? Grandfather played for the Lions. Mom played for the Shock, Detroit Roots. Pairing him with Cade. And they just never really got a chance to do it because of injuries.
Yeah.
But people had it in their head about what he was going to be. And he just wasn't that. But it's hard to get that out of your head because people had high hopes for him. But it's a great example of just because a guy has potential doesn't mean it's going to work out. And you can't be afraid to move these guys. There's a world where they could have been stubborn and said, no, we think he's going to hit that extra gear. Just wait another week. Just wait another week. Wait another month. We'll even, Johnny's restricted. We can bring him back if we really want to.
Yeah. But what's the cost of bringing him back?
Exactly. And the opportunity cost. Would you rather have a guy in Herder who they think is going to be a better shooter? Who they think is going to be a better fit? And pick up a couple spots in the first, which doesn't do anything for anybody today, but if they use it in a trade, yeah, I think that could be noteworthy. 248-539-9797 as we wrap. Text says, guys, I hated that we gave up on Ivey, but I like the addition of Herder. I'm hoping his three-point percentage was low because he was on a bad team. Should get him up near the 40s now. Kirk in Milford.
I mean, that's the hope.
You can't win with Kevin Herder. You can't win with a ginger. Signed Valeni.
Going down that road again.
Sam Darnold's got a chance to do it. Why not Kevin Herder?
Yeah, I mean, if he does it on Sunday, gives hope to all others.
All gingers out there. Pistons loading up on another huge shooter in Herder to get to the NBA Finals and win the championship from an unnamed texter. Put a lot of faith in this guy. It's not like he's going to be in the starting rotation, but I think he could be that 8th or 9th guy that contributes.
Right, but and this team is made outside of Cade, a lot of guys that fill very specific roles.
And I think that's to their strength.
Duren.
Yeah, but I think it's to their strength. And I had this thought last night watching them against the Nuggets, is this team knows their role so well. And now you start to think about what they're trying to do in the playoffs for 48 minutes.
Yeah, but that's why you can't get rid of Harris, because he knows his role so well.
Work with me. They have right now a center pairing of Duren and Stewart that for 48 minutes a night, one of them is on the floor.
Correct.
And sometimes two, but they are great at the rim, and that's the centerpiece of their half-court defense, right? Rim protection. They will have one of Asar Thompson or Ron Holland at the floor at all times. A menacing pest on the perimeter. Also key to who they are on defense. Asar will play most of the minutes. Holland will come in and play like his hair is on fire. 48 minutes of hell on the perimeter. You got Cade, and he should be playing 40 minutes a night in the playoffs. But the handful that he doesn't, I think Dennis Jenkins can be your backup point guard. So they're starting to create. Now, from a shooting standpoint, Duncan Robinson, let's give him 30 minutes. Let's give Herder the other 15 to 18. I'll always have a shooter on the floor. You see how they're creating, for 48 minutes, we can play the kind of basketball we want to play. The one spot in the starting five I left out is Tobias Harris. He will play some of those minutes in there too.
Yes. And it's right now, everyone outside of Cade has a very specific, unique role. And it's all fitting together perfectly. I just believe that you can find better role players.
Guys, you're only looking at Tobias's points. It's not about points of them. He is the Udonis Haslem of the Pistons. He can score, but he can affect the game in other ways too.
That's your role.
Mm-hmm. Guys, I know Costa said he doesn't think James Harden is going to be much of a factor, but Cleveland's odds to win the championship jumped exponentially They're now first in the East when it comes to odds to winning the championship at just 12-1. Justin in a car feeling annoyed. Don't feel annoyed. They're going to be annoyed watching this guy in the playoffs.
Good for them.
Yeah. Couldn't happen to a better city.
If Cleveland is feeling themselves because they added James Harden, someone's got to break it to them.
Yeah.
Well, Vegas is feeling Cleveland.
I know that's what the guy said, but do you buy that?
No, I mean, when was the last time that James Harden made the difference to win a championship?
And he's tried so many different places: Sixers, Nets.
Well, no, I mean, whether he's tried, he's
Clippers
trying, but he's gotten traded. Yeah, I mean,
he bounced around for a reason.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with him going to Cleveland. Good, I'm glad he went to Cleveland.
Yeah, same.
That's fine.
Feel the same way.
Adds a little pressure. I don't. If they want to say that Cleveland's the odds-on favorite now, go ahead. That's fine.
You want to watch him just dribble, pound the ball, bait for fouls, come up short in the playoffs. By all means.
Well, he's really good at what he does. I'm just not sure if that's conducive to team basketball.
Yeah.
But that's okay. Well, we'll get into that. We got a lot we want to talk about when it comes to that trade.
No Doug today.
No, well, Doug, it was quite evident yesterday that Doug was not feeling great. He was battling a cold. Are you battling something too?
Oh, no, I've already battled.
Okay. All
She's
right.
on the other side.
Yeah.
Yes.
You obviously won. Doug is currently not
I
winning.
did.
Doug was
Thank
fighting
God.
the losing battle, like to start
Did he
the
have
show.
to step out to?
He did.
Yeah.
He did because he had this frog in his throat, and I'm like, okay, let's see. And he's like, all right, hang on, and then it just was not coming out. So, yeah, that was an issue.
Did someone
He had
say
to
frog
walk
in their throat?
Oh,
And Doug was a warrior yesterday.
Oh, there it is.
Hi ho, Kermit the Frog here.
That's actually Doug.
Doug now sounds like this.
poor Doug though. So
One bald guy for another.
he was able to tough it out for the show, and then at some point yesterday we got the word that
What a warrior.
Jeff Rieger's going to be in.
Yeah. What a warrior. Just really went to battle.
Sit here and talk sports, and
Yeah, right.
what a warrior.
Gotta get
But if you can't, but you know what it's like. If
I
you
know,
can't
I know.
talk.
He put his larynx
Yeah.
on the line.
Yeah, but isn't Doug the guy that never
He
gets
went
sick?
to seventh inning.
By the way, I'd like to thank you for saying larynx. Too many people say larynx.
Do they?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
I heard Jim the other day say Medano, though.
Oh no, I got killed for it.
Yeah.
Do you remember
yes,
that?
Yes,
Well,
yes.
by the way-
we appropriately raised an eyebrow
You
and
guys
said,
destroyed him.
whoa, hold on.
But I believe I've heard a lot of Medano recently. I feel the Canadians are taking over.
That's what it is. They're infiltrating.
No. Toronto is not. We've swept them.
Thank God.
Yeah.
They're not going to make the playoffs. I don't
We're going to get into the whole battle. Is it Livonia Westland? Is it the Waterford area? Where is he from?
He's
Or-
from he went to Livonia Franklin.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh wait, I didn't realize there's a battle.
It's like for years it's always been.
He's ours. He's Westlands.
Yeah. Where
He
is
went to Livonia Franklin.
How
He's a
do you feel
Livonia
about that,
guy.
Jim?
He's a Livonia guy, even if he went to the wrong high school.
Fair enough.
What are you guys talking about?
Well, obviously we'll talk Pistons trade, how the East is shaping up. We've got the Tarik Skubal stuff we want to get to as well.
Karsch and Anderson next. It's 97.1.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to the Karsch and Anderson Extravaganza. Jeff Rieger is in today.
Hi.
I don't think there's any question if you listen to the show yesterday, knowing why Doug is out today.
I felt bad for Doug. I heard the little sequence of events you were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've all been there when you can't get the phlegm out.
Yeah.
Yeah, the phlegm was stuck in there, and you're like, Doug, why don't you just walk out?
Well, Doug's always had his voice has always been scratchy and whatnot. And occasionally there'll be something that sounds like there's something there, and you can't, clear it. Yesterday was like, that was above and beyond. He literally had to walk out of the studio and then try to recompose, and he came back like a minute later, and he was better, but he was still battling it. My man was drinking hot water, tea all show long. Was dropping lozenges. He even went to the medicine chest in the back there, grabbed something.
I heard about that.
Cold medicine. He's
That's
playing
risky
Russian roulette
behavior
with it.
right there.
He's like, I don't know if this is drowsy formula or not, but I'm going to go for it. And I'm like, whatever you got to do, man.
I thought Doug didn't get sick.
Oh, Doug got sick.
Oh, he gets sick?
Doug
Okay.
gets sick all the time.
Oh, yeah, he's got that very healthy lifestyle. It would be fascinating to take a person that has the Doug lifestyle compared to a person like that has Gator's lifestyle.
Like the guy you have to show
Okay,
with.
so who gets sick more, you or Doug?
I think it's Doug.
Wow. That just turned science on its head.
Doug's not built for like anything like that goes astray from his like strict regimen of life. Like then he falls apart.
Yeah, and some of it might be, like we touched on it yesterday with him. Some of it might be that he just runs his body ragged because he can't relax. He can't sit back and just enjoy or just, it's not even enjoying. It's just shutting down the body a little bit. Because Doug's always got to be gone to go. He's got to have something to do. He's miserable if he's not in constant motion. Like we talked about like vacations.
I heard you guys yesterday.
And it's like Doug is not a let's lie out at the beach kind of guy or hang out at the pool kind of guy. He's not. He has to be constantly doing something.
Well, I heard you guys talking about a cruise yesterday,
Yeah.
and Doug's like, I just want to go someplace I can break a bone. Like,
Right.
That makes no sense.
well,
Makes
you
no
can break a
sense.
bone anywhere,
Not for
but
vacationing.
Oh, that's fun for the vacation, or we can risk doing it. And he's like, well, yeah, we looked at this Alaskan cruise because we could go on an 8-hour hike. I'm like, let's do that. I'm like, okay. You want to go on a cruise to go on an 8-hour hike on your downtime?
is Doug one of those guys that when sitting down to watch a game, he's got to be on the treadmill or?
He usually has to be doing something, which is
gotta-
ridiculous.
Wow.
He watches
While doing something.
That
Like,
sounds
watch-
exhausting.
when he was watching Severance or anything else he watches. He's usually on the treadmill or whatever he's got down there in the basement.
folding laundry. Something.
Yeah.
He's got to be doing another task at the same time.
It's never just,
Yeah.
I sat in the easy chair and I watched 3 episodes of Big Bang Theory, That's not Doug.
No, instead he was doing curls while doing it. Like it's
And that sounds awful.
Yeah, he's
Can
watching
you imagine
Michigan
not being
State
able to
doing-
chill out for 3 hours?
he's doing lunges while the game's going on.
Which is fine if you're, working your back. Like I've got this back issue that I'm dealing with, right? If I got another pinched nerve in the back, and it's going to take a full 6 weeks to recover from it. I went through this a couple of years ago. I know the routine. So when this happens, I've got to start doing, more stretches and exercises I do while it's happening. So like that's happening for me. And I was thinking of this last night. So I'm like doing these squats while watching some TV last night. I'm like, Doug would do this. This is all about Doug. 100%.
Then you realize how much you hated it.
Right. And so, like, I'm telling Doug yesterday when he goes home, I go, look, he's talking about, I can't wait to get home. I'm going to take a nice hot steam shower. I'm like, yeah, and then go to sleep. And then he's like, yeah, maybe. I'm like, what do you mean, maybe? I go, what do you got to do? And he's like listing off a few things. I'm like, no, just go to sleep.
So when Doug is sick, is he at home curled up in a blanket right now, or is he still doing crap?
I don't know. He's probably doing some crap.
Infecting the neighborhood?
I hope not. I hope he gets better. Anyways, that's why Doug's not here. He's under the weather. We'll see if he comes back for tomorrow's show or not. But Jeff, nice to have you with us.
Yeah, good to see you guys.
We certainly
Early.
have a lot to talk about, and let's start with the Pistons. Okay, NBA trade deadline is tomorrow,
3:00.
and the Pistons made their move literally 20 minutes after we went off the air yesterday, King. And they acquire Kevin Herter and Dario Saric in a 3-team trade. There's a pick swap with Minnesota as well. The Bulls are involved. Jaden Ivey goes to the Bulls. And that's basically what the Pistons gave up was Jaden Ivey. And just on the face of it, what did the Pistons give up? The Pistons gave up a player who really wasn't contributing a ton to this team. And they went out and they got a guy who, throughout his career, has been a pretty decent three-point shooter. It's a guy that has a good assist ratio. And then they get some size with Saric as well. I assume to come off the bench and give you a couple minutes. But I'm not sure if this is not a massive deal by any means.
No.
And I don't look at this deal and say, well, this is one that puts you over the top. Is this one even as impactful as getting Schroeder last year?
I don't think so.
I don't think it is either.
I don't know how much better they became. Now, I know that Jaden Ivey needed to be dealt, and I'm not, even if he turns out to be a star, I promise I will not troll this move because it was time for him to move on. But the fact that he had a $10 million contract, didn't you hope that you got someone bigger instead of who you got and using Ivy to get you that person? But Gator, I'm telling you, this trade does nothing for me, but I believe in Langdon. This is not it. I refuse to believe this is it. You have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The East is wide open. Other teams have gotten better. I think there's another move coming. You got till 3 o'clock tomorrow. I refuse to believe this is it.
Yeah, I have a hard time thinking this is it either. Because if you wanted to add your three-point specialist, I don't think they did.
No.
Right? I mean, it's not like Herter's shooting great this year.
No, Herter's at about 31%. Now, over the course of his career, he's been a good three-point shooter, and you have three-point depth. But this can't be it. Like, I can't stop thinking that Michael Porter Jr. is still out there, and he's the white whale. He's the one guy everybody wanted. I know people trash his defense. I know people say, oh, he's only a good player on a bad team. But that dude shoots 40% from three, 9.5 threes a game, and you can still get him, and it's not going to cost you an arm and a leg. You got to give up some picks. There's even a way to get him without giving up Tobias Harris. So if this is it, if Trajan Langdon doesn't do anything else, this is super disappointing. And maybe they still win the East, and maybe I look like a dope, but this is disappointing, and it's another example of someone in our town kind of not going for it when the window is wide open.
Well, and there'd be, obviously, to go get somebody, you have to give up something, and that's the other side of it, and you worry. I guess the worry that I have, and I could, look, I think I'm in favor of trading for Porter Jr. and knowing what the cost would be. Going the other way, you're probably having to give up Tobias Harris at the very least to make up some of the money, but you're going to have to give up someone like a Ron Holland or a Sar Thompson to complete this trade because now you've already traded away Jaden Ivey, even though he was going to be a free agent afterwards, and you're going to have to give up multiple picks and all that
for a guy that will be here this year and next year.
Yes, but would a move like that disrupt the chemistry on this team? And I never used to believe in the chemistry thing until I was younger and perhaps naive and ignorant about things. And I think when I hit my 30s, I realized, no, there's something to chemistry. I'm not saying it's the be-all, end-all, but there is something to it. And this team loves themselves some Tobias Harris. So if you were to move him, does that disrupt things too much?
What if I told you there's a way?
Sorry. It's okay. Particularly for a young team that doesn't have the experience that other players do. And these guys are all 25 and under, and they haven't been there, right? They finally got to the playoffs last year. So they don't know the business side of it enough where they have to say, hey, look, this is just our job to do. And, we've got new players, we'll move on. I think when you're younger, you're more emotional, and you don't have those life lessons yet.
What if I told you there's a way you can do it without Tobias? Now, listen, I think it's going to be bad if you don't do anything. Let's say you don't make the Eastern Conference Finals, and then Tobias Harris at the end of the season walks away because he's going to be a free agent, and essentially you kind of are left feeling like maybe it was for nothing. Now, maybe I'm totally wrong, and maybe they make it to the NBA Finals, and hell, maybe they win a championship, and it all turns out great. But if you love Tobias so much, there's still a way to use other pieces on your team to get, let's say, the guy we're talking about, Michael Porter Jr. Like if you gave away a Holland and a Green and you throw in Saric because you can actually trade him and you got to throw in picks, obviously, that seems to be a no-brainer. They got 16 dudes on this team right now. They have to make some roster moves. After tomorrow, they have to figure out what they're doing with Dennis Jenkins. They got to give him a contract. So they still have decisions to make. I can't believe this is it. Like, Gator, let me ask you this, and you're right about the chemistry. If you find out at 3:01 tomorrow that this is it, is your feeling, okay, let's roll, I'm happy they kept it all together, or is your feeling, damn it, other teams in the East got better, I wish we did more?
It depends if one of the other teams does something more to improve
like
themselves.
If the Knicks improve themselves.
I'm not as worried about Cleveland. I still think the Pistons right now, as it stands right now, I think the Pistons are the best team in the Eastern Conference.
According to FanDuel and other betting sites.
I get the betting services.
The Cavs are now the odds-on favorite to win the East.
That's fine. Let them go ahead and do what they want. I mean, I've seen odds-on favorite like a week ago who was going to be the next head coach of a certain NFL team, and the guy who got the job was 12-1 and was like 7th on the list.
Was that Monken? The Browns?
It may have been. I don't know. But the point is that Vegas doesn't always get it right, and it's about money. So I still think they're the best team in the NBA right now. Sorry, not the NBA, but in the Eastern Conference. But they can compete with the West. I think they can compete. I'd feel better if they made a move, but if they stood pat and none of the other teams in the East made a move that made themselves appreciably better, I'm a little disappointed because I think there is an opportunity to go ahead and do that. And I think part of that opportunity left yesterday when they traded Jaden Ivey for who they got in return, because I think you could have moved Jaden Ivey and some other pieces to acquire a bigger piece. So I guess that's how I answer that question. If they don't make a trade tomorrow by tomorrow's deadline and the East is the way it is right now, I'm still okay with it.
I wonder what Pistons fans think. I wonder what fans think right now, hearing that maybe this is it. I think a lot of fans, despite loving the chemistry, the culture, big win against the Nuggets yesterday, I think a lot of fans want to make a move. Well, I think they do. I wonder how they'd feel if he doesn't.
I'd like to see them make a move.
And does anybody in this town make a move?
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. The people want you to answer a question as well, which we're going to get to.
Me?
Yeah. They want you to answer a question that I will pose to you coming up in
is
5 minutes.
Difficult question?
It's not a difficult question. I mean, it depends what kind of man you are. But you're a chew it and do it kind of guy, so I think you might be up for the task.
Chew it and do it. That's right. Go to the website. First month for free.
248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Nice win for the Pistons last night. Mark champion Rick Mahorn on the call here in 97.1. And it was a great win. I mean, you had Cade and Jalen Duren felt like they had double-doubles real early in that game, or at least they were on pace to get it really early. Pistons end up knocking down the Nuggets, swept the Nuggets for the first time in a long time.
And the Joker actually played yesterday. So that was good. The first time in Denver, he did not. And despite Denver coming back, Pistons closed it out. They led from start to finish. It's a great win.
Yeah, Murray actually made his free throws this time around, but it didn't matter.
True.
Pistons knocked down the shots they needed to. Tobias hit a monster three towards the end of that game. I mean, they had this 10-point lead or 16-point lead and 18-point lead throughout, and then things got real at the end. It ended up being a 2-point game. And the Pistons able to handle it and take care of business. No Jaden Ivey on the team because they had traded them yesterday, which is what we're getting into. But you had made a statement that you're pretty confident they're going to make a trade.
I hope. I don't know that I'm confident. I hope.
Well, the people want to know how confident you are, Jeff. And are you confident enough to make a shoot-the-boot guarantee?
Oh, this again. You know, I still have my other golf shoe that I didn't shoot from, so maybe I could use that one.
I mean, you get to use whatever vessel you want out of your...
Yeah, before the break, you said you refused to believe this is the last move.
Can I tell you why, though, before I answer this question? I refuse to believe because I don't want to believe it. Like, a move makes so much sense. You have to prepare yourself for a postseason run. You haven't won a postseason series yet, and I know you got experience last year, but the playoffs are different than, obviously, the regular season. I would feel so much more comfortable with the Pistons' chances if they do make a move. So, do I think they will? I want to say yes. I think, okay, this is going to sound strong. If they don't, despite them beating the Nuggets, despite them having the best record in the East, despite all the chemistry and culture you can talk about, I feel it would be irresponsible. I do. If you don't make this team better in this year, when the Pacers are dead, when the Celtics are missing a star, when your window is wide open. Does that make sense? I still haven't answered it.
You haven't answered the question, not at all.
Would I drink a beer out of a shoe if Trajan Langdon doesn't make another move? I mean, I'm not that confident, so I guess no.
So the answer is no, King. He's not going to do a shoot-the-boot.
Okay, that's fine. Well, I don't want to force him. He felt confident. I thought he did.
It sounded like he was
That's what you guys do. When somebody makes a statement about how confident they are, it's something you immediately hit them with the shoot-the-boot.
There's a check thing. You got it's checks and balances on the show, and there's also a check that, okay, hang on. Did you just say what I thought you said? That's all.
All right, I'm just curious. Percentage-wise, do you think he makes another move?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
Kang?
I don't. I think this is it. I think they want to keep Tobias Harris, which they did with this move. They were able to move the one asset they were willing to shop, which is Jaden Ivey. And I use the term asset a little loosely here because I think actually, judging by the return, and I think I'm the one guy who actually likes the return, I think everyone overvalued Ivey's value. And you can look at it just based on this trade, like I said. Underwhelming, I think what a lot of people would think. Ivey's a lottery pick, right? With a high ceiling, we think.
Yes.
Unfortunately, timing did not work out for him here, and it sucked because I was a big Ivey guy. I wanted him drafted by the Pistons and everything, but
he looked good at times, too.
When he got here, Cade was hurt. And then when he started playing well, and Cade comes back, then Ivey gets hurt. And it just never matched up, and they were never able to sync up.
Was horrible.
The timing was awful, and now the Pistons are where they are. And they already have guys that can fill Ivey's role, which is Jenkins and Marcus Sasser. So they used that asset in Ivey, and they got another three-point shooter. And yes, he's not been good at three-point shooting this year, but as overall in his career, he can be a dead-eye shooter. I think it was an upgrade because they need someone who can shoot the three off the bench to go along Duncan Robinson. I think they got what they could, and I feel better now about the team than I did yesterday. With that being said, Rick, I'm with you. I really wish they would go get a bigger move, but I don't think it's happening.
No, but King's logic, and I hear what you're saying. If you believe Herter is, I don't want to say the missing piece, that's way too strong of a thing to say, but if you believe you can turn Herter, reverse the clock 3 years and turn him into who he used to be, and you mentioned dead-eye shooter, if he is your second option, then maybe they're thinking this is it. And let's be honest, they're in such good shape moving forward with salary cap and picks. They can wait to make big moves later on in the next couple years. I just would hate to see them get exited early. And then you look back and you're like, kind of like the Lions, you're like, you did nothing at the deadline.
Yeah, I feel more confident about this team. I mean, they're 37-12. They've got a 5.5 game lead in the Eastern Conference. I think that this team is so deep with what they do. I like the construct of the team. Look, they can absolutely improve the team. 100% they can improve the team. There's a risk to doing that you mess things up chemistry-wise, or that the player you're getting in return just he's just not a fit, or he's not what you thought it was going to be. But I think those risks are smaller. I wish they would have gone and made a bigger move. That being said, are they slightly better today than what they were yesterday? I think they
I'll agree with that.
And also, I mean, look, I'll admit full disclosure. I was a big Jaden Ivey guy, and so it hurts a little bit to see him go because I wanted to see him succeed here in Detroit, where his dad grew up and his grandfather was here and the whole family was here. So I wish that was the case, but it's not. His story's going to be written somewhere else, and I wish him luck.
Will this trade feel differently to both of you guys, Kang and Gator, if you helped the T-Wolves clear all that cap space, and then today they trade for Giannis, and they make a run for it themselves? Would that make you feel differently?
If Minnesota did it?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Get Giannis out of the East for good.
Yeah, let Minnesota go ahead and make that trade. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. And I'm glad you brought up the Minnesota aspect, too. That's a small thing that people maybe goes unnoticed.
Right,
they get a pick swap with
right.
the Timberwolves, which is right now 6 spots. And that could mean something when the draft comes up.
True, but I don't want to think about the draft.
Isn't it protected through 19?
Yeah, but so what? If it's 29 to 23, which it is right now, that's still 6 spots, You
have a chance to do something special and maybe win an NBA title, at least get to the finals. I don't want to hear about the draft.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text if you'd like to communicate that way. Let's start with Joe. Joe, welcome to 97.1.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey,
Good.
Joe.
I just wanted to say that, I remember when the Pistons won it in 2004, and it just took that one piece, like they're saying, and a lot of people,
that was a big piece.
It was that missing piece. And I think that I didn't see the one thing that I noticed that the Pistons were doing is gathering up a lot of guards and trying to see which one fit. And I think Holland was the one that they were trying to see if he was going to fit, how well he was going to do. When Jenkins came along and started doing really good, being a threat from perimeter too, I didn't see them keeping Ivy, especially after him coming back. And he's okay. He's got a lot of speed and a lot of upside. I just think we have way too much talent here for us to keep him and not get some type of value for him right now. It was either move the younger guys that are doing good or move this guy who just came off of injury.
Do you like what they got in return, Joe?
I honestly didn't like the Schroeder pick. I don't know too much about him, but I know that he's a good shooter.
You're talking about Herder this year?
Sorry.
Herder?
Oh, okay.
Herder. Yeah, and then, I just don't know too much about them. My friends are from Chicago, and I know they got good talent, a lot of good three-point shooters. I just don't think that that's what the Pistons needed. I think they needed one more big guy. That's just me. I think they needed one more big guy to go into the playoffs, to take off the load off of Harris and LeVert, and then the other big guy, Duran. Yeah, so I don't think that they needed another shooting guard. I think they're all right with guards, but maybe, like you said, maybe they're just trying to gather up to do something else, to make one more big splash, but I don't see it. I see them keeping them what they have now.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. They did get Sarge in the deal, too, is 6'10". For whatever that's worth.
I don't know that he'll make this team. Again, they got way too many guys on the roster, and things will shake out. I do wonder if we all agree, maybe, they're not going to make another move. If that turns out to be the case, what's the emotion that goes along with it? Like, for instance, Scott Harris made moves at the deadline. Not great moves, other than Finnegan.
Oh, Finnegan was a good move. But, yeah, they didn't make the moves that you thought they were going to make.
And people were really angry about it. And I know I'm asking you to forecast how you might feel in the future. But right now, if this is it, how do Piston fans feel?
I'm still surprised, Kang, that he's not doing the shoot the boot guarantee. I mean, he's brought this up a couple times. They got 16 guys on the roster. They got to trim the roster. What's a move where they have to make a trade? What you guys are saying?
You're saying any trade or just big trade? Like you want Michael Porter Jr.
How about any move? How about a roster move?
Like if they trade for, say, Malik Monk.
That would be a move.
That's a trade.
That's a move.
Yeah.
I don't. You guys have done a wonderful job of convincing me.
Twice you brought it up. I just thought, that seems like a pretty good comment there.
Somebody on the text, John in Lake Orion, says, instead of shoot the boot, Rieger should have to sing the Rainbow Connection live on air. I would do that.
See, that's not even
That doesn't really do much for you, though.
Yeah. No, it doesn't do much for us at all.
Now, can I drink shots out of my shoe? Does it have to be beer?
No, we've seen that happen, and people swear, and it's not good. Thanks, Jennifer Hammond.
Oh, that's right. She did whiskey, right?
Yeah. After a Lions game. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More of your calls and texts as we continue here at 97.1. Welcome back to Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1. Jeff Rieger's in for Doug Karsch. Kang and Kenny behind the glass. We're talking a lot about the Pistons trade yesterday. Jaden Ivey off to Chicago. It was a 3-team trade, and Minnesota gets involved as well. The Pistons end up with Kevin Huerter and Dario Saric, and then there's also a pick swap with Minnesota that's protected through 19. As Kang pointed out, right now, the way it sets up, Pistons pick at 29, and Minnesota's at 23, so that pick swap would actually improve the Pistons pick up to 23. And something else that we talked briefly about the other day with Doug is that with NIL the way that it is, having the picks in the 20s, I don't think is it's not as bad as it used to be because players are staying in school longer. So you're getting a better idea of what kind of player they're going to be because you're not just drafting a 19-year-old kid. You know, you might be drafting somebody who's 21 or 20 who's been there for a couple of years at least, and it might be adding to the depth pool of the draft a little bit. So maybe you're getting a better player. Maybe a player you're getting at 23, and another years might be somebody you would have taken, at 12 or something.
Right.
I don't know. We'll see how that works out.
Seems like there's less surprises. You hope at least.
Yes. So the text coming in, the Pistons are a championship team in February like the Tigers were a championship team in June. They cannot win a championship with this team. I don't care what they do in the regular season. I understand the comparisons, and factually, that is correct the way the Tigers are playing baseball last year.
Tigers had the best record for a long time, so yeah.
They did. I was still amazed that the Tigers are doing what they were doing last year when they were doing it. I was like, how is this happening? You obviously had all-star contributions from Javi Baez and McKinstry and others. That
Riley Green.
Torres. Riley Green was mostly consistent, but you know what you're getting with Riley Green. The other guys, I didn't expect Zach McKinstry to have an all-star season or to see Javi Baez bounce back and have the first half that he had. So I didn't think that was necessarily sustainable. The Pistons, though, it's different. I think this is such a young team. They're growing together, and they've gotten better and better, where Cade is actually approaching superstar status. He had MVP chance for him last night. Jalen Duren just named to the All-Star game. this is a team that grows together with a coach that's known for doing that. So I think that the Pistons are in a much better position than the Tigers were. That being said, you can still give it gas. There's nothing wrong with giving it gas and adding that player to the mix that might put you over the top to, I think they're the best team in the East regardless, but if you had added that piece to put you over the top to compete with Oklahoma City or whoever else comes out of the West, I mean, I'm not going to be looking at last night's game and saying, well, see, there it is. They can do it. I think they can compete. I don't know if they can win an NBA title this year, but I think they can absolutely compete with a team from the West if they get there. But why not ensure that?
Trajan built this roster. He's done a hell of a job. He's built this culture. I understand you don't want to bring just anybody into this team.
Well, some of these players are Weaver's players too, obviously.
That's true, but you should trust the guy that has got you to this point. And to your point, I think the Tigers are a good comparison. I do, because the East is worse than the West. I think that's fair to say. And on most nights, I'm not taking anything away from the Pistons and what they've accomplished, but on most nights, the Pistons simply just have more tenacity. They're the better team, but I don't know how far that takes you when you actually get to the actual postseason when other teams attack you a different way. But even if you think this team is good enough, what's the harm in making sure they're good enough? And to your point, who knows where they'll be next year? Or the year after that. Who knows who suffers an injury? I just think it's smart with what we've seen with our teams over the course of the last 3 to 5 years. Make sure to put yourself in the best position. And that would be making another move. Now, maybe they don't do it.
Well, I wonder if that ship has sailed because they already gave up the chip that is Jaden Ivey.
But maybe that's all they could get for Jaden Ivey. Maybe this is just a stark reality of what he was worth in the league.
That could be. That, as King says, that we probably all overvalued him. But my point was going to be that if I don't make the move yesterday and I throw Ivey in with a package of other players and picks, does that get me?
That's fair.
An opportunity to get Michael Porter Jr. or could they have gotten Jaren Jackson Jr.? Could they have been in on him?
It goes to Utah.
Yeah.
But you guys have sold me, though. You guys have done a tremendous job of selling me.
What does this mean?
I came into this show saying, oh, yeah, they're going to make another move. You can even somehow get away without giving away Harris. The more I listen and the more I look at the text and the calls that we get, I'm not sure they're going to make another move.
We haven't done our job, King.
Which, by the way, is, to me, very demoralizing. Now, I know other people don't feel that way.
It shouldn't be very demoralizing. They're still in first place in the East by like 5.5 games. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It's not like
what does that mean, though? It doesn't mean anything.
They're the best team in the conference by 5.5 games.
Yes, and if other teams continue to get better, will they remain? Again, I know you don't care about the odds, but the odds have switched. The Cavs are now picked to win the East.
Are you a Harden fan? Do you think? I mean, I thought
I don't want him here. But I don't think he's an awful player either.
He's not an awful player, but do you think he's going to put Cleveland over the top of Detroit?
Well, if you get the right James Harden, maybe. He's also 36 years old.
Yeah. He's averaging 25 points a game, and he's a pretty good player right now. But the track record has been that he hasn't gotten his team to a championship. I mean, do you think Cleveland's better than Detroit right now?
I still don't, but the odds apparently think differently.
Oh, yeah, the odds is based on money.
Understood, but I guess... why chance it? We've seen this before. Go look at the Lions during their Super Bowl era, right? 2 seasons where they go to the NFC title game and they go 15-2. Brad Holmes could have made that team better. We all urged him, go get the end, right? We whined and we cried about it, and we ended up being right. Same thing with the Tigers. We begged Scott Harris, go get a bat at the deadline, do something, and we ended up being right. I fear it's going to be the same thing here. And I know people are like, well, the Pistons have a bright future. It's all good. Maybe it's just me. I don't know why people wouldn't be a little more annoyed that you might not make another move.
Well, I think you're looking for that because of the other teams, and I don't think it's fair to lump the Pistons in that just because the Tigers didn't do it. Or, I mean, look, it sounds like the Lions tried and they couldn't find a partner, and there weren't many trades that were made in the NFL, and the ones that were kind of inconsequential. So that I see. Red Wing-wise, I mean, you wanted to shoot the boot guarantee, Kang. I'll give you a shoot the boot guarantee. I think that Steve Yzerman makes a trade by the trade deadline in the NHL.
In fact, I wouldn't be shocked if Stevie makes a semi-decent big trade.
Yeah, I think there's a trade of consequence for the Red Wings coming up in the next few weeks. So there's a shoot the boot you guys were looking for. I will guarantee that.
All right, you're guaranteeing Yzerman will make a trade.
Yes. Yeah.
So
I'll actually shoot the boot with you if he doesn't. I think he's going to make a deal, too.
Oh, Rieger's in with you, man.
Yeah.
I don't know if that helps you or not, though.
How do you feel about that decision now, Gator? We can do it together. Can I pick your shoe? You can pick my shoe.
You guys can do that thing where you link arms. And
No,
then,
it's okay because,
it's a little weird.
I said it first without getting any of his input, so I feel like it's mine. Now he's going to piggyback off
I'm
my
jumping
success, which is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. Like, can
Had
he?
Jeff influenced me at all, then I'd feel terrible. But there was not 1 ounce of influence.
That's just outright mean.
It's just facts.
Does Kenny believe? Would you shoot the boot as well?
I have a strict no drinking anything from shoe policy, so no.
That is weird.
That's a good policy.
Kind of
Well,
weird.
but the thing is, Kenny, they're not trying to drink out of this shoe. They think they're so confident that they won't be drinking out of the shoe.
Thus, they shoot
yeah.
with guarantee. It's a confidence thing.
Yeah, it's just like I did when I knew I'd beat Gator at golf. That turned out well for me.
Turned out well for everybody.
Except for me.
Yeah, well, that's true. But
I was thinking about that the other day on the second hole when that landscaper yells out from the abyss, "Hey, Rieger, you suck. You're going to lose." I'm like, how do you know who I am, man?
He saw your swing.
I totally forgot about that.
Yes. We're on the second hole. I'm already down the Gator by a stroke because my ball was in a divot and I hit it over the green. I'm already pissed off. I hit a ball left. I'm looking for my ball. I'm pissed. And some dude yells out like it was Happy Gilmore. He's like, "Hey, Rieger, you suck."
It's just such a rando.
He was a landscaper to a house across the course.
Jimmy and I just about fell out of our carts when we heard that. That was the funniest thing.
He was almost louder than me.
He was loud. And you ask, how did he know it was you? Because you're you, and you can hear you across the golf course.
He probably heard one of the many curse words I used that day.
Oh, that was true. If the Pistons don't make another move, this will be a missed opportunity. I'm worried that Langdon is falling in line with Holmes and Harris. Making trades to move bodies does not make the team any better. I think the team is slightly better, but I understand that. I mean, I was hoping that there was going to be a big move, a move of consequence to get somebody that's a proven three-point shot maker, somebody that's just more proven than what they got. I mean, Herter has been that guy in the past, but not lately. So that's the issue, I guess, that I have there. But maybe a change of scenery does him well, and he just starts knocking down shots. With
Coming into this culture, really good coach.
Yeah,
I hear you.
Maybe. I feel like in terms of moving the needle, the trade is like putting $5 into the gas tank.
Well, how far you got to go? Only home or like across country?
Yeah, he's just, keeping it going. You feel a little better. I know I've got a couple more gallons in there, so I don't have to. I can put it off for a little bit.
Would be a shame if that gas tank ran out.
Yeah, I mean, if you're putting $5 into the gas tank, what you're doing is you're just delaying things, right? So are you delaying things another day? Is that what the $5 is?
Yeah.
Or is it simple for something worse?
But again, I'm not saying, and neither are you, to go out and do something massive, because I love the position the Pistons are in as far as they will have as an organization a chance to make that really big, put you over the top move eventually. And I have no problem with seeing if you can do it this year and who you want to keep, who you want to not keep. I just think for this year, it's never a bad idea to strengthen your team. And we keep going back to MPJ. He would do that for you.
Yeah,
and you wonder about closing games too in the postseason. Too much load on Cade. It doesn't seem a bad idea to help this team.
Look, I would go for it with that move because I like that move. I would have done that. I recognize that the defensive effort from Michael Porter Jr. is not perhaps what we've become accustomed to here watching this Pistons team, but what you would be replacing, had they made a move for that, it would have been like with Tobias Harris.
Sure.
You're replacing a guy who scores 14 points a game with a guy who scores 25 points a game that doesn't have to score 25 a game with the Pistons, but let's say it drops down to 20. You're still netting more. And defensively, is there much of a difference?
I mean, he's not going to be a great defensive player, but it's all about complementary in sports, right? There's going to be some defensive-minded players and some offensive-minded players. Did Ben Wallace play any offense, really, with the Pistons? No. I mean,
the first 2 minutes of the game when they force-fed him.
Yeah,
and
he
then
had to get the first shot or something. Yeah, but no. So my point is, not everyone has to play defense, and I would like Michael Porter Jr. a lot too, Rieger, but I do want to put this out there. He might not be available. Like, I know everyone keeps putting it out there. It makes sense. Everything lines up. But if the Nets don't trade him, maybe they don't want to trade him, too. So I wouldn't force the issue, but I definitely would. I hope they made a call. I'll put it that way, at least.
I'm sure they did.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Tarik Skubal's hearing is today. with the arbitrators. It's going to be really interesting to see what shakes out of that. We want to kind of check the pulse on Tiger fans and see how you feel about the Tarik Skubal situation right now. This is 97.1. Hey, we all know how brutal these winter mornings have been, and with temperatures dropping into the single digits, your furnace is working overtime. So don't wait for a breakdown in the middle of the deep freeze to find out that your system just can't keep up. Whether you need an emergency repair or a high-efficiency upgrade, the experts over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling have you covered. They've been keeping me and the rest of the community comfortable for years with fast, professional service that you can trust. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or a water filtration system, schedule your appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. All right, so today, the Detroit Tigers and Tarik Skubal will have their arbitration hearing. Both sides will present their cases. Usually takes a couple hours, and then the arbitrators meet. And up until the final decision coming out, which usually that can take a few hours as well, the Tigers and Skubal could negotiate and come up with a solution. Even while they're arguing back and forth, they could say, you know what, hang on, give us a minute. We'll go out in the hallway, and they can make an offer, make a deal, and settle somewhere in the middle.
I will shoot the boot that does not happen.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen either.
You got that on record. They're not going to go. I'll do it right now or tomorrow or whatever.
Love it. Drigger's going crazy.
You can pick the damn beer. Wow. For all I care.
Okay.
Worst beer out there, I'll do it. There's no way after all this nonsense that they're going to negotiate.
I understand where you're at. And just so the people understand where it's at, Tarik Skubal's camp wants $32 million to play for this upcoming season because this is the last year of arbitration. The Tigers, under the guidance of Major League Baseball, have offered $19 million. Now, the Tigers side of the story was that they were more than willing to negotiate more towards the middle, although I guess they didn't know that they were going to come at them with 32, but that the reports were that the Tigers were willing to go up to maybe even $25 million. Then Skubal's camp came in with a $32 million offer right before, and the Tigers didn't even have a chance to negotiate with him because Scott Boras didn't want to negotiate. He's just, here's the number, and let's go to arbitration.
Yeah, I think he thinks he's going to win.
He probably does, and he's got I think he's got a very strong case to get it done based on having a 2-time Cy Young winner, a guy who has a little extra service time there, so he's in a different category of players. And, yeah, I tend to think that you can make a strong case that he deserves way more than what the Tigers offered. And the Tigers' initial offer was at $19.8 million. And they dropped it down to $19 because that's what Major League Baseball wanted them to do. Because Major League Baseball sees this giant fight coming after the season when the collective bargaining agreement expires, and they'd like some changes being made. And Scott Boras sees the same thing, and he wants some changes being made in the favor of the players. And this is why you've had this kind of stalemate between the two sides and why there is this canyonous gap of $13 million. Norman, when you see arbitration numbers, it's like, hey, one team offers $8 million, and the team offers $8 million. The player wants $11 million. You meet in the middle, they settle it, and they don't even go to arbitration.
Remember Casey Mize a couple of years ago? They disputed over $25,000.
Yeah, so it's like normally this stuff gets done. This one's not getting done.
Well, Torkelson is a Boras agent, or client rather, and they got that done easily.
Yeah, because he wasn't the reigning MVP or batting champion or home run champion or anything like that. Skubal has all the accolades in his favor. He's got all the numbers in his favor. He's a phenomenal pitcher, probably the best pitcher in baseball right now, or certainly in the top 2. If you want to say Paul Skeens, I'm not going to fight you on it. But this number is a big gap in between. And I agree with you. I don't think that it's good. I don't think they're going to work out some deal at the 11th hour here and get it done at $26 million or $25 million because I think Boras wants to set the record. I think there's a monster ego involved there. And frankly, he's got, in my opinion, way better than 50% chance of getting it done. The thing that's interesting about this is that the arbitrators, whatever you say, they're not baseball people. They're just attorneys. So it's not like they're going to sit there and you can spit at them all the sabermetrics you want and throw out comps of players and all that. And they're like, oh, yeah, I remember watching that guy. No, it's none of that. They're just right. They have to be convinced. The facts and the law, and they have to figure out that is this going to be, if they put it right down the middle at whatever it is, $26 million in the middle, is it worth more, $1 more, or $1 less? And then that's how they'll decide if it's on the Skubal side or on the Tigers side, because they don't come out and say we rule in favor of $27 million. They rule in favor either 19 or 32. It's all or nothing. It goes to one side or the other.
They got to decide if Skubal is worth less or more than $25.5 million. That's what they have to figure out. So if the Tigers offered a couple more million, you raise that medium point up, and then maybe they'd have a better chance. The interesting thing about this deal is that Boras can use as comps He doesn't have to use arbitration eligible players. He can use anybody in baseball.
Yeah.
So he can go and say, like, okay, who can we compare our boy Skubal to? And he can also use his milestones, which is back-to-back Cy Youngs and a Triple Crown. And I thought Costa made a great point this morning. I was listening, driving in. Could you imagine if Boris simply just says, listen, Jack Flaherty, your guy, he makes $20 million. Our guy, you want to pay $19 million? Are you telling me that Flaherty is $1 million better than Tarik Skubal? Because it's not arbitration. It's now you can use any player. So I think it's going to be tough for the Tigers to win.
They could absolutely say that. And if I were the Tigers, I'd say that's why we tried to negotiate with you, but you never threw a number back at us. And we wanted to give you more. We were willing to go up more, but you didn't. Now, maybe you don't say that in front of the arbitration hearing, but that's reality of what it is.
I think the Tigers are probably upset that story got out there because it doesn't make them look all that great that big bad Scott Boras won't negotiate with them.
Oh, I think they're probably happy that story got out there because it makes Boras look like a jerk.
Okay, but it also makes Scott Harris look like he's losing this, at least in my opinion. I would never want to admit that they won't call me back. To me, it proves that I'm the executive. I have to deal with Scott Boras. Like I was listening to you guys yesterday, and you guys had a caller who said, I will make a pact never to deal with Scott Boras again.
Which I think is stupid.
Well, of course, because Boras has good clients.
Yeah.
You have to have an executive. I'm not saying that you don't. You have to have an executive that can deal with Scott Boras. And so far, at least to me, it seems like Boras is winning this. Now, maybe we're wrong, and maybe the Tigers win it, and Harris looks like a genius. But at least as of now, Boras doesn't want to negotiate because he knows he's going to win.
Well, he thinks he's going to win. I don't know if he knows he's going to win, but he thinks he's going to win. And I do agree. I think that the numbers are more on his side than not on his side. The number is awful lofty at $32 million, but he's going to go lofty. And the Tigers' number at 19, I think, is woefully shy. But that's where they're going to go because you're forcing the arbiters to say, okay, one or the other. And if you're the Tigers, the only thing you're winning is you know that you got Tarik Skubal for the next year. That's what you know. You know this for certain that Tarik Skubal is a Detroit Tiger unless you decide to trade him.
Do they?
It's not like, well, he's not going to walk away from it. It's the arbitration hearing.
By the offseason, I'm not quite sure they know that.
Well, we'll talk more about it next year, 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The Red Wings will be out in Utah tonight to take on the Mammoth for their final game before the Olympic break. The team will have just over 3 weeks off after tonight's game, except, of course, for the 3 players competing in the Olympics. The Wings return to the ice after tonight on February 26th, and then it's just 1 week until the NHL trade deadline on March 6th. Tonight's game can be heard right here on 97.1 at 9 o'clock. Mark Ryan hosts pregame coverage beginning at 8:45. There's also been rumors swirling about whether the Pistons will make another trade after sending Jaden Ivey to Chicago yesterday in exchange for Kevin Huerter and Dario Saric. Some information found online from reporters this morning. Pistons Roundtable beat writer Eric Rutter said this morning, quote, "At the moment, the 2 new Pistons can legally be traded to another NBA squad, but it needs to happen quickly before the original 3-team trade becomes official." After that, Keith Smith for SpotRack.com confirmed on X this morning that the trade went official. He also said, quote, "Detroit waived Isaac Jones to create the roster spot to take in 2-for-1 in the trade," unquote. The trade originally gave Detroit 16 players on the roster, but after waiving Isaac Jones, the Pistons officially now only have 15 standard contracts, thus meeting the roster limit. They do still need to make a move to convert Danis Jenkins' 2-way contract into a standard deal if they want to keep him. That move could simply be waiving someone else. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, visit 971 The Ticket or go to Odyssey.com.
Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1. Jeff Rieger in for Doug Karsch. Gator with you as always. Kang and Kenny behind the glass. I spent a lot of time talking about the Pistons trade in the first part of the show. Kind of moving on to the Tarik Skubal Detroit Tigers arbitration hearing today.
Skubal Day.
It's Skubal Day. Well, we know that Tarik Skubal's still going to be a Tiger at the end of the day. That's a certainty.
Let me ask you this, Gator. Who are most Tiger fans rooting for?
Well, this is an interesting question. This is what we want to ask the people.
Yeah.
At 248-539-9797. I will tell you who I'm rooting for.
Who are you rooting for?
I'm rooting for the Tigers for 2 reasons. One, I don't like Scott Boras.
Nah, not many people do.
So if it sticks it to him and knocks him down a peg when he's trying to make this big power move, which, by the way, I think he's going to win. So that's another reason, maybe another reason I want this to happen is because I don't want him to enjoy in this. But the big part of it is that. But the bigger part of it, of why I want the Tigers to win, is because then the Tigers save $13 million and they can go out and get another pitcher. Now, if they don't, let's say the Tigers win, save the $13,000 that they were going to have to pay Skubal anyway, and then they don't invest that money into going after a Giolito or a Bassett or a Valdez or whatever starting pitchers are still on the market, because there's like a handful of decent starting pitchers on the market
that are still there. Yes.
Yeah. If the Tigers don't do anything with this money, if all they do is like, oh, we saved the money on Skubal, thank God, and they go to spring training and don't make any other moves, then I'm going to be pissed. I'm going to be really pissed at Scott Harris for not making something else happen. This is an opportunity to make something happen. And frankly, you can make a very strong argument that I don't care if you're spending an extra $13 million in Skubal anyway. Make something happen with one of these other pitchers. Sign them to a 2 or 3 year deal, because you're going to lose Tarik Skubal after the year. So you got to spend the money. But I want the Tigers to win this for the money aspect and also to knock down Scott Boras.
Right, you're giving them a chance to make good on what all the reports are, which is if they win this, then they'll be able to afford somebody else. I'm rooting for Skubal. Let me tell you why. Number one, he deserves the money. He is the main, if not one of the main reasons you made the playoffs the last 2 years. There's this crazy stat out there when Tarik Skubal has pitched over the last 2 years, they're 24 games above 500. When he hasn't, they're a 500 baseball team. Skubal deserves the $32 million. Let's be honest, probably deserves more. And the Tigers should, regardless of what happens today, like you said, should go out and get another pitcher if they truly believe they need another pitcher. I'm rooting for Skubal because I think Scott Harris and the Tigers are mishandling this. I actually think the offer was quite insulting to start at 19.8 and then to lower it to 19. I'm rooting for Skubal simply because He deserves this. He's the best pitcher in baseball. Why don't you treat him like that? And I understand it's arbitration. I understand it's a business before anybody gets on me, but I'm rooting for Skubal because I don't believe the Tigers are going to take that $13 million anyway and get you somebody else. I'm rooting for Tarik Skubal for all those reasons.
Well, if they're not going to spend the money and put it anywhere else, then I'm going to be pissed about that. But the other side is then why give him the $13 million? I appreciate Skubal's been amazing for the last couple of years. And I also know that come this time next year, he's going to be entertaining contract offers that'll pay him in excess of $400 million over the duration of that contract.
Yeah, but it doesn't change what he deserves this year.
Well, he's going to make triple what he made last year? I forget what he made last year.
He made $10 million last year.
So at least double what he made last year. And the fact is that the Tigers wanted to negotiate a little bit with Boris, and Boris didn't.
Yeah.
So, had the Tigers offer been 25, if they were able to do that, it would have been great. I suppose they always could have, but you're not going to negotiate against yourself.
I don't know what the relationship's like. I don't know that it's great talking about the Skubal side and the Tigers side, but I find it weird that at every turn, Scott Harris has done his best to downplay the effect of Tarik Skubal. Another reason I'm rooting for Skubal, to say there's no Tarik Skubal window, to constantly say, well, we got 26 guys. It's not just Skubal. I think they've mishandled this entire situation, and that is probably why I root for Skubal. The other thing, too, is Detroit loves its stars, man. Treat him like the star that he is. I also wonder if there's going to be a lasting effect. All the industry is watching this right here, this landmark case, and it seems like the Tigers have lowballed him. If it turns out that Skubal wins, maybe the Tigers really did lowball him. I wonder what that means for getting free agents here and making trades to other teams.
I don't think that matters because I think you have a whole new collective bargaining agreement and it's going to dictate what happens a little bit moving forward. Tarik Skubal has said that whatever happens with this is not going to affect his relationship with the Tigers one bit. And the other thing is,
he also said he wants to be in Detroit.
if people are 99% sure that Skubal is gone,
yeah,
then what difference does it make if the Tigers offer him $32 million or not? He's gone after the year, and there's nothing that they can do about it. Now, I would push back on that a little bit, and I started to a little bit yesterday. And I've asked the question to myself, and I can ask the question out loud. Why not give him an extension that is worthy of,
Why not,
of what
Gator?
you can do? Like
Why not?
If you go ahead and give him an an 8-year, $450 million contract, why can't you? And my reasoning is simple. When you look at what this roster is going to look like, the payroll will look like after next year, when there's no Javi Baez, when there's no Gleyber Torres, you're talking that's over like that's like $45 million right there between those two players. No Jack Flaherty, that's another $20 million, right?
Yeah.
You're knocking all these players off the payroll, and what you're paying is basically like $15 million for the entire infield, and like $15 to $20 million for the entire outfield. That's after arbitration hearings again for another year with all the players that they have that going through arbitration that aren't going to be crazy like this. They'll get raises, but not like what we've seen with Skubal because Skubal was special. So all that being said, that your payroll before you even pay Tarik Skubal might be $75 million or might be $65 million, somewhere in that range. And then you're going to have to fill it out with a few relief pitchers that you might give a little bit of a bump, but you still haven't paid Skubal yet. And then when you do, if you give him his $60 million a year, you're still at $150 million or less.
And you still have Skubal in your scenario. Let's say you get 4 really good years of Tarik. He's going to be, 29 right now, so he'll be 30 next year. I like where your head's at. Another reason I'm actually rooting for Skubal is because I think the Tigers, if we believe their initial offer for an 80 was ridiculous, and they haven't offered anything, which I think you should try your best to keep your star. And Gator, I was thinking a little more unconservative. Like, what if you offered him the Kyle Tucker deal? What if you said, Tarik, we love you, $60 million a year for the next 4 years, what the Dodgers gave Kyle Tucker,
right? And
at least make him say no to that. But they haven't offered him anything, which is another reason I'm rooting for Camp Skubal.
Well, we'll see. These are things that I think about. And I do think the Tigers could handle that. And then, by the way, even after you've paid Skubal, you can still go out and pay a couple other players and add them to this roster, and you'd still be less than $200 million with a roster chock full of guys that you're expecting to hit the ground running in a couple of years now, because then you'd have McGonigal with a couple years under his belt, Max Clark maybe with a couple years under his belt. You're ready to usher in the Bryce Rayner era, and I don't know. I just think that you got so many players that are not going to make a ton of money for a long time.
I agree.
You can take advantage of this.
The other thing I keep going back to, though, is, like, do you remember before any of this started, we were going over why keep Skubal, why not keep Skubal? We all agreed if you keep him, you got to build around him, which I'm not quite sure they have. Or if you trade him, then you got to trade him now because you're going to get a nice return. Scott Harris was the only person to know that maybe arbitration is going to cost them upwards of $32 million. Now, if you know that's coming and around the corner, why didn't you trade him knowing that maybe you're not allowed to spend that much money or you can't afford that much money? Why wouldn't you have traded him?
But if they didn't know the $32 million number until literally right before you had to turn the numbers in.
But they had to think it was going to be 26 at the minimum, right?
Well, if 26, then maybe they could have negotiated after the number's in there and just said, fine, we'll pay the 26. But they didn't. But Boris didn't do that. Boris didn't negotiate.
Do you feel the Tigers have handled this entire thing right?
No, I don't think they've handled it entirely right, but I think Boris is really been obstinate about what he wants to do as well. And I think
I agree.
And I think the Tigers getting some bad advice from Major League Baseball. I think Major League Baseball is preparing for a fight and they're using the Tigers to do it. And I don't like that either.
Maybe Scott Harris is going to take the downfall of that. Real quick text, though. I want to read this to you because this is not fair. It says, boys, Skubal is a 6-inning turd. My God, pay a quitter that much money. You do realize he was third most in innings pitched this year.
No, he doesn't.
I understand he came out of that game and people wanted him to stay in. I totally get it. In fact, right afterwards, I was pissed too. But are you going to do that forever? Are fans going to do that forever?
It's infuriating because he, as you point out, third most innings pitched in baseball. I mean,
he won you a boatload again. Without Tarik Skubal, you're not in the playoffs in that last 2 years. I firmly believe that.
Yeah. I mean, Tarik Skubal is doing what Max Scherzer did. Max Scherzer had, one complete game as a Tiger?
That's true, against the Chicago White Sox, and Jack Morris made fun of him. I remember it.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text. Got a lot of text to get to. Got a lot of phone callers lined up. We're going to get to you next here on 97.1. So the Skubal arbitration hearing takes place today. I haven't seen a time on that.
There is no time. Well, this whole thing was supposed to be a secret.
Right.
And then Petzold from the Free Press, Evan Petzold, and I think Cody Stavenhagen from The Athletic did a great job of breaking at least the day. So here's what I think. If Skubal wins, we should know by the end of the day because Boris is going to leak it to one of his media friends. If the Tigers win, maybe we find out tomorrow.
I don't know. I think word gets out pretty quickly.
So you think either way we find out today? Yeah. Now, it is in Arizona, which means, is that 2 or 3 hour difference?
I believe it's 3 hours.
I always screw this up. So if it's at 12 o'clock, it's 3 hours. So 3 o'clock our time. By the way, is it unfair that it's on home field advantage for Tarik Skubal?
I don't think that matters at all.
You don't think home field advantage is worth 3 points or $3 million?
No, I don't. Or 13 million. No, I don't think it matters at all. Not even a little bit. But I would expect that we would hear something by tonight of what happened. The hearing's supposed to take a couple hours, and then they take a couple hours to decide.
Would you watch this if it was on TV?
Yes.
It'd be amazing.
I would, because I'm
I would
curious to
find
see
it so interesting.
how far other side is going to go to trash the other side. And I don't think the Tigers would go that far to trash.
I agree.
I don't think they would take this opportunity to trash Tarik Skubal and say, well, he hasn't pitched past the 6th inning, and the baseball's a different game now than what it was back then. And I don't think they would do all that. I think they might go out of their way to trash Scott Boras.
I guess. I'm sure they don't like Boras.
I don't know if that does them any good in front of arbitration. Although when you get in front of lawyers, if you point out that this guy's playing games and what doesn't, and lawyers love to negotiate, and Boras didn't negotiate. Mm-hmm. I mean, maybe that plays in their favor.
Fair.
And that's what you do.
You go on the hard facts, though. I think that the player involved is obviously a special one. But you mentioned it. I do wonder what they possibly could say. And now they each get an hour.
Yeah, it's the other side that I worry about.
Right. They each get an hour. Obviously, Boras is set up. He knows what he's going to do. What could the Tigers say to win this? That's what I wonder about. That's the details I want to know. Like, what have they said to try to get the arbitrators to go down to $19 million?
I mean, they say that we made him the best offer in arbitration history. He'd be paid more than any other pitcher has gotten in arbitration. We're doing record-setting things here, and I think that's what goes in their favor. It's not, but that's my point. I don't think it's much.
Yeah,
that's why I think Boras wins this. I would say it's a guarantee Boras wins it if the number were in the 20s, but it's in the 30s. It's 32. Did he shoot too high?
Well, the
Did he
Detroit
get too lofty
News
with the number.
The News has a podcast. Tony Paul does this baseball podcast, and he had a former executive on, and he did make a really interesting point that these arbitrators, they cannot continuously go to the same side. Like if they're always voting pro team or pro agent, then eventually you're going to be replaced. So I think there is some politics in this as well as far as how this decision plays out.
Mike is next up here in 97.1. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, I got a question. If Skubal wins this, do you think the Tigers would just say, well, you know what, we're just going to up and trade you? Or if the Tigers win, Skubal will turn around and say, you know what, I'm demanding a trade. Get rid of me.
But he's got no power that way.
Yeah, Jeff's right. There's no power for Skubal on his side because the Tigers have him for the rest of the year. Now, would it behoove the Tigers to try to make a trade if Skubal doesn't want to be here? Yeah, I mean...
They should have done that already, though.
Well, maybe. And they can still do it. I think the Tigers were to trade Skubal at this point. I think it happens at the trade deadline. I don't think it happens still in the offseason. I think they want to see where they're at as a team and as a franchise. Are they off to a great start? Are they back in the same situation where they last year were one of the best teams in baseball by the time you get to the deadline? Or have they taken an obvious step back because the lineup that they have just isn't good enough? And maybe there's an injury to one of the pitchers or whatever, and things have gone downhill, and they have to trade him.
Could you imagine Mike and Gator if they traded him at the deadline after all this?
Well, that's why I said trade him now and get the most out of him. But, I've been a diehard Tiger fan my whole life. I agree. Pay Skubal, but you know what? At the end of the day, I'm tired of the drama. Let's just get into baseball. Let's go.
Yeah, I hear you. And thanks for the call, Mike. I appreciate it. if the Tigers are in a position at the trade deadline where it's obvious that they're not competitive, like that they're not competitive.
Okay.
That they're not.
Like 8-9 behind the wild card.
Yeah.
Kind of like 2 years ago.
Yeah, well, then trade them. I have no issue with that.
I hear you. I think they should have already traded him. Like, I was all for keeping him because he, in my mind, is a god. And I want him on my team. I just don't know that the Tigers have done enough around him. So I definitely would have traded him. I don't think you can trade him if you lose this, though. I think that you lose some leverage. Oh, now the Tigers have to trade him. And are you going to get taken advantage of?
Yeah, I have major problems with the way this roster is still constructed.
Sure.
I know some people think that I'm just loving what the Tigers are doing. That's absolutely not the case. I don't like having a roster where you're depending on Zach McKinstry, Matt Vierling, Javi Baez to be contributors offensively.
The left side of your field.
Yeah, or expecting that Parker Meadows is going to figure it out for a full season and stay healthy all of a sudden. I don't think that happens. You know, I don't know what kind of player Spencer Torkelson really is. I love Torque. I love the idea that the first player taken in the draft who just mashes the ball is going to be this guy that suddenly figures it out, hits 40 home runs a year, drives in over 100, has the OPS over 850. I don't know if that's ever going to be the case with him. I don't know if Riley Green is a long-term guy or not. The guy strikes out 200 times a year.
He also at times can't move.
Right. It's weird. When he was playing center field, he looked like he was gliding all over the place, making plays
great
everywhere.
Catches.
As a left fielder, he looks hobbled.
He does.
And maybe he's
got a weird gait.
He's got a very weird gait. It is. It's quite weird. I think Riley Green's a good player.
I do too.
But I'm not convinced that, he's going to be part of this future in 5 years from now. And Kerry Carpenter in right field is the same thing. I like Carpenter, but Carpenter, Torkelson, and Riley Green, if I'm not mistaken, are all eligible for free agency in the same year. That's after the 29 season, I believe.
The crazy thing is Green and Carp are kind of the same player. And you could have traded maybe one of them to upgrade your team in the offseason. See, we all talk about free agency, but Scott Harris hasn't made a whole lot of defining trades either.
Not yet. No,
I mean, he traded for Matt Vierling and Zach McKinstry. Both have worked out for the Tigers, I guess, but only marginally.
He's made the moves to acquire minor leaguers.
Yes,
and
which hopefully work out.
Hopefully it works out, right. But no, I don't love how the Tigers are constructed going into the 2026 season. I think the bullpen's improved. I like that.
I agree.
I think the rotation could be interesting if guys can stay healthy, if Mize can build off of what he has done, if Reese Olson can stay healthy. That's a big
Melton,
one.
Is he real?
I love Troy Melton, but is Troy Melton going to be a starter or is Drew Anderson a starter? I don't know. And the whole Drew Anderson experiment is weird to me.
Hey, he was in Korea. He established another pitch gator.
Great. And, dominating the Korean league is not dominating the major leagues. So I don't know. I don't love all that. But so that being said, I don't expect the Tigers to be some juggernaut team halfway through the season. I think it's a very real possibility. The Skubal does get traded at that point.
That would be so disappointing if they're not in the running in this division at the deadline. But can I ask you a quick question?
Well,
because
you know what? It wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't. Okay, before you ask me the question. It would be disappointing from the standpoint that this team was building, back-to-back years playoffs, okay? But knowing that you've got this big trade chip in Tarik Skubal, he doesn't want to be here. It's obvious Boris wants to move him off to the highest bidder. The disappointing part would be if you competed to the end, didn't trade him, and didn't make the playoffs, and then you lose him for nothing except for a compensatory pick. God. That would suck.
That would be a nightmare.
So I want to know by the trade deadline where this team's at. If this team is in the dumper, and go ahead and trade Skubal, get something for it.
Odds are they're not going to be.
No,
I mean, they play in the AL Central. Odds are they're a good enough team. They have good enough pitching. They should be in at least a wild card spot, which means you're not going to trade them. You can't trade them. That would be ridiculous. There would be a revolt. So now you really risk, all right, if you miss the playoffs, you lose them for nothing. The whole situation, to me, has been mismanaged. But I want to ask you a quick thing, because I see it all over the text. People are saying if Skubal loses, you're not going to get a determined, motivated player next year or this year. And I totally disagree with that because he still has to earn his next contract.
Exactly. That's the thing is that, everybody talks about your free agent year.
Yes.
Is that where you kick it in? I mean, and he has said he's not going to be pissed about it. He knows this is the business side of it.
Even if he is, he's not going to go out and loaf it out there.
No, he's not going to do that. Glenn, you're next up here at 97.1. Hey, Glenn.
Hi. Hey, I had a little different point of view here. If, let's just say, how should we put this? Hopefully the Tigers win. And you're going like, what? Are you kidding me? Now I'm on, say, the Dodgers, and I say, well, hell, they're only paying him $19 million. Maybe we could kick it up a notch, or the Mets or Boston or any of those guys. I put it from the now it's whether or not Scott Harris is smart enough to take advantage of this. Because let's just face it, we lost Skubal. He's gone.
So you're saying trade him now?
Well, if they win,
if they find out that it's only $19 million as opposed to $32 million, does he now have more trade value?
That's fair.
Because he's $13 million less than what you thought. You get him for the full year to help contribute right away from April instead of just the second half of the season.
Ring-a-ding-ding.
All right. Thanks, Glenn. I appreciate
that. I don't hate
that.
that. I don't know that they'll win, but.
Well, I mean, that's part of the right. I don't know if they're going to win either. That's part of the upside if the Tigers win.
Right. Whoever he goes to, it's only going to cost you 19 instead of 32.
Yeah. Do the Mets say, you know what? Yeah, Nolan McLean works. We can trade you Nolan.
I'll tell you this, though. And maybe I'm wrong. I don't think the Mets or the Dodgers or the Yankees, whoever he might go to, I don't think they're concerned about $13 million.
Maybe not, but does it make it easier for the 1 year and then knowing that you have the inside track and trying to negotiate?
And maybe if you're a team like the Marlins and you think you're going to compete, you're like, oh, he's cheap, I'll trade for him. Yeah. Knowing you're going to lose him regardless.
Right, yeah, maybe. Dean, welcome to 97.1. Hey, Dean.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
All right, Dean.
With this, I want the Tigers to win. And it's literally because, Boris is great at what he does, but I think he's terrible for the game. The other part is like in real life, if you guys sign into a contract, you have contracts with your work, right?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. How many times have you gone into arbitration to make more money?
Never.
Yeah, we don't have arbitration.
I mean, there's renegotiations, Dean, when you get a raise, maybe.
Renegotiations, that's when your contract's coming up and it makes sense, right? But it's not to renegotiate the current contract that you're currently in, right?
Yeah, but Dean, these are the rules. These are the rules set up by Major League Baseball.
Yeah, it's apples and oranges.
And you can't compare yourself to an athlete.
I don't agree with them. I'm simply saying I don't agree with them, so I want the Tigers to win.
Okay.
I think people like Boris, even though, dude's great at his job. If I were an athlete, I'd want him to be in charge of my money. But being a fan, dude, no. No, this guy's killing my soul. Tigers.
Yeah, I hear you. And kind of the same way. I don't want Boris to win. I don't want Boris to claim victory.
Oh, he's going to rub it in everybody's face.
Yeah,
he's going to hold the press conference.
I don't need to hear the limericks again and the what he thinks
the Tarik Barrick.
Yeah, all that crap. I don't need to hear any of that.
Gator, you know how in every crime drama, when there's a court case, usually the winning attorney lawyer is on the steps of the court steps of the courthouse, rather.
Yeah, and does the press conference.
Yeah, that's going to be Scott Boris.
Yeah, he can't
He's
wait.
He's going to have all the people in back of him.
Right. Yeah, I don't need to see or hear that.
He's going to be talking in limericks.
So we'll keep an eye out on what's going on with when we find out if the hearing has started or what's going on. If that happens during the show, great. We'll keep everybody up to date on it.
What rhymes with Harris? I want to help out Scott Boris.
It's okay. I don't need to worry about that. What we do need to worry about is the big old tub of pretzels questions are coming up next year on 97.1. I had a enjoyed last night's Piston game. We got a Piston trade we've been talking about. We've got the Tarik Skubal situation we've been talking about. We'll have an opportunity to talk about the Red Wings as well as they play tonight against the Utah Mammoth. But right now, it's time for one of our favorite parts of the show where we decide to dip into the big old tub of pretzels. So what we got here is a big old tub of pretzels, a former big old tub of pretzels that Kang has. And we filled it up with a bunch of questions we get from listeners and other people around the building decide to contribute as well. You can text those questions in at 248-539-9797. And these are always a little off the wall. These don't necessarily have to be with sports, Jeff. So this is going to be new for you.
We judge? Is this like arbitration?
No,
Do you judge who
no
that has?
judgment zone.
There's no judgment.
We just want honest answers. And Gator, I have a very nervous energy with Rieger doing this. Yeah. I have no idea how this is going to go.
You never know what's going to come out of Jeff's mouth.
Why? I'm very pragmatic in what I say.
Uh-huh.
Sure.
Okay.
All right. Question number.
This is exciting.
1 here.
Well, this is actually out of a. I never thought there was actually a jar of pretzels.
It's a big old tub of
Yeah,
pretzels.
It really is.
Sourdough pretzels.
What's the expiration date on that thing?
Well, they're
September
gone.
1st, 2018.
Yeah, we finished out those pretzels. Didn't take long.
All right, here we go. Question number 1. If you have to break the rule, no shirt or no shoes, which rule are you breaking?
Who's going first?
You can go first if you want to.
Guess first.
All right, so I'm an old man now. I'm 50, but I'm trying to get in shape. I feel the love handles have shrunk a little bit, so I will go shirtless before I go shoeless. I'm proud of living this long, number 1. And number 2, dude, if you stub your toe, it's going to hurt for like days. The terrain sucks out there. I go shirtless.
Gator?
Yeah, I mean, looking how I look, I nobody needs to see this shirtless.
Come on.
So I would definitely go shoeless over shirtless, though I don't like this. I think about when I go to Vegas every year in the middle of the summer when it's 115 degrees out in Vegas and we go up by the pool. You know, obviously you have to remove the shirt because you're going to lay out or you're going to get into the pool. I'm not wearing a swim shirt. I take the shirt off there, but I also have. I go
Always
without,
mental images.
I go without the sandals all the time when I have to go, like I got to go into the bathroom or whatever, and that's probably disgusting when I think about it.
Oh
Why
God,
would I go in
it's
there?
the grossest thing.
Don't do that. So, but I'm still gonna say I'd go shoeless as opposed to shirtless.
Wait, is this for like the rest of our lives or just a day?
It's just answer the question, Jeff.
Okay. I mean,
the question is what the question is.
Imagine all the stuff you're going to step in if you take off your shoes.
Yeah, I understand.
Very dangerous.
At this point in my life, I'd rather go shoeless.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I'm going shirtless, man.
Yeah, you look good without your shirt on, I'm
it's
sure.
just the shoe thing is disgusting for me. Yeah, but hey, this is no right or wrong answers. It's just based on what you feel like is right for you. And I'm going shirtless and give me my Slurpee 7-Eleven, right?
Stand outside. You're begging some kid to get you a Slurpee.
Yeah, right. Because that's the places that have that rule.
Why don't you just go buy your own? Because I'm not wearing shoes.
The convenience store rule. All right, next question, guys. Gator, you should go first this time. Right?
Okay.
If you owned a food truck, what would you sell? Oh, this is up your alley, Gator.
Yeah, it'd be some kind of Mexican food, some kind of
taco truck,
burrito, taco truck. Yeah, I think that's the easy way to go. Quesadilla. Those are the big three.
Hey, don't get high off your own supply, though, man. Are you gonna be okay?
No, I'm not gonna be okay. I'm gonna find some Oaxaca cheese or some Chihuahua cheese, and it's gonna melt nicely. I'm gonna have the cilantro and the chopped onions. A little. Yeah, dude, you know me. Of course, it'd be a taco truck. Like I said, the three basic food groups: tacos, burritos, and quesadillas. Come up with your own salsas. It'd be I'm all about it.
All right, so I can pick any location, right? Because I'm
food truck.
I'm serving ice cream.
Oh, so an ice cream truck?
We're talking sundaes. We're talking popsicles. Any way you want it, we're serving it. We will be the go-to spot. And imagine how many kids are going to come to us for their ice cream. It's $1 million business idea. And then the parents are going to get ice cream too.
How many flavors are you going to carry?
I mean, more than 31, more than Baskin and Robbins.
You can't carry more than 30. You got a truck. How about you've been to Baskin Robbins? You've seen how big those stores are to carry to 31 plus flavors. You think you're going to have a truck with 31 flavors?
I've seen the gallons of ice cream. You absolutely could get a truck that big. There is no limitation on how big the truck can be. Ice cream works always. And listen, let's be honest. In the winter, both our food trucks are probably out of business.
Well, yours is. Who doesn't love tacos in December or January or February?
I don't know. Kids love ice cream regardless. I have a 10-year-old daughter. I know this.
But then you're just appealing to kids. I'm appealing
and
to everybody.
their parents, though.
I win. Clearly, I win. Taco truck.
I thought this is not a competition. What are you, Scott Boras? Skubal side over there.
Gator got competitive real quick.
I did. Well, I mean, you got me involved with taco truck.
So I would probably go with eggs. That's right, eggs.
What?
Yep.
I mean, there are a lot of ways to make eggs.
100 million different ways to make eggs.
That's a good point. Everybody loves an omelet.
I do love eggs, but really, eggs.
Hey, man, untapped market. Omelets, egg sandwiches, just regular, scrambled,
Egg
over
salad.
easy if you want
But
it.
is it all day? Do people want eggs at 4 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes.
They do?
I could shut it down early. It could be like a brunch hours.
Yeah, that has to. I mean, you can't make stuff ahead of time. You're gonna have a big line that's gonna take forever to get through the line.
Eggs don't. Well, I'm sorry. Does Mexican food take? You have to cook that food too.
By the way,
Eggs
that's
are
a great
fast,
thing
dude.
if you have a lot of
Stop with the
customers.
logic. Just stop at the logic.
Eggs are fast.
Eggs
man.
is interesting. I never heard of an egg truck.
Well, now you have.
You
Don't
love your
steal my
griddle
idea.
too, right?
Yes.
That's why?
Oh, dude, the griddle on the egg,
Yeah, well,
bam.
that's
Get an
it,
industrial griddle.
Easy, all day. All right. Next question. In your opinion, what percentage of drivers should not be on the road? I have strong feelings about this one.
All right, so I go first.
Yeah.
Anybody above 86, get them off.
So
85-year-olds, I'm sure, are good drivers.
So 100% of 85-year-olds and above.
Yeah.
For you.
Also, this question should be: what percentage of drivers should not be on the road during the winter months? Because those drivers piss you off because they go way too slow or they go way too fast and they end up in a ditch.
So give me a number.
Okay, fine. 33% of drivers should not be on the road.
A third. Yeah. What do you got, Gator?
There are a lot of bad drivers out there that are causing accidents. Not me, of course.
Well, okay. Well, first of all, you're going to eliminate anybody who doesn't have a driver's license under the age of 16. So I don't know if that gets you up to a high.
Well, they're not
percentage.
drivers
No, it says
anyways.
what percentage of drivers
Okay,
should not be
I'm
on
glad,
the
I'm
road?
glad that that's it's specified there. So
Yes, babies should not be on the road driving.
100%.
Toddlers should not be driving.
Thank you. Right.
Scott the Gator Anderson, everybody.
King's kids and my kids should not be driving.
So 4% of the population is over the age of 80, according to a quick Google search.
Wow.
So I'm starting with 4%. My mom drives just fine, but I'd feel better if she weren't. But she drives fine.
How's she
right?
going to get anywhere?
Well, that's the other side of it. Is that hi, or she'll have to learn how to Uber, I guess.
Driving Miss Gator.
Yeah, I mean, but you're talking about over 86.
Yeah.
So I mean,
I put a lot of thought into that number.
this year she turns 86, so she won't be 85 anymore.
Get her off.
Get her off the road. I'm not opposed to that. But you're saying lop a third of the drivers off the roads. I don't think that's fair. Should teenagers, should we raise the driver's license from 16 to like 18 or 16?
I think you're taking this too seriously. Just grab
I
a
know.
number. What do you think of drivers out there right now?
Just ridiculous with it. They're crazy drivers. I'll say 12%.
Oh, 12%. What do you say, King?
Dude, if you think Jeff's ridiculous, you're not going to like this one. I think 50% of drivers should not be on the road.
Wow. I'm just curious. What test do they have to pass to keep their license in the
my
King
test.
world?
When I look at you, say, nope, you shouldn't be on the road. Nope, you shouldn't be on the road. Like, that's the test. Because I don't think we realize as a society how lucky we are there's not more accidents.
Yeah.
And I know there are a lot of accidents.
There's
but
a lot of trust out there.
There's a
on the
lot
road.
of trust, a lot of trust, a lot of luck, too. Just
there is a lot of
combine
luck.
the trust and luck. It's
Dumb luck, good luck, bad
it's
luck.
crazy out
Do you
there,
guys have perfect driving records?
Knock on wood, I don't have any
no
points.
points.
I have no points.
I don't think I have any points anymore.
I've been
Then I
pulled
think you
over.
guys are allowed to be. If you have 5 points, you got to get out.
Well, any point I ever accrued was due to speeding.
That's
part of.
That's that. You get punched for that.
But it's been years since I had a
You
speeding
get
ticket.
5. In my world, you're gone.
Oh, okay. All right.
4, you're fine.
Wow.
You want one more?
Yes.
One
All
good.
right.
Well, let's go one more.
I don't know if it's gonna be good. They're blind, man. They're folded up.
All the questions are great. We appreciate
That's
the
right.
questions.
Thank you. All right. Oh, this one's hard to open up.
Kang going 50%
Yeah, man.
of drivers
every
get them
day-
off the road.
Imagine how empty the roads would be
Do you
in
know how many
King's
people,
world.
They don't know how
so
to
guys like
merge.
Kang get really enjoy himself.
They don't even know how to wave when you let them in. Off the road, you're done.
All
right, here we go.
all assume that we would make the cut, by the way, which is
Yeah, I
which is
didn't say
hysterical.
you
It is
guys.
our answer, yes.
Yeah. All right. How much snow do you have to? This is convenient. How much snow do you have to scrape off your car before driving after a snowstorm? Like the top, the back, the windows, the sides. Like, what are
Okay.
you doing here?
Oh, like
Is
what
it
kind of
full?
scraper
Yeah.
are you?
Bare
Are you just
minimum.
looking for the little hole?
Yeah. Come on, Mr. Blue Chew.
Just chew it and do it.
Now you got it.
I would say the bare minimum, you've got to do all the windows.
All the windows? So
windshield,
including,
back window, the
and
side windows.
Passenger windows, all that? Okay.
I actually, when I do have to dust off the car, if it sits here in a lot, we get 4 inches of snow during the show, whatever, and get out there, I try to do the hood as well. And then I'll take a swipe at the top. I may end up with just
the Snowhawk.
Yeah, I may have the Snowhawk, and that'd be the worst that I would present is a Snowhawk. At best, it's the whole thing clean. Wax it.
Yeah, not me, man.
Come on, man.
I just need a little peephole. That's all I want. I'm that. It's cold outside.
So wait, you just do the windshield, like
Yeah.
a little part, the driver's side only?
Yes, the whole car is going to defrost.
Now we know when one of these guys is not being driving.
Yes.
You're off the road, bro.
No. I have not gotten any
Even by
accidents.
your own 32%, you are off the road.
No, I judge it very well. It's how high I'm sitting. I just need a little hole, that's all. And then I'm looking left and
You
right.
gotta
That's
stop.
it. And then over the course, what I will do is I'll lower my windows so I don't have to scrape off my windows.
So all the snow comes inside your
Yes.
car.
I do it great.
But what about your blind spot? Like you're just hoping if the snow flies
No,
off.
why aren't you listening to him? It's just this little hole.
Just a little hole. That's all I need. King, I'm that talented. Here's what I would say. Over the course of 20 minutes, all the snow's going to be gone regardless. Just give me a little spot. We should have a competition outside.
Yeah, you want to talk about somebody who's going to rack up some points quickly? This guy, if he drives like that.
First of all, I have a garage. But
Right. But out here, in a situation where you're doing
I'm
a show.
usually driving home at night, though. Yeah.
Even worse, you don't scrape.
Yeah, but snow happens during the day.
Yeah, but there's nobody on the roads at night.
Snow doesn't care.
Yeah, you can't see him anyways.
I have been flawless. I've not gotten
You
into a
think
crash
so?
in at least 10 years.
Comes home.
In at least 10 years.
Yeah.
So you've gotten in a crash.
When was the last crash you've been in?
It's been a while. It was actually, I can tell, it was, it was March 17th, so St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, well.
2007?
Oh, that's a long time ago. Congratulations.
2006?
Can I ask you a personal question?
Yeah.
Were you drinking?
No, not to.
Oh, good.
Not
good.
To, I mean,
Here's St. Patrick's Day.
I had
obvious question.
I did the show. I met a friend for literally a beer after the show, and
so you were drinking?
Yeah, but it wasn't my fault at all. I wasn't drunk. I had a beer. I was driving home. I was in Royal Oak at the time. I'm literally crossing. I have the green light. There's a car in front of me that is also going in the same direction. We're going east-west, and we have the light. It's green. We're going. First car goes through. I go through, and then I get drilled. I get T-boned from a car coming north-south. They were the issue. Certainly not me.
Yeah, they should get off the road.
Yeah. That's it. The big old tub of pretzels questions. Oh, we love those questions. Again, you want to add to the questions, make it tough for us. We love it. 248-539-9797. You can text those in. Kang will lift those, and we will add those to the big old tub of pretzels question of the day. 97.1. Feel bad, King. We kind of cut you off on the last question. We ran a little late there.
Go ahead, King.
Did you want to answer that
Yeah, when
last
Doug
one?
runs it, he always asks me. So
How big of a hole do you need?
I miss you, Doug. Stop talking, Rieger, please. You're killing me that last segment. Like, killing me, man.
What? How much do you need to scrape off?
You said that you just need a small hole. You're
Small.
very talented. And I lost it after that.
Come on, how many people actually listening just scrape out just
For
a
the
little
most part,
people?
I will do honestly, even the lights.
Be honest.
You know what I mean? I will scrape off
Oh,
all that stuff.
okay, you're very thorough.
Your tail lights, all that stuff. But like, I'm not going to lie. There's probably been a time or two where the weather's been so bad.
Yeah.
You're just like, hey, windshield, and then the back window and then the side windows. And then I hate leaving the Snowhawk up, but there has been times I'm sure I have done that. Because that screws the driver behind you.
Right, because it flies in their face.
Yeah, generally speaking, I go full Brazilian with it. Just get rid of everything.
Right?
Generally speaking,
No,
yeah.
you should.
But
Yeah,
there are
wax
times,
it.
and it's like, okay, maybe a little too sensitive. Let's just leave a little
Yeah,
out there.
Rieger's living in the 80s.
Yeah, Rieger's full on. Jeff's in the jungle over there.
You asked for honesty. I just gave you honesty
Thank you.
most of the time. I mean, again, thankfully I have a garage. Most of the time my car never has to deal with that.
Oh, fair enough. But I see people on Twitch have already replied with, Rieger's got to get off the road.
I have a valid driver's license.
Take away his license. I mean, the Twitch crowd is speaking.
Dude,
up.
go look at my record, man. My record is flawless. That's the two things
Someone
I really...
texted in, I don't know if this is true because you host a lot of shows and you talk about a lot of things. Someone said you're very entertaining, but you did admit one time on the air that you got in an accident. I'm calling you out on that.
Okay.
I don't know. Did you recently?
Real quick. I'll give you the quick story. It was in Canton on Ford Road. I was headed to work. It was right around Christmas time. I actually reached to my center console to get a candy cane. And I, unfortunately, bumped the woman in front of me. Or did I? Because I got an electric car. It's got all kinds of crazy sensors. The second you get too close to anything, it starts warning you. So I don't know that I actually hit her. But I pulled over. The cops came. They did not issue a ticket. But then about 3 weeks later, I find out she's suing me. Like, she wants to collect $750 from me because she says I was at fault. And apparently it's like a Brady Bunch type situation where she's got a neck injury. So I saw this woman. I saw her. I talked to her. There was nothing wrong with her. So the insurance company said, we can pay it for you, but your rates are going to go up, or you can fight it. I'm like, well, what does fighting it entail?
No, getting
And they're
an
like,
attorney.
yeah, you're going to go to small claims court, and if you lose, you're going to have to pay the $750 out of your own pocket. But if you win, then don't worry about it. Well, I said I'm going to fight it because it's injustice, and she never sued me.
Okay, so
she was scamming me.
Let me hear this again. So did she run into you, or you ran into her?
I just patted her on the butt.
So you were behind her.
I was, yes.
She probably should have taken it to court.
The police officer said if they were going to issue a ticket, it would have been my fault.
Yeah.
But,
That's what I'm saying.
But here's what I would say. She had no damage on her car.
Okay. Well,
her
that's
car
fair
was
enough.
fine. I looked at it. I took pictures. She looked at mine. I had no damage on mine. It was just a little tap. And then she comes back with, I want $750 from you. I'm like, screw you. I'm not giving you that money.
By the way, that great Brady Bunch episode.
Yeah. Genius.
The man who played the role of the person who was in the car accident was Uncle Fester from the Addams Family.
Derek Lalone?
Yeah.
Really?
Derek Lalone, yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
All I remember is Greg Brady dropping the suitcase. Or Mr. Brady.
It was Mr. Brady.
Yeah.
Through the suitcase. And then
he turns his
neck real
head
quick.
with the net guard on.
It's a classic. Absolute classic.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. The telephone number, same number to text if you'd like to. Got some sad news to report.
What's up?
John Keating has tweeted this out. A bunch of other people tweeted it. I just pulled up the John Keating tweet. Said that he willed the Tigers to the World Championship in 1968 with 3 complete game victories. Mickey Lolich and Bill Freehand can share a hug again. Rest easy, Mick. A truly nice guy, gone at 85. Mickey Lolich apparently has died today at the age of 85.
I don't think he was in great health.
No. But obviously a legend.
Total legend.
With,
iconic photo when he's jumping into the hands of Bill Freehand in 68.
Yep. Obviously, he had left his mark certainly on the baseball world here in Detroit. And, 3 complete games in a World Series. We talk about, it's interesting, this happens on the day of the Skubal arbitration. Tarik Skubal can't get past the 6th inning. Mickey Lolich is throwing 3 complete games in the World Series. Different era of baseball altogether back then. Lolich was throwing 300 innings plus a year for several years in a row. was a huge strikeout pitcher at the time, an icon in Detroit, a part of that 68 championship team, and maybe the most important part of that 68 championship team. So sad news to report.
Gator, by the way, great donut shop that he ran.
Mm-hmm.
He ran a bunch of donut shops, but I just pulled up his stats, his baseball reference. In 71, Mickey Lolich led the league in innings pitched. Take a guess how many? 1971.
Say that again. How many? What was it? What question you asked me?
In 1971, Lolich led the league in innings pitched.
Okay.
And complete games as well. How many complete games and how many innings?
Well, the complete games is crazy. It's like 35 or something
Close,
like that.
29.
And I think he had like 368 innings pitched.
Pretty good. 376.
Yeah.
If you come close to 200 these days, that's considered a workload.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, it's a whole different era of baseball. They had 4-man rotations back then, and the guy coming out of the bullpen wasn't coming out all that often. And if he did, he was going to pitch 3 innings. You turn things over to John Hiller, and he's going to pitch 3 innings to get it done. But
he pitched 38 innings, 3,638 innings in his career.
Yeah, it's nuts. The stats that guys put up back then are incredible. That was back the last year of the era of the pitcher before they lowered the mound and changed things up. More to come here on 97.1.
So. Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Pistons have officially waived Isaac Jones after yesterday's trade in order to meet NBA roster limitations. They will now have to make one more move in order to sign Danis Jenkins to a standard contract instead of a two-way deal should they want to keep him. The NBA trade deadline is set for 3 p.m. tomorrow. And the Tigers have released their 2026 official spring training roster. All the expected top prospects made it in Kevin McGonigal, Max Clark, Max Anderson, and Josue Briseño. John Peck, Ben Malgeri, and Troy Watson are also among those going to camp. Pitchers and catchers report to Lakeland for the Tigers in exactly 1 week. Detroit's first spring training game is against the Yankees on Saturday, February 21st. The season opens on the road in San Diego a little over a month later on March 28th. And very sad news today in the passing of a baseball and Detroit Tigers icon. Mickey Lolich has passed away today. The Tigers legend spent the first 13 years of his 16-year Major League career in Detroit. Lolich was most well known for his MVP performance in the 1968 World Series. He pitched 3 complete games against the St. Louis Cardinals and Bob Gibson, winning all 3 with just a 1.67 ERA. He pitched in and won Game 7 against Gibson and the Cardinals as the Tigers won 4-1 to win the Fall Classic for the first time in 23 years. Mickey Lolich was 85 years old. The Red Wings also only have one more game before taking a 3-week pause for the Olympics. That game is tonight out in Utah against the Mammoth at 9 o'clock right here on 97.1. Pre-game coverage begins at 8:45. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome back to Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1. Gator with you today, along with Jeff Rieger, who's in for Doug. If you heard yesterday's show, you'll understand why Doug is a little under the weather. Hopefully he gets well soon. King and Kenny are behind the glass, working the phones on a busy day. We've talked a lot about the Pistons trade in the first hour of the show. We got into the Skubal talk last hour because of the arbitration hearing today. We will get into some Red Wings and Lions talk here in a little bit, and you heard 2 cuts with the update on that we gave you right before the top of the hour, and then he elaborated on the death of Mickey Lolich. Probably the main part of that 68 championship team was a great team, but the fact that guy went out there, won 3 games in complete game fashion in a World Series, it's insane when you think about what he did in that amazing run for the Tigers, winning the championship in 68.
We were comparing him to Tarik Skubal, just ironic. Yeah. That Skubal, who everybody bitches and moans, could only last 6 innings in Game 5, compared to a guy like Mickey, who did what he did in the span of really his entire career, over 3,600 innings. But ironic as well that they both wore the same number. Tarik Skubal, 29, Mickey Lolich, 29.
There you go. 12 years in a row, he threw for over 200 innings. And then there were 4 years in a row where he threw for over 300 innings. Just a whole different era of baseball.
How did his ERA get affected by the more innings he threw?
Well, it changed. I mean, he was really good for about a 5-year span, from 67 through 72. The ERA was anywhere from 2.5 up to 3.8 was the high in 1970. But then after that, from 73 on, it was a different style of pitcher. Started to get to hit a little bit more, less strikeouts per innings pitched, but was still effective. Just a great pitcher. Met him a couple times. Super nice guy. Loved to tell the stories. And, being around Jim Price all the years with the late Jim Price, all these years with the Tigers broadcast, and Jimmy would tell great stories about him as well. And, if you ever had an opportunity, I'm asking you this, not the fan, because I don't think the fan had the access to this kind of thing, but I know you would spend a lot of time up in the press box as well. But to hear Jim Price and Al Kaline sitting in there, and they would tell stories about the 68 Tigers, whatever, or just being teammates together. And then you'd hear stuff with Lolich involved too, and Gates Brown and Willie Horton and all those guys. I mean, it's just it was an amazing team back there, and it's one that a certain generation feels very fondly about, like our generation feels about the 84 Tigers, and why we're hoping for the next generation to feel for the next Tiger team that wins a world championship. It'd be nice if it happens soon.
Jim Price one time told me a story about Mickey Mantle, one of the greatest stories I've ever heard. I want to tell you at the break, then you can tell me if that's airworthy. It was an unbelievable story. But also, I was just checking Mickey Lolich, for instance.
Yeah.
his WAR was 47.9. He was always a plus WAR player with the exception of 2 years in his 16-year career. Better WAR than Hall of Famer Jack Morris, who also threw a boatload of innings.
Yeah, Jack did as well. That's when you get to like Hall of Fame discussions, it's so tough because it's like the era that you played in. And there's no question that the era that Jack Morris played in, he was one of the best pitchers in baseball. But his numbers aren't great because Jack could get you can get a few runs off from the first couple innings and then he'd shut you down and he'd pitch like 8 more innings.
Well, Jack was also like Verlander back in like the Leland days. He's not coming out of the game. He would kill you rather than come out of the baseball game.
And I think Lolich was kind of the same way. But different eras of baseball, obviously, different times. And it's interesting that this happens, unfortunately. But it's the day that Tarik Skubal is going to arbitration, and we're talking about a $13 million gap between what the Tigers offered and what Scott Boras wanted for his client. And as you pointed out to me during the commercial break, Mickey Lolich, according to Baseball Reference, made somewhere in the neighborhood of $700,000 in his career.
Can you imagine? In a 16-year career, $700K. Now, it might be a little more or less, considering it's what Baseball Reference has. But compared to what Tarik Skubal is fighting for.
Right, it's insane.
I often wonder what those old guys think about these current guys. They got to be so damn jaded.
I remember one player who played in the 70s for the most part, but also played into the 80s. This was a guy who was part of a Tigers staff at one point, and he was downright pissed. And this is like in the early 2000s. This guy was complaining about the amount of money these guys are making.
And these guys do less work today.
Well, it's different, too. I mean, the guys today are in shape.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like,
that's a great point.
They work on their bodies and the diet and the whole bit. They take things, I think, a lot more seriously than the baseball players did of that era. And you don't want to make the hasty generalizations, but I think by and large that's true. And you're always going to have some guy who was like took it ultra seriously back then. But I find it interesting that there is an amount of jealousy, and understandably.
Hell yeah.
Because the money disparity is so huge. Forget that guys are making $30, $40 million, $60 million a year if you're Kyle Tucker, and the guys back and you could have a Hall of Fame career and maybe not even make $1 million throughout your career. Guys back then, they got paid, but they didn't get paid anywhere near on a percentage what guys are today.
I remember talking to Jack Morris, and you mentioned it earlier in another segment, how Max Scherzer finally pitched a complete game when he was a Tiger. It was against the White Sox on like a Tuesday night.
Yep.
And I remember Jack Morris doing color for that game on FanDuel or Fox Sports, whatever it was. And his response was, congratulations. It's about time. Like, he was almost like, really? We're making a big deal about one complete game? And then, of course, to Max's credit, he got paid and he went deep in the games.
Yeah, Max bet on himself.
Yes.
Kudos to Max.
You saw what he did for Toronto even this year. He won't come off the mound.
Right. Exactly. Anyway, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Brian is next up here at 97.1. Hey, Brian.
Hey, fellas. I remember when Stafford, that big debate, should they sign him to that last contract? I always said no, but people thought we had to do it. Man, I'm not signing Skubal. I'm not giving him that much money. That clown stood on that mound and let that manager take him out that game. Max Scherzer, the minute that manager started walking out that thing, Max Scherzer looked at him like, what the hell are you doing out here? I'm not coming out the game. That's what Skubal should have told his manager. Take your money, you and your bro, because we're not winning the World Series with you or without you. I'm not paying you that much money. The time for you to show me you the man is when you tell that manager, brother, I'm not coming out. This is my game. It's all on me. You walked off that mound like you a puppy. No fight at all. Take your money and go do what you want. Holler, scream. I don't like. Listen, the Tigers might be doing them wrong. So what? Brother, go somewhere else and get. I'm not giving you $400 million for you to come out when the pressure tight situation like that.
Well,
I expected you to fight,
Brian. I think the Tigers agree with you. They're not going to give him that kind of money. Although I think that and thanks for the call. I think the Tigers would give him money if they thought they could sign him.
I agree,
but they're not going to. The fact that he, didn't want to pitch that next inning. I mean, you listen back to what A.J. Hinch had to say about it, what Skubal had to say, but it was a mutually agreed upon decision before.
Skubal was never asked about it. Because remember that game was so long, all the media filed in after that game.
But I thought he had said something afterwards.
He actually went on a podcast, one of the Barstool podcasts, I think, and he said, in like the 14th inning, I was thinking they should change the rules. I want to go back in there. I could give us team something, which of course infuriated fans. But Gator, I told you, no matter what happens today, I think not a lot of Tiger fans, but there are some Tiger fans that have fallen all out of love with Skubal because of what happened in that game 5.
100%. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I don't know if it's rational or not. But fans are going to feel how they feel because fans want the athlete to basically die out there on the field. Unless you pull a Dave Dravecki where your arm falls apart after a pitch, you should still be out there trying to give it everything you have. And that was, unfortunately for the Tigers, it didn't win that game.
Well, the offense had something to do with that as well.
The offense had a lot to do with it. It's not like they lost it in the next. They went 15 innings.
Right, but the fact that the Tigers gave up a run immediately after Skubal left. Remember, Josh Naylor had the double, and then he got the third, and it was a mess.
Yeah, I don't blame that on Skubal. I would blame that on the pitchers who gave up the runners in the first place.
But I often wonder. Answer me this: so Skubal had retired 14 in a row. 10 of them were strikeouts. He had just struck out Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, on a 102-mile-per-hour pitch. Does that scream to you as a guy that needs to come out, or does that scream to you as a guy that could keep going?
It may tell me that's a guy who just gave everything he had.
Just emptied the tank.
Just emptied the tank. I mean, that's quite possible. Look, I like Tarik Skubal a lot. How can you not? He's
I agree.
A Cy Young Award winner for each of the last 2 years. He's been a phenomenal pitcher for the Tigers. Still has not thrown 200 innings. I mean,
how many guys have, though?
Well, I'm just saying, he threw 195 last year, 192 the year before, but he also took this team, helped this team get to the postseason. He pitched extra innings in the postseason. That being said, I don't think it's worth arguing with anybody that's going to be upset about the coming out in the 6th inning of that game in the playoffs. People are going to feel how they're going to feel. I don't know if it's entirely fair, but I'm not going to convince them otherwise. So I don't even bother. As far as what the Tigers should do, should they even try to make an offer?
They should.
I wish they would just publicly make an offer of something real where fans would go, oh, well, I didn't see that. And force Scott Boras to say that's not happening.
It's in the Tigers' best interest, at least, even optically. Like if you remember Alex Bregman, they offered 6 years, $171.5 million.
Legitimate offer.
The majority of Tiger fans were like, sweet, we at least offered. Yeah. Now, they didn't counter or meet the Boras and Bregman counter, so maybe you say they weren't serious to begin with. But at the time, you're like...
the counter was ridiculous.
The counter was 15 extra million or another year. They went at opt-outs at a certain point. But at least Tiger fans were like, sweet, we're going for the best third baseman on the market. With the best pitcher on the market, who they already have... They haven't offered anything. I truly believe, I agree with you. If you just leak an offer to the media, say like, listen, we offered 6 at 300. If he turns it down, that's on him.
Yeah. I mean, it's $50 million a year. And I think that's a pretty serious offer. Would you expect that to get beaten by the Dodgers or the Yankees or the Mets or the Red Sox or whoever else has the big money? Would I expect that? Yeah, I would expect it. But I would also be fun to do a show the next day and go, $50 million is not chump change. They offered him a lot for a team that maybe can't be in the midst of those other teams that can offer big money. That's a big money offer for a player there, and it puts the ball in their court to have to react to it. And then when somebody like the Mets end up signing him for $65 million a year, you're like, well, okay. They can't compete with that.
Right, it's Max Scherzer all over again. And if you remember when the Tigers lost Max Scherzer, Dave Dombrowski issued that statement. He issued that press release essentially saying, we tried, man. And then Max, to his credit, he went out and got $210 million compared to the $142 the Tigers offered.
And the Tigers immediately took that money and gave it to Miggy, right?
Miggy. Yeah, he gave him like a 10-year deal.
Right.
But I think that was more Mike. Mike Ilitch moved on from Max once Max said, no, I'm not interested.
And what happened at the end of that contract? The last 4 years, people were complaining about, I can't believe we're still paying Miggy. Well, that's the price of doing business.
I agree. Well, exactly. But that's the same thing with Skubal. All the people worried about the bad years. Let's be more worried about how good it will be during the good years, the prime years.
Try to win a championship. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Keeping an eye on the feeds today, see if the Pistons will make another deal. I don't think that they will, but they might. You never know. They still have assets if they want to move and try to make something big happen. I suppose they still have assets to make something smaller happen too. Maybe a medium-sized move. I'm not sure what the move was yesterday, how I would classify that. I think it's a small move, but you moved a player that people thought was a big asset, but it may not be. Jaden Ivey wasn't really contributing much to the Pistons this year. I still think he's got a really bright future in the league. I think he's got a ton of potential, but it was slow to get back up to speed from where he was before the leg injury last year, and then obviously before the knee injury occurred this year.
Yeah, it sucks because I think everyone, you drafted a guy that high, you had high expectations for him, and he did show flashes, but then, like I said earlier, I think the timing was just never right with Ivey and the Pistons. When he was healthy, Cade was hurt. When Cade was healthy, Ivey was hurt. And then he had to go through the Monty Williams era where he wasn't even starting. They were starting Killian Hayes over him. That probably slowed down his progress. And then this year, just not just the broken leg, but also, like you mentioned, the knee issue that he had, that slowed him down even more. And then the revelation of Danis Jenkins, like unbelievable. Like now you're like, we don't really need him. And I think you could fall in love with potential and ceiling.
Yeah.
And that's what happened, I think, with a lot of people. I think we overvalued what Jaden Ivey was, and you clearly saw what they got in return wasn't as much as you would thought, right? Because I think we overvalued him. And in the end, this is probably better for Ivey. And I think if anyone knows if he's going to reach that ceiling or not, I think it'd be the Pistons organization.
Yeah, I wish nothing but the best for Jaden Ivey. In fact, I hope he has an all-star career, except when he plays the Pistons. I hope the Pistons able to handle it. I hope the Pistons win a championship, and then, hey, that's just the cost of doing business.
He'll get a ring this year.
Had to move on from him to get the players necessary to make something happen. I don't know if these guys that they brought in are going to put him over the top. I think it makes them marginally better. I don't think this is a long-term play.
Well, yeah, it's not. And guys, I know most people don't like it. I think I'm in the minority here. I like the move. It's not a huge move at all, but I think that giving up Ivey, which I don't think is giving up too much at all, if anything, you have Sasser and Jenkins there to fill that role. I think Herter, if he can get back to his form of his career overall three-point shooting, which he can be a dead-eye shooter. The last year he hasn't been, but he's also been, remember, on some very bad teams. And when you're on a good team, you get better shots. And Cade Cunningham can do that for you. And he's the guy who can come off the bench and knock down a three because you're going to need that in the playoffs.
So I wanted to bring this up because we talked a lot about Skubal. And obviously we could keep talking about Ivey and the Pistons. But this is all over the place. And I just saw it. Tell me what you think about the fact that if Skubal were to win arbitration today, that means the Tigers lose. There's already been rumblings out there that the Tigers might have to trade him because they can't afford or don't want to pay him the $32 million. So the Bleacher Report first had this, and it's gaining traction everywhere. And it says the Los Angeles Dodgers, if the Tigers were to lose arbitration, would get Tarik Skubal. So he's going to the Dodgers to try to win a World Series. In return, you would get Roki Sasaki, outfielder Zaire Hope, who is the MLB number 27 prospect, and left-handed pitcher Jackson Ferris. Sasaki last year, he's really young. First year in the league, 24 years old.
Yeah, he's 24 years old.
At a 4.18 ERA.
Well, he had a 4.46 ERA last year.
Oh, yes, correct. I was looking at the wrong box. But yes.
Had a 1.4 whip.
Correct. Wasn't great by any means.
No, but didn't pitch a ton either. Only pitched 36 innings and 22 walks in the 36 innings, 28 strikeouts. It's nothing special.
Did pitch in the postseason, though. He pitched a total of 10.2 innings in the postseason. He gave up a combined 1 run.
No, he was good in the postseason.
Had a .84 ERA and pitched in the World Series, the NLCS, the NLDS, and the NL Wild Card. So they're already coming out there. If the Tigers were to lose this, maybe they just trade Tarik Skubal. And, I mean, would you be opposed to trading him to the Dodgers? Because, A, it makes them, the Dodgers, stronger, but at least you get something back for him that maybe you could turn into something.
Well, I despise the Dodgers.
I know you
I hate everything they stand for right now. They have the advantage over every team in the league because of this grandfathered-in clause with their TV contract that somehow is able to pay them over $300 million.
I wish we had that.
That they don't have to share.
Yeah.
Like there's revenue
that's going
sharing
to change.
with every other team in the league, but apparently the Dodgers don't have it because they had to go through bankruptcy. I think they came out the other side of bankruptcy okay.
You think?
Yeah, they just print money and it doesn't matter to them right now, and it's all funny money to them. I hate the idea that you do that, but you got to do what's best for your own team, and a deal that puts Sasaki with the Tigers. I'm open to it. Sure.
The young dude, the Tigers love to develop pitching.
I have to look at the other players in there a little closer. I mean, you just sprung this on me now. So
yes, of course. One is a prospect that is yet to play in the bigs, 27th ranked prospect in baseball, not the organization, I believe. Let me check on that, make sure I'm right in that.
Who's the other one?
And then left-handed pitcher Jackson Ferris, Ferris. But yes, Zaire Hope would be the 27th ranked prospect in baseball. He's an outfielder. So it's just interesting that they're already coming in because we know we're going to have a decision today or tomorrow of what Tarik Skubal's going to make. And if he makes $32 million, I don't know how I would feel if you go into the season thinking Skubal's going to pitch for you, and then because of $13 million you decide to trade him when before you were going to keep him. That's just weird to me. But if you have to trade him, for whatever reason, to get a guy like Sasaki who pitched great in the postseason and is super young and you'd have control of him for a very long time, probably not the worst thing in the world, but you're giving maybe the Dodgers that final piece to win another championship.
Well, the Dodgers don't need a final piece. It's overkill at this point, but I think something you have to consider, and again, you're just springing this on me, with Sasaki being a Japanese pitcher, does he want to go to another team where they don't have a Japanese player?
It's very fair.
And
he doesn't have much of a choice, but I hear you.
Well, yeah, but I mean, but the Tigers do. They have a choice if this is what they want to do or not, and bring somebody into an environment. I have no idea if Roki Sasaki speaks English. I have no idea if he would love the opportunity to leave and go somewhere else. I imagine there's probably some mass appeal to want to stay in L.A., given the Asian population that's there, given the other Asian players on his own team.
Sure.
You're playing with Shohei Ohtani. That's pretty cool. I imagine it's like a ridiculous dream come true for the guy. So for him to be cast out of that, what kind of mindset is he going to be? I don't know, because he's young and he's not from around here, so I don't know. There's a lot of questions
what his contract is either. Baseball Reference doesn't have it.
Right. So there's
because
a lot
he
of
was
questions.
signed as a free agent.
A lot of questions to be answered with that and asked about that. So I don't know. And then the other thing is this: whether the Tigers win or lose. Let's say they lose the arbitration and it's $32 million for Skubal. Would the Tigers be in a better position to trade him now, or to trade him at the trade deadline? Do you get more now, or do you get more later? I mean,
I like to think it's a wash.
Teams are more defined. Well, some teams get more desperate too.
I think the desperation you play on.
Yeah, exactly. You play on it. I mean, you look at a team like the Mets that desperately want to beat the Dodgers. We got the piece that can beat the Dodgers if you're willing to pony up the players.
Right. I'm looking at this text, and it's so true. It says, so now $13 million to this franchise is significant after throwing out $15 million to Cobb for absolutely nothing last year.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, listen, $13 million to URI is life-changing. $13 million to a professional baseball team, not so much. So you like to think if the plan was to keep Skubal before arbitration, if you lose, the plan should still be to keep Skubal and make a run for this thing.
I think fans would be in a better place if fans knew what the number was. And this is totally unfair, but I would love to know what the number is. What's the break-even number for the Tigers as an organization? Like, what's the in terms of getting fans to turnstiles and all that the money they get from revenue sharing and TV?
So they would make a profit, is what you're saying?
Yeah, what's that number at?
They would have to open their books for that one.
And the Tigers would have to spend $230 million to start looking at a loss or something like that. Or is it significantly less? Is it like, well, if they spend $130 million on a payroll and they don't make it to the World Series or the ALCS, then they start to lose money? I don't know what that number is, and we'll never know what that number is. Of course not.
But to be fair, I mean, listen, the Tigers are losing money because of the TV deal. I think we know that for a fact. Other than that, I don't care. Just a fan of me, when you've been a fan of a team for your entire life, when you hear $13 million or you hear various guys that you can't go out because you can't afford them maybe, I don't care about any of that stuff. Do what you got to do for your product. And the fact that they haven't done much offensively in the offseason and now we're squabbling around $13 million, It's weird. And now you hear a trade rumor that if the Tigers lose, you might have to trade Skubal.
But they're not squabbling over $13 million. They're not. They never had the opportunity to negotiate.
Understood, but we're led to believe that they could be active in free agency if they win, but if they lose, then they won't be.
Well, I think they could be active either way. I think the
my
likelihood
point.
is that they're more active.
But the messaging is saying only if they win will they maybe go get another free agent.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll follow this story closely. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. So where else have you seen these reports that, I mean, Bleacher Report is what it is.
Well, it started with the Bleacher Report.
It's not like,
but other people are picking it up. By the way, a little nugget for
you. When you say other people, I don't mean to like call you on it. It's just that sometimes there are other sources we trust more than others.
All right. I have Fansided. Mm-hmm. I have Sporting News. I have NESN, which is the Boston network. I have the very popular and respectable Times of India. Yes. I mean, everything Times of India prints, I read.
But we're not getting into the Jim Bowdens of the world.
No, none of that yet. But it does raise the question. If you lose today, and by you, I mean the Tigers.
When talking about arbitration,
Yes.
that they go with the arbitration hearing with Tarik Skubal, and Skubal's camp has a $32 million number out there. The Tigers have a $19 million number. Arbitration will rule one way or the other, either 32 or 19. And if the Tigers lose, that means Skubal gets $32 million for the upcoming season.
And we're led to believe by multiple reports that it might hamper them as far as current to future free agents. And then we've seen stuff from guys like Rosenthal that maybe they would have to trade Tarik Skubal if they lose. Now that there's a trade rumor out there for a guy like Sasaki, who's 25 years old and under team control for the next 6 years, would you think about trading your ace after you've already figured out he's going to be on this team? Like, would you be for trading Tarik Skubal if the Tigers lose? Because maybe that's what happens. I mean, they probably should have done it already. I also wonder about leverage. If you lose, do you have less leverage, meaning you won't get as much as if you did it earlier, like at the winter meetings? But would you be open to now trading Tarik Skubal if you lose this thing? And I think a lot of people are predicting the Tigers to lose.
Yeah, I would predict they lose as well. I'm open to anything. A couple months ago, I was so done with the situation. I'm like, I would probably trade him in the offseason, was where my head is. And I'm still there. I'm open to absolutely open to trading him. My concern is Sasaki as a fit, because it's a Japanese pitcher who has spent very little time here in the United States. Came over last year, pitched at AAA Oklahoma City, and by the way, did not pitch well. Only pitched in 20 innings, but didn't pitch well there.
Well, he doesn't have a track record.
No, he doesn't have a track record in the major leagues. But you mentioned what he did in the postseason was really good, and it was
awesome.
The other thing is, I'm intrigued by the 6 years of control, because can you bring in some other Japanese players if necessary to make them feel more comfortable?
It's got Scott Harris written all over it too.
This guy in the Japanese league was outstanding, but you're not pitching anywhere near as much as you are here in the major leagues. He threw 129 innings in 2022, threw 91 in 2023, and threw 111 in 2024. So ramping it up-ish, I guess. You know, what do you expect to see out of him this year if he pitches the whole season? Is he somebody's on schedule to go, hey, full bore, you can go up to 200? Or is it you're on a pitch count limited, you're going to limit it to 150 innings? But look, it's a move for the future. If you're going to trade Skubal, it's obviously a move for the future.
Well, it means you're probably
not a move
worse
for right now.
You're definitely worse this year. There's no question. If you trade Skubal, you're going to be worse, considering what he means to this team. But in the long term, you might be better. A lot of people already say the track record and the schedule for Scott Harris is for years to come anyway. So if you made a deal like this, you don't have to deal with the headache, which is Skubal, which, by the way, is not going away because he's going to be asked about this every time he pitches if he stays. And furthermore, this would be the first big move that Scott Harris actually makes. Like, he hasn't traded a big name just yet. And then we'll figure out how it works out for him. I would be open to it. I just don't know what the hell's going to go on. Like, it's getting weirder and weirder as we grow closer to the hearing.
In fairness, this is the only big name the Tigers have.
That's true.
So
that's true.
As I've gone through this a little bit during the break, looking up some other stuff, would I make this trade? I would. I would, just to get, and partially what the guy said before, he just wants to get rid of the drama. I'm tired of the drama already.
Yeah.
And if the Tigers know that they can't sign him, which it seems like they won't, then you got to get something for him rather than lose him for nothing. A compensatory pick doesn't do anything for me. Making a run at the World Series, of course you want to do that. I don't think the Tigers have done enough in the offseason that shows that they're committed to making that run. They're relying on guys that they had last year that started to take big steps back in the second half of the season. So I'm not convinced of that. So, yeah, if this trade is presented to me right now, I would do it.
So I'm looking at this text. It says, good afternoon. The Tigers cannot trade Skubal for one quality major leaguer and some prospects. Lottery tickets. That would be ridiculous, but sounds like it fits the Tigers' ownership time frame, Chuck B. Well, I think we are at a point where this is kind of what Skubal's worth. He's a rental. That's what he is. Despite being awesome, two-time Cy Young winner, he is a rental. So you're not going to get as much as you would have if you traded him 2 years ago or even last year, and you could not trade him last year because you were really good. So this is pretty much what it is. You got to make the decision. Do you keep him, roll with him, hope for the best, win a World Series maybe, or do you deal him while you still can and you get a guy that will be under team control, in this example, for the next 6 years?
We had asked people earlier if you're rooting for the Tigers, you're rooting for Skubal's camp when it comes to the arbitration hearing. I got some response to that. I'm rooting for Skubal. The Tigers did nothing to chase a pennant. Keeping Skubal would be a terrible mistake. Why pay him now? They have proven that they're not trying to win at all. That's from Zach. I don't know if they've proven that they haven't done enough of what I want to see. I'll agree with that part.
What anybody wanted to see.
Because I don't believe in the plan of banking on the guys that were here last year to improve. I think there's evidence that that's not going to continue to be the case. I think a couple guys might have a chance to improve. Ultimately, I don't care anymore. I don't care if he wins or loses this arbitration hearing. I don't care if he stays or if he's traded. I don't care if they use any money that they saved on another arm or not. This organization and how they've handled themselves the past couple of years has completely lost me.
That sounds a lot like Scott Boras. I don't care if he's there. I don't care if he's here. Let's embarrass Harris.
Oh, look at you. You finally came up with the word.
Actually, somebody texted me.
Oh, all right, fair enough.
I'm not that clever.
Rooting for Skubal wouldn't be in this situation if Harris would have spent the money to make an actual championship contender. So if he won't spend the money on adding players, Skubal deserves all of it. Oh, Skubal's going to get paid soon enough, and even the number that they're throwing at him, $19 million, they don't have to pay him anything.
No,
I mean, this is in relativity. I mean, he's an arbitration eligible guy. He's not in free agency yet.
I actually think Tarik Skubal, and nobody talks about this anymore, I think Tarik Skubal's being a little irresponsible himself. This is a dude that has 2 prior arm injuries. He doesn't have a contract past this year, whatever he gets paid, 19 or 32 million bucks. It's crazy that Scott Boras and the Tigers couldn't come together to keep Skubal here long term, and it takes all the risk away from Skubal and if he might get injured again.
Well, what we don't know is if there were conversations a couple of years ago. Like, did the Tigers make any kind of long-term? They may have been.
4 years, $80 million is the number we heard, which is embarrassing.
Yeah, but it's a starting point. If the other camp doesn't even come back to you, I hate how this whole thing is working. I don't like how Skubal's handled it. I don't like how the Tigers have handled it.
Isn't it funny how you get pissed at everybody?
Yeah, well, I don't think that's out of line. I think everybody is pissed at both sides. I don't think either side is pristine in this, or
we're
they're
sick
in the
of
right.
it too.
They both suck. Like, we're about to lose the best pitcher in baseball because you got a greedy agent on one side and you've got a team that people think are being miserly at this time. This sucks both ways. Well, there is no winner in this.
And that's the thing that's weird to me, because Skubal went from a beloved star, which, by the way, we love our stars. Detroit loves our stars, to a guy that a lot of people, best pitcher in baseball, are willing to say goodbye to simply because they're done with the drama or he came out too early in a game. It's crazy how things have changed.
The right answer of who to root for today is so obviously the Tigers, for the reasons the Gator has said, that I knew Rieger would say Skubal and Boras, because Rieger is what he says.
Well, because I'm right. Well, you can't tell me who to root for, by the way, but I think the Tigers have mismanaged this.
I agree with that.
So,
I think they mismanaged this, and I think Boras has overplayed his hand too.
And I think Skubal deserves the damn money. He is the lone reason you've been in the postseason the last 2 years.
Here's why I think Boras has done a bad job of this, because he's making Skubal out to be the bad guy. Because
Skubal, that's fair. But Skubal knew there was a chance of that.
Yeah, I don't think Skubal cares as much.
No.
I mean, he said that publicly. I think the Tigers win the arbitration case today, not because he didn't deserve it, only because he made $10 million last year. Arbitrators are not going to give 3 times year to year. That's Chicken Little Tiger fan. We'll see.
Shohei Ohtani went from $5 million with the Angels to like $30 million. So what percentage of a raise is that?
Well, it's different for position players.
I get it.
And then he's a unicorn. I don't think you can. That's not fair to compare him with anybody.
But then do Juan Soto.
You could do Juan Soto. And
Juan Soto got a massive raise as well.
But that's a guy who plays 162 games, not somebody who pitches every 5 days.
But Skubal has a higher WAR than Juan Soto does.
Understand, but I'm just saying these are things that I don't know if the arbitrators care about. Again, they're not baseball people.
Yeah, but they still know. They're still going to look
They're going to
listen to what
but they may
is
not
said.
understand all of analytics and sabermetrics and not care about any of that stuff. They'll just, they're going to rule by law, which is interesting. And that might be the only thing that saves the Tigers in this whole thing, because I agree it skews more in favor of Skubal with the arguments, in my mind. We'll see what happens.
Can we take some calls? I'm curious, 248-539-9797. What would be the one thing you would say for the Tiger side of thing to bash Skubal to win this case? Like, what would fans say other than he came out early in Game 5?
Well, I think we know what the fans would say. I don't know if the Tigers aren't going to do that. I can't imagine that's their plan of action.
You don't think they're going to argue on behalf of them and against Skubal?
Of course they are, but I'm saying I don't think they're going to throw hey, he came out of the sixth inning.
Oh, I don't either. I mean, that would be ridiculous.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Anyway, 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. This is an interesting time of the year. We've got the NBA trade deadline is tomorrow at 3 o'clock. The Pistons made a move yesterday. It's not a massive move by any means. I think it's a move that makes them slightly better than what they were. But they're a pretty good basketball team at 37-12 on the season. They're 5.5 games up on everybody else in the Eastern Conference. But as we get closer and closer to the trade deadline, you see teams jockeying for position, making some moves. The Celtics made a move. Cleveland made a big move. They acquire James Harden.
The beard.
But they also gave up a pretty big piece in Garland to get him.
Who wasn't really working out there, though.
Yeah, but he was still, 18 points a game. So
they wanted more. Am I stupid to believe that James Harden might actually, this could be the last go-around and he's a little more serious than he's been in years past?
I don't know if he's more serious or not. I think he's, found it. I'm not sure why things didn't work out everywhere he's been.
There's actually a rumor right now James Harden's trying to get out of Cleveland before the trade deadline.
So apparently that deal is not going to find him.
No,
Could you imagine?
If anyone would do it, it would be Harden.
Yeah.
But no, I
he
mean,
lands in Cleveland. Get me out of here. Jeez. And coming from L.A., by the way.
Yeah, I know.
A lot of temperature difference.
I think, on paper, it looks like it helps the Cavs, and according to the sports books, it helps the Cavs a lot.
I think it helps the Cavs, but does it push the Cavs over the Pistons?
And Harden's never done it before, and he's only getting older. I don't know if he'll be able to do it now, but they obviously felt like they had to make a move. And as a Piston fan, do you feel like you have to make a move?
Yes.
So you still have 26 hours or whatever it is to make a deal happen. They still have assets if they wanted to. They've got Tobias's contract, which is a big asset. They've got first-round picks they can offer up. They've got players off the bench that are pretty good depth guys that might have some value, whether it's a Sasser or somebody else.
Well, they got good young
Karis
players,
LeVert.
too. Like, for the right guy, would you give up a Ron Holland, who averages 8 a game,
100%.
but obviously is going to be better as time goes on here?
For the right guy, yeah. But then if you're the Pistons, you're arguing on what are we changing here? If we don't want to give up too much. You don't want to give up any from your core, and Holland might be part of the core. And you also don't want to wreck chemistry that's worked so well. I mean, from the year prior to JB to last year was a big jump. And last year to this year has been another big jump. Like, you kind of just want to say, I'll let you guys cook. You're doing a hell of a job here in a couple of years. They've developed this team. They've developed some of these players. They weren't able to do that with Ivy, and I think much of that is because of injuries. But they've done it with Duren. Duren is now an all-star. We're seeing Asar Thompson grow, maybe not as much and as quickly as I'd like to see it, but Asar Thompson's become one of the premier defenders in the National Basketball Association.
But why the hang up on Tobias Harris from Pistons fans? This is a guy that is on this team, great chemistry. Over the last couple games, in fact, he averages 13 points a game. Why are you hung up about not trading this guy? This guy could get you with his 1-year expiring contract, $25 million, and the trade exemption and everything else that the Pistons got going for them. Why wouldn't you deal this guy and make yourself better?
One of the reasons they're at where they're at. And it's a possibility that he is this intangible glue that holds this team together, that this team loves this guy, they love playing with this guy. I know Cade does. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Cade doesn't want him traded. Yeah. I don't think he's going to be traded.
And that might be a big thing.
The Athletic reported, if you believe the report from yesterday, the Pistons aren't going to be super aggressive. They're not even making calls. They're listening, and they haven't even attempted to deal Tobias, which, by the way, I think we all thought Tobias was a given that with that contract, you were going to deal him. And by the way, whoever you trade him to, hell, maybe they cut him and you can get him back.
Perhaps. I guess that's always a possibility. But I always thought this was Tobias. This is a guy who's not going to be, if you're not going to sign him next year in the offseason, when he becomes a free agent, then why wouldn't you move him?
Unless you think he is that integral to your team, and he's the difference between winning a title or making a run and not. And if that's the case, then it's worth to keep him for 1 year, take your chances, and then say goodbye to him.
Well, the Pistons have decisions to make in the next 26 hours. That's interesting. You've got the NHL freeze coming up at 3 o'clock today. If you don't make a move by today at 3 o'clock, then you can't make a move until February 23rd at midnight when the clock starts ticking again because of the break that's coming up. The Red Wings are in Utah tonight to take on the Mammoth.
Oh, yeah, that Mammoth team's been around a long time.
So that's going to be interesting to see how the Red Wings respond tonight to how they played last game. This is why this whole time of year is great. You've got the Super Bowl coming up this weekend, and then free agency hits in a little bit, just a few weeks from free agency. And then you can start to formulate what the Lions need to do. You get the Tiger situation with Tarik Skubal and the arbitration hearing that we don't know if it started yet, but it's going to happen today. And
it's 10 o'clock in Arizona. It could be underway as we speak.
It could be. But I don't suspect we'll get any news during our show, but maybe the next show might have news on what happened with that arbitration hearing, whether they rule in favor of Skubal in the $32 million or in the Tigers in $19 million. We've asked people out there which outcome you'd rather see. Does it seem more likely that the Tigers would spend money if they're able to save the $13 million on Skubal if they win the arbitration case? I'd be really disappointed if they didn't spend money if they win the case. I'm disappointed already that they haven't spent the money wisely in my mind through free agency already on this. I think adding a couple bullpen arms is nice. I don't understand the Drew Anderson money that they spent. It's not a ton of money they threw at Drew Anderson.
Yeah, Drew Anderson is fine.
But just think if you
as long as you do more.
Well, yeah, but think of this. If you had that $7 million and the Tigers win their case and that is $13 million, and you add that together, it's $20 million.
That is $20 million.
Okay.
Yeah. You can get another Jack Flaherty.
Now you're cooking with grease.
That's exciting.
Anyway.
It's just, are you sick of it yet?
Yeah, I am.
Are you just annoyed by it?
I'm tired of the drama. I want a resolution to it, even to the point where there was a report out there that you mentioned that the Tigers, if they lose the case, they might be more inclined to trade Tarik Skubal. We'll see if, in fact, that happens as well. This is 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. One of the most famous Detroit athletes of all time passed away today in Tigers left-handed pitcher Mickey Lolich. Lolich pitched for 13 seasons in Detroit from 1963 to 75. In his 16-year career, he compiled a total of 2,832 strikeouts, the fifth most in baseball history for a left-hander. He's the Tigers' all-time leader in strikeouts, games started, and shutouts. Lolich also holds a Tigers record that will almost certainly never be surpassed. In the best season of his career in 1971, the lefty tossed 308 strikeouts. The only Tiger of remote recent history to ever come close to that number was Justin Verlander in 2009 at 269 Ks. In that 71 season, Lolich's 308 strikeouts led the major leagues, as did his 25 wins and 376 innings pitched. He was an all-star and finished second in Cy Young voting that year behind Vida Blue. Lolich's career-crowning achievement came a few years prior in 1968 when he was named World Series MVP as he helped the Tigers beat the Cardinals in 7 games with 3 complete game performances and a total of 21 strikeouts. Mickey Lolich was 85. Speaking of the Tigers, their 2026 spring training roster is out. Detroit's top 4 prospects all earned a camp invite in Kevin McGonigal, Max Clark, Max Anderson, and Josue Briseño. Pitchers and catchers report to Lakeland in a week. Red Wings will also hit your airwaves tonight right here on 97.1. Detroit is out west in Utah to face the Mammoth for their final game before a 3-week break for the Olympics. Live coverage starts here at 8:45. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797. Same number to text as well if you'd like to have your voice heard here on the Karsch and Anderson program. Jeff Rieger is in for Doug Karsch. Kang and Kenny are behind the glass. I'm Gator, as always, here with you. Look forward to talking to people. We got a lot we're discussing today with the Tigers, with the Pistons, a little bit of Red Wings. We can get into some Lions stuff as well because there was an interesting interview that Dave Burkett did with Dr. David Chow from the Super Bowl, which really interesting to hear what he had to say specifically about some Lions injuries.
So, Gator, sad news, Mickey Lolich passes away. And I've been reading about Mickey over the last, hour or so. I've been looking at his baseball reference stats. And the one thing I've always thought about Mickey Lolich, the only thing I really knew about Mickey Lolich, because I wasn't alive in 68, I just heard about them winning a championship. But the one thing you always see as a Detroit sports fan is that photo when they finally win it and he's jumping into the arms of Bill Freehand. Fair to say that photo is a top 5 Detroit sports photo of all time?
I think probably, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So I did this topic, ironically enough, on Saturday night because obviously by now you've seen the Dusty May photo sitting in front of the Izzone.
Okay.
Yes, and I think that's going to be an iconic photo. Maybe you agree, maybe you disagree. But with Mickey passing away, it got me thinking, what compares to that photo where he's jumping into the arms of Bill Freehand? What Detroit sports iconic photo that we've all seen, young or old, compares to that photo? We're talking about a top 3 to 5 iconic sports photo that 10-year-olds might seen, that 80-year-olds have seen. What compares?
Well, I think it's tough because we're no longer a photographic society.
True.
So it's like snapshots of a video that I can see that I think are iconic.
But like Gibson and his two
again,
arms.
But that's 1984.
That is true.
I mean, we're talking ancient times now. So
what about the kid that's surrendering the Cobra after trouble with the snap?
Yeah, but that's part of a video clip. So
okay, fine.
But that's my
Still
point.
Still shots.
Yeah, well, that's the point is that's where we're at now. We're in a video world. So you'd have to freeze frame a moment like that. I don't know. Yzerman holding up the Stanley Cup.
Yes. Or Vladdy getting the cup for the first time the next year.
Well, when they gave him the cup in the wheelchair.
Yes.
Possible.
What about Zamaya and Kenny Rogers spraying champagne with police?
No.
No?
Mm-mm.
After beating the Yankees? The wild card series?
Not for me.
Not for you. That's an unbelievable photo. I'm looking at the text. Kirk Gibson jumping up and down from the World Series. But you're right. That was from 1984. I'm curious. That Lolich photo is so iconic. What ranks to the depth and the popularity of a photo like that we've seen over the course of our life, like Desmond Howard in the Heisman pose, or Mateen Cleaves celebrating a championship, or Trey Burke hitting that shot against Kansas. I'm not saying they're better than that photo or more iconic, but I wonder if they're in the same conversation. If not, what would be?
So I've got one. It's not like the craziest moment ever, but the photo of it and just the picture alone is fantastic. It's when Miguel Cabrera hit a home run opening day in the snow. Yeah,
that's a
and they turned that into a baseball card. So that is photographic memory right there, as a baseball card. So that image is fantastic.
What about Rick Mahorn and Bill Laimbeer, the Bad Boys days, where one has the rim and the other is crushing the basketball?
Oh, the poster that they did?
Poster, picture. I mean, that's about as iconic as it gets. There is one that is the most iconic more than any other one, though. It's the turtle. It's McCarty kicking the crap out of Claude Lemieux. That's the one that I think most people would recognize as the most iconic.
Yeah, I've got that one actually framed in my house, signed by Darren. Yeah.
See, that's amazing.
Yeah, well, that was great.
Not to be mean though. I think he signed a lot of those photos.
Without question. and he should. He should absolutely. I'm just saying that's one I have in my house. I also have one of Gibson hitting the home run, but it's one I never saw before. It's not Gibson jumping up and down after he hit it. It's Gibson the moment that he's hitting. The picture is like from center field shot looking at.
Oh, that's
so
sweet.
You see Gossage in full, he's already thrown the ball and Gibson's already got the swing. And you know what the moment is. And Gibby signed that to me as well. So
see, I'm kind of entranced in your words by thinking about what that would look like.
It's pretty great. I mean, it's just Gibby with the left-handed uppercut swing, watching the ball go. And Gossage, I forget if Gossage already has his head turned like, oh, crap, I just gave up the home run. But you know what the moment is.
You don't want to walk it.
Yeah.
You don't want to walk it.
You don't want to walk it.
You don't want to walk it. By the way, somebody's very angry at me. Can I just read you this
what
text?
What a shock.
I know. Somebody says, did Rieger just say the Dusty May photo is iconic? That's why the civilized population mocks Michigan fans. So delusional, bury in a car. It's going to be iconic. I think it's totally iconic. Are you kidding me? Dusty May goes in front of the I-zone. He smiles at them. He sits down, and they're chanting, F you, Dusty. That's not iconic? Are you kidding me?
Well, I think you want it to be iconic.
I think it's very iconic. I'm not saying it's as iconic as some of the other ones we mentioned.
I don't know if I'm paying any attention to it, but you got half the state will say it's iconic. The other half of the state is like, yeah, I don't care.
Don't get me wrong. It could have turned out to be awful. If they would have lost that game, then it goes from being iconic to constantly getting mocked. But still.
Hey, for a late January game, it's great.
That's what you Spartans do. That's what you guys do. You finally lose one of these games, and you're like, it's just a regular season game. But if you would have won it, you'd be like,
won it.
Michigan doesn't care about basketball. Look at all those losers.
That's actually not true. I think Ken can attest what we said last Friday. It's a January game.
What about this text? This is a great one. What about Bubba Helms? Do you remember that dude?
Was that the guy who standing on top of the burning car?
Yeah, standing in top or by the burning cop car, and he's holding up the Bless You Boys sign. I know it's from '84, but that's about as iconic as it gets. Or Barry getting called up.
It's infamous. I don't know if it's. I don't. Yeah, I don't know. It is. I mean, to an extent, sure.
Okay, what about the Brian Branch double bird against Green Bay? It doesn't get any better than that.
I mean, the problem is for it to be iconic, it has to be in. It feels like it needs to be in like a championship moment, right? Beating Green Bay is not a championship moment. It's. I think you torpedo your own topic because it starts and ends with Kirk Gibson, or with Mickey Lolich,
or Steve Yzerman, or Mateen Cleaves. I disagree. Like Charles Woodson with the rose in his mouth. And I understand half the population is going to say no.
Right, but that's
iconic.
Because it's part of a championship. They won the Rose Bowl and they won the national championship.
Darren McCarty wasn't part of a championship.
Or shared the national championship.
It led them to an eventual championship, but that was one of the greatest moments in Detroit sports, beating the pulp out of Lemieux.
No, it's great, but I don't know if that picture or that snapshot is as iconic as the other ones we mentioned that were in championships.
Ask the question. I'm curious. What would you say? What pictures would be as iconic as Mickey Lolich, who unfortunately just passed away, jumping into the arms of Bill Freehan? In that 68 World Series, that black and white photo that I guarantee you've seen.
Yeah, it's also going to be very subjective to what your favorite sport is, what your favorite team is, and what means most to you. It's going to hit you on a personal connection as well. But there's no question the Lolich photo and the Gibson photo from those World Series teams, those are iconic moments in Detroit sports history that are frozen in time because it was also of a time where photographs were a big deal. They're not a big deal anymore. Videos are a bigger deal now. So that's like to try to compare that. Like all I have in my mind now, it's like watching Maglio hit the home run. But there's not that snapshot that you see of it. It's just the whole video
Dickerson,
thing.
the Tigers to go into the World Series.
I mean, that might be the most iconic thing we've had in Detroit sports over the last 30 years. And that was just to get to the World Series. That wasn't even a championship. It was an ALCS.
AL championship.
Yeah. But
remember Polanco wearing the head warmer, rounding third base, celebrating like a crazy person?
Yeah. But the big thing is obviously it's the home run itself. So to me, it's more of it's more about the image that comes all through with it rather than just the one snapshot, because I think if we do that, it's just limiting it to what we saw pre-1995 or something.
Just so you know, I've gotten 3 texts because I've been counting them. 3. That's a lot of texts saying that Dusty May pick is iconic.
Good for him.
Very iconic.
We will talk about the Detroit Lions. Dr. David Chow. We see him all over Twitter talking about injuries. He actually sat down and talked with Dave Burkett of the Free Press yesterday from the Super Bowl. Had some interesting things to say about the Detroit Lions and the injuries that they are facing. We'll play those next here on 97.1. Hey, turn up the heat this winter with DraftKings Casino. You can get cozy while you play more than 1,000 slots. Everything from classics like Cash Eruption to exclusives like Fire Buffalo. New players can wager $5 and get 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of Cash Eruption slots. Download the DraftKings Casino app and sign up with code WXYTFM. Then choose from 10 different Cash Eruption slots daily and start spinning. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Now, if you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, physically present in Michigan. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured games only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends March 15th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Got a big old tub of pretzels questions coming up at 1:30. So Dr. David Chow, he's a former team doctor with the San Diego Chargers. He's on Twitter, all over the place on Twitter. He's a good follow. When guys get hurt, he kind of first responds to it, watches video, offers up his opinion, what he thinks it is. Will tell you, a baseline, hey, if it's this, this, and this, might only miss a couple weeks. But however, if there's this kind of damage to it, you're looking at, 6 to 8 weeks or whatever it is. He's got a good handle on what injuries are. And, without examining people physically, he can give you an opinion. We followed him a lot on Twitter over the last couple of years and trying to get insight when it comes to Lions injuries. He did an interview with Burkett last year, I believe from the Super Bowl as well. And he talked about Aiden Hutchinson and coming back, and was he going to be able to come back and be a player, and other injuries that they've had. So Burkett's out at the Super Bowl covering it for the Free Press, and David decided to sit down and do an interview with Dr. Chow and talk specifically about the injuries that the Lions have with Brian Branch and Sam Laporta and also Kirby Joseph. And it was interesting. I listened to the whole thing last night, and I encourage other people to check that out. Go to freep.com. And
yeah, it was a great interview.
Yeah, it really was. It was kind of insightful. And so we wanted to play some of that for you today. And they started off talking about the injury with Kirby Joseph and what that means for the Lions moving forward.
Wow.
Yeah, so that is that's not exactly
little dire.
Great news. Yeah, it sounds quite dire. It's a good word for it. And don't like to hear that when it comes to one of our players. And Kirby Joseph's contract goes through 2029. I believe they have a void year in 2030 if they wanted to get to that point. He's making a decent amount of money, but it's not astronomical, right? He'll make $5 million. It's a $5.5 million cap hit this upcoming season. 2027, it's a $9 million cap hit. Then it jumps to $13 million and jumps to just under $18 million in 2029. I'm a big Kirby Joseph fan. Obviously, he's a ball hawk out there. He's incredible when healthy, but he's not healthy. And that injury, when they talk about it, when we had mentioned it, at the end of last season, when it started getting more reports out and talking about the cartilage, and it sounded like it was an injury he's going to have to deal with for the rest of his playing career. Not something that he's ever going to recover from and be 100% from. You're going to have to deal with pain. You're going to have to probably manage it with a game off from time to time. And just based on what you saw last year with him, came out of the game, and you thought that he was going to be gone for maybe a week or so, and then
came right back in after going into the tent.
Right, came back in and into the game, and then was never seen again. But even
it was pretty amazing when he came out of that tent, though.
Right, it was awesome. It was an awesome little snapshot. But then over the next couple of weeks, thought he was going to come back and didn't. And then it seemed like he was coming back, and then maybe there was a setback, and he was done for the year. The Lions also have Brian Branch in the secondary, who's dealing with an Achilles injury, which is going to take probably a full year to recover.
Which Dr. Chow said he's going to be back next year, but he just doesn't know when.
Yes.
So he doesn't think he'll be back in the first 2 to 3 weeks. But will it be week 4? Will it be week 16?
Halfway through the season, yeah.
And nobody knows because you got to recover from that injury.
Yeah, and he had mentioned in the video that it's different than, say, when Kirk Cousins came back from his Achilles injury or Aaron Rodgers trying to come back from his Achilles injury, because those are quarterbacks that, okay, the movement that they're making with their feet is different than a defensive back who's relying on backpedal and change of direction all the time. It's going to take longer for a defensive back to come back. And then the Sam Laporta injury, he's got a back injury he's dealing with. But he said about Branch that seems fairly confident that he'd be able to come back 100%. And also confident with Sam Laporta, though not as confident as he was with Brian Branch. But it's the Kirby Joseph news that was really more, as you said, dire is a really good word for it. And I wonder if that changes how Lions fans view this offseason. We've talked an awful lot about the offensive line that has to be addressed, and I don't think there's any question that has to be addressed. And I had mentioned early on in the offseason, I said, don't discount the safety position because neither one of these safeties looks like they're going to come back soon. I mean, maybe Joseph's able to come back early, but who knows how effective he's going to be, and are they going to have to rest him as well, and the injury they're going to have to deal with. But it looks like Branch is out for a little bit more. You know, don't discount that they may have to go for a safety in one of the early rounds. And I wonder now, hearing this news coming from Dr. Chow, who again he's not their doctor. He hasn't examined their
he made sure to tell everybody that.
Which is a good disclaimer to have, and it's something to keep in mind. But after hearing that news, do you feel like the Lions need to address safety now?
Yes, but the Lions need to address a lot. They need to address offensive line. They probably need another edge. Do you need another linebacker? Do you need another corner? And then, yes, safety as well. The unfortunate thing about this is you thought you were solid safety-wise, better than solid. They were 2 of the best duo in football as far as safeties are concerned.
It may have been the best duo of safeties.
And unfortunately, they both got hurt. You'll get Branch back. You still got to decide what to do with him. How much you got to pay him, and do you pay him, or is he going to be a cap casualty? But the Kirby thing is unfortunate because my clue off was the fact that Brad Holmes, when he talked to the media a couple weeks ago or a month ago, when he was asked about Kirby Joseph, at no point did he say he's going to be fine, he's going to be back, don't worry about him. It was pretty ominous. So I think when your GM doesn't really have an answer and the team doctors have obviously looked at Kirby, that's not great. The fact that he ended up on IR is not great. So I think your question is totally fair. The conundrum is you got other guys that you need to also draft. Like, there's good safeties out there. Do you trade up to get Caleb Downs, Emmanuel McNeil-Warner from
Toledo?
He's
outstanding.
He's like right in your pick range.
Yeah.
He could go 18, 19, 20-ish. You know, Keontae Scott from Miami could go a little further down.
Dylan Thieneman from Oregon is another one who played at Purdue. He's an awfully good safety. I mean, there's a handful of really good safeties available. There's a kid from USC who's awfully good.
Kamari Ramsey.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is just something to keep in mind when it comes to the draft. And some of that works itself out based on free agency and where the Lions decide to spend their money in free agency. And because I do think that the priority has to be a center. And they need to get – I think you need experience at center. I don't think you just trust it to a rookie.
I agree. Well, the one thing I found interesting about the Chow comments was he's like, listen, I didn't examine him. Anything can happen. Hail Marys can happen. 30-second, last-second drives can happen. I kept thinking about Patrick Kane when he gave the Jadeveon Clowney comparison because he said Clowney has outlived his surgery, not outlived.
Right.
And yet guys won't give him
thoughts and prayers, man.
You know what I mean?
No, but Clowney has never been the player that he was projected to be when he came out of the college ranks. He was a top player.
And to his point, like nobody's going to give him more than a single-year deal.
Yes.
Patrick Kane is one of the guys out of like 7 or 8 or 9 dudes that had that hip resurfacing surgery.
He's the only guy.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Like, I don't know, he's not vintage, but he's also older.
But he's a big part of this team.
Hell of a lot more than you've expected.
Way more than I expected. But also a guy who's going to go year to year with a contract.
Exactly. And now, to be fair, he's older than Kirby. Well, Kirby's still in his prime. But that is it's dire. It's distressing news.
It's a little dour. It's a dire situation. It's dour news. But just curious what people think. 245-39-97-97.
Disaster.
Yeah, it is kind of disaster.
Disappointing.
Yeah. Disappointing.
Well,
dumbfounding.
I guess I didn't know this in medical terms.
Debilitating.
So football, we have the Hail Mary. As soon as you say stem cell, that's their Hail Mary. Like are we? You know what I mean? Like, hey, we'll give it a shot, type thing. This is what we got left.
Advancements in medicine all the time.
Is there is there a hook and ladder we can do or anything? right. Is there anything else? A flea flicker? I don't know.
No, but you're right.
Other
like we're not scientists or doctors, but when you hear stem cells, even we realize like, that seems severe.
Yeah. Now let him recover from the injury and see where he's at and how he feels. You never know how a player is going to feel week to week, and that's the thing. I mean, look, this is a violent game played at violent speeds, and injuries are going to happen. They're bound to happen. They're inevitable. You cannot avoid them. And unfortunately for the Lions, they've dealt with more than their fair share the last couple of years. We'll see. But I just thought that was interesting. Maybe something we explore a little bit more tomorrow with what the Lions need to do when it comes to free agency, because I think safety is a real position they have to consider at this point.
Quick answer. Can they fix it all to get back to not just the playoffs, but do something special? There is a lot to be addressed. This is such a huge offseason.
Yeah, it's a quick question with a long answer.
I asked for a quick answer. Yes or no?
Yeah,
Go
they
ahead.
can.
Okay.
I mean, because the reality is they missed the playoffs by a game, right? And if you beat Max Brosmer,
show the man some respect.
Yeah, bro. If you beat
Very
Bro,
impressive guy.
Then you could have an opportunity to play in the playoffs. But yeah, I think a lot of it is just injury related. That being said, they still need to improve areas on this team without question. We'll open up the big old tub of pretzels next here on 97.1. So, from Shams Charania.
Oh, we got Pistons?
No.
Oh, okay.
This is the Dallas Mavericks are trading 10-time NBA All-Star Anthony Davis, Jaden Hardy, D'Angelo Russell, and Dante Exum to the Wizards in exchange for Chris Middleton, A.J. Johnson, Malachi Branham, Marvin Bagley III, 2 first-round picks, and 3 second-rounders. Sources are telling ESPN.
Sources are telling ESPN as well that the Washington Wizards are 13-36.
They got more for Anthony Davis than Luka.
They did, right?
What a disaster. You think Luka Doncic is laughing right now?
Somebody's laughing and somebody's crying. I mean, the Wizards, they made their move earlier for Trae Young, right? So they've got their move for the future, seeing if they can move the needle at all.
I guess. Poor Anthony Davis. Don't you feel bad for that guy?
No, I don't feel bad for that guy.
Not at all.
Not even a little. No. He's had his opportunities.
Yeah, he's got a lot of money. He's fine.
Yeah.
A championship.
He's okay.
Fair.
But that's quite a shift. Although it doesn't do anything for Washington this year.
No, but it sets up. It's the same thing that Utah did with going to get Jaren Jackson Jr., right? They have 19 wins. They're not going to make the playoffs,
Correct.
but they're thinking next year with J3, that's what people in the know call him, and Lauri Markkanen, they're thinking like, hey, we could be good next year.
Whereas the Clippers were on a tear, and then they trade James Harden.
Because Harden was like, I'm staying here too long. This is weird.
This is weird. I'm comfortable.
Yeah, right?
I'm actually having fun.
I got to wreck it.
Yeah.
What was the from Talladega Nights? His dad, he just ruined the night out for dinner.
Oh yeah.
He had to. It was too perfect.
Yeah, James Harden must have landed in Cleveland. He's like, oh crap, Cleveland.
That's a lot. Well, this is the
lot
thing.
Of cold.
We have just over 25 hours to go before the NBA trade deadline. Wonder how many other big pieces are going to go. I mean, so far we've seen some big pieces go.
Well, I just want to say to you and you, I've enjoyed doing the show with you guys today. Thank you for allowing me to sit in. But I also want to say this, and I mean this with the utmost respect. Screw you both. Because I came into the show thinking, oh, Trajan's going to make another trade, no doubt. And by listening to you two make sense this entirety of the 4 hours, I'm now convinced this is it. So I hate you and I hate you.
I think it's a compliment, Kang.
You should.
Jeff just said we make sense. His jumbled up life,
well,
his
actually,
messed up world.
I don't know if you want to take that.
Well, knowing what your world is.
Yes, actually, that might be something you don't want to hear. The fact that I say you make sense.
Well, maybe you start to think a little clearer.
Maybe. The brain fog has risen. I thought it's this new diet I'm on.
How's it working out for you?
Not bad, not bad. All these people, like I'm trying to be like Doug, not like him. I'm not going to wear a bike helmet by any means, but my kid wears one. I don't. I lay down the law. But the healthy eating that Doug Karsch does, I'm trying to mimic that lifestyle just to see if I can do it.
Yeah.
And I've done it for about a month plus.
Yeah.
And I have a thought. It's a pain in the ass.
No kidding. I mean, getting rid of food that tastes good.
Cutting out the sugar.
Looking at it as fuel instead of something.
Yeah.
What have you done exactly? Like just eat healthier?
Yes. I cut out no more processed.
It's good for you.
And no more sugars other than just natural sugars.
That is so hard
and
to
again,
do.
it's a pain in the ass. I've done it for over a month. And it's a pain in the ass.
I've tried to do I try to certainly cut down on the added sugars. And then it just gets hard. It gets so hard.
Well, because candy's good. And cookies are good, and ice cream's amazing.
And I've stayed away from a lot of stuff, but cookies get me, man.
Well, yeah.
It's Girl Scout season. I got my shipment in the other day. I'm like, come on. And I mowed through like a box and a half so fast.
God, they're so good.
And now I'm like, all right, I got to put these away. And there's like 6 other boxes I have. I'm like, those are in the storage room right now.
Give them to Lois.
Yeah, there we go. I'm not going to kill my dog.
Okay, fair. My daughter trolls me. She will bring a cookie to my face. She's like, you want some, don't you?
That's not nice.
Or she'll bring like a candy cane. Daddy, you want some. I'm like, shut up.
Here's where you'll see the gains and what I hope that you see. And I don't know if you get a physical every year or not.
Yeah. It's been in October.
So. Okay, so you get blood work done.
Yeah.
if you the next time you get your blood work done and you see if your sugar's gone down, as your the cholesterol levels of those changed and gotten, your good cholesterol is good, your bad cholesterol is down, is all that happened?
I'm impressed that you think I'm still doing this by October.
Well, the fact you've done it for a month, I mean, they say it takes, 4 weeks or whatever to create a habit?
Right, and that habit sucks.
The habit does suck. It's tough, man.
Maybe it takes longer for Rieger.
It might.
Anyway.
Yeah, you start feeling guilty about eating the sugar after a while.
Yeah, when you go a certain amount of time, then you just don't want to give in. You want to see how long you can do it. Yeah. So I pay homage to Doug.
Did you give up red meat too?
No, God, no. No, red meat is good for you.
It is. It's protein.
I'm just saying, Doug, though. You found the Doug plan, I thought.
No, I'm not following that part of the Doug plan.
Oh, okay.
Remember that one time that Doug, was it TJ who we had in, where he ate the burger and wanted to vomit? Or was that Jansen?
When
was it? You were out.
Yeah, I was out. I forget if it was a Jansen thing.
Because anyone can get him to eat red meat to be Jansen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't he vomit in studio?
Yeah, I don't even think he hit his lips yet, dude.
Did he vomit or he just felt sick? He said he
yeah.
got sick, but it was like
He was being dramatic.
the backdoor back steps or whatever it was. He ate a hot dog one time.
Oh, yeah. He just acted like getting just vile poison or something.
We made him a ham sandwich one time, or was it
Bologna?
Bologna. And it took him 3 commercial breaks to finish a tiny sandwich with 2 pieces of bologna on it.
So no meat at all.
Oh, he he eats turkey,
Don't say
he eats
that.
chicken.
What about fish? That's not really meat, but
Yeah, he has fish. Okay. Well, fish is absolutely meat.
Okay.
It's just not red meat. Everything but red meat and pork.
Okay.
He doesn't have pork either.
Interesting.
Even though it's the other white meat.
Yeah, he doesn't believe that.
He doesn't buy that. He ain't buying that. So don't try selling that to Doug because he ain't buying it.
That pork, he just doesn't do it.
He doesn't know. He doesn't.
Nah,
He
don't like the pig.
He doesn't dig on swine.
Okay.
Which
Don't dine on swine.
it's a mistake because it is.
It is.
Oh, it's delicious, man.
Do you think Doug will ever have a moment of clarity and he's like, what have I been missing?
No,
And
because
maybe I should try this.
Because he made the decision to make the switch years ago. He used to eat red meat and then he just decided not to because he had some bad experiences with
It's
it.
a bad decision on my part, but what do I know?
I
I've made
agree with
plenty.
it, but to each their own, and he seems to be doing just fine.
Look at this guy. We got Mike and Rico in studio.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hi.
How you guys doing?
Just wishing we could watch Scott Harris actively
Oh, it'd be amazing.
trash his ace. I would pay the pay-per-view $49.99. You in?
Oh God, yes.
I'm gonna do it. In a
I pay
heartbeat.
$100.
I just need to see, I want to make the case he's not all that and more. I just
wanna
got to
what
see it.
I just need the transcripts. It's got to be available somewhere, right? Somebody's got to leak it in the MLB offices.
Yeah, heavily redacted.
It's blacked out.
There's not much of a case, obviously, from his standpoint. So the case that they make is just historically about what guys have got in arbitration.
But you got an hour to fill, so I would love to know how
Does he
much
fill
that
There's
hour.
no way that
Could
he's
you
gonna
imagine
try to
5
say,
minutes
well,
in?
Gator, what if it's like a
6
filibuster on the floor of Congress, and he's like, Scott Harris, I cede my time to the senator from Las Vegas.
I wonder, does Seattle even show up that last game? You know.
No way.
Could you imagine? He just looks
Gator,
back to his guys.
You have to say bad things in order to get the price down.
You don't have to say bad things. You're going to say what you're going to say, but I don't think they have much of a case.
Does he get up there like Ben Stiller's dad for Festivus and go, I got a lot of problems with you people, and you're going to hear about them
A lot
now.
of grievances.
What if he just starts talking about the Tigers? We moved the fences in. We now have a great organization.
All right.
We shall see.
He's had enough. Okay.
It's all right. Valenti and Rico coming up next. Keep you up to date what's going on in the Skubal arbitration on 97.1.
Brought to you by the University of Michigan Credit Union. Breaking news out of ESPN Shams Charania ahead of the NBA trade deadline. The Dallas Mavericks are trading 10-time NBA All-Star Anthony Davis, Jaden Hardy, D'Angelo Russell, and Dante Exum to the Washington Wizards in return for Chris Middleton, A.J. Johnson, Malachi Branham, Marvin Bagley III, 2 first-round picks, and 3 second-rounders in by far the biggest trade of the NBA deadline so far. Speaking of the NBA trade deadline, the Pistons have waived Isaac Jones today after their trade with Jaden Ivey and Kevin Huerter yesterday. That was due to roster limitations. They do need to make one more move if they want to sign Danis Jenkins to stay at the NBA roster maximum of 15 standard contract players. The big news in Tigers baseball today, Mickey Lolich has passed away at 85 years old. He pitched in Detroit for 13 seasons from 1963 to 1975. Was the 1968 World Series MVP. 3 complete games in that series, including a win in Game 7, which helped the Tigers win the World Series for the first time in 23 years. That was over the St. Louis Cardinals and Bob Gibson. Also, the 2026 spring training roster is out for Detroit. No surprise to see Kevin McGonigal, Max Clark, Max Anderson, and Josue Briseño on the list. Pitchers and catchers report in a week. We've also got Red Wings hockey here on 97.1 tonight. That's a 9 o'clock road game against Utah. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in on a Wednesday, Skubal Day. We'll get to the arbitration stuff at 3. It is just a funny visual, man, to just imagine Scott Harris walking in with like flow charts and graphs why his ace sucks and isn't worth the money. God, I would pay to watch this.
You know, when you think about it, Boris gets up there and says, let us go first. Here's my client, back-to-back Cy Young Award winners. We're done. Tigers, you can have our time. Go ahead, take 2 hours. That's all we need to say. Back-to-back Cy Young Award winners.
We'll get to it at 3. Yeah. 4 o'clock, we do have potential Pistons disrespect, ? So we want to start with something a little different and kind of get it out of the way and let people marinate on this. Now, Rico hasn't heard this mainly because we wouldn't allow him. Wanted some organic response. I have said for a while, I think the silence around Kirby Joseph is damning. I think the fact that the team hasn't come out and said, no, I'll be back for OTS. No, I'll be back for training camp. The fact that nobody will go near it, it's almost like Chernobyl. It scares me. Well, a doctor today, a man who apparently this is his line of work now, as he is a social media doctor who was a former team doctor, had what I would consider a very strong opinion about Kirby Joseph's knee and outlook. I wanted you to hear this for the first time on the air. Let the people hear it. Have a little conversation because the rest of the day is going to be Tigers and Pistons. So, David, this is Dr. David Chow, who is known as the Twitter doctor. Now, he's an actual doctor, and he's a former team doctor. So this isn't some butthead virgin in his mom's basement. This is a real human being with degrees.
Gotcha.
Take a listen to what he says and tell me something or nothing in your mind. David? If you can get some time out of him over a year, maybe 2, him filling the contract out is a Hail Mary. What do you want to do with it?
Wow.
Something or nothing. That's why I saved it. No. See?
Well, Rieger almost told me. That's something. You know what that tells me? You're drafting a safety. That tells me you're drafting a safety this year. For him to say in a year or 2 and fulfilling the contract, yeah. I don't know what happened that day in the tent, but I guess that was the last that we saw good Kirby. because after that, it went downhill.
The way
fast.
that comment reads, that's the last time you're ever going to see the real Kirby Joseph.
Yeah.
And whatever that setback was, which none of us have an understanding of, and the team rightfully is tight-lipped about it, we had the one day media was out there and he practiced. And he would do the rep and then limp off the field in pain.
Yeah.
So, again, guys, as we start today, obviously, the Skubal thing is major news. The Pistons, where a trade has knocked them from being the favorite in the East. I want to know if that's disrespectful. This Kirby Joseph thing is the first commentary we've gotten this offseason. I don't think the team will speak in those terms.
No.
The one reservation I have is this. Obviously, we have to defer to doctors. They're doctors, we're doorknobs. But my one issue is, Dr. Chow, if you haven't examined the patient, even though you have a history and a background of understanding very particular injuries, I would just I'm going to at least stop myself from diving full into panic. It's not like he's seen the film.
He hasn't seen the film, Mike, but there are certain professions that you've seen enough that if you get a good description and you could see for yourself, you'll kind of know. It's like calling an electrician and saying, or a plumber, hey, this is what I'm having. Okay, it sounds like this. Is it 100%? No. And I think the same with him is he's probably saying, you're about 80%. I think I know what this is. I can't say for certain because you're right. I haven't diagnosed him. I haven't seen him myself, but kind of looks like, feels like, seems like, sounds like he's not going to be around for a while. You're not going to get the best Kirby Joseph. To me, sounds like this team has now added safety to the things that they need to look at either in free agency or in the draft.
What's your concern level? You guys can just text it in if you like. You can call if you like.
I'm very concerned because Branch probably won't be back till damn near Thanksgiving. And Kirby's going to sound real iffy. Yeah, you just lost, the best part, the back end of your defense. Not going to be there to start the season. Seems like.
Right, but the concern on Joseph is what we're talking
concern
about.
right, but I'm saying
high, very high.
Very high. Listening to that, yes, sounds like free agency or you're drafting a new safety.
Yeah, my concern is very high, Mike, and I completely understand what you're saying. He's not the Detroit Lions team doctor. I understand that. But one thing we usually hear with players is, and we heard it with Hutchinson last year, not the whole Super Bowl thing, but we heard that, he'll be ready for OTAs. We hear that with players all the time. When Joe Burrow was hurt or Chase was hurt, and, they'll be back and ready to go come OTA time. That is what we have not heard with the Detroit Lions, not once with Kirby Joseph. And I'm pretty sure with this story being out there, if they wanted to refute it, they would and could refute it. I've heard nothing from the team about him being ready for OTAs.
That's what I'm saying.
That concerns me.
And look, teams can be tight-lipped about that. I do respect that. But look, I'm gonna be with Rico on this. My concern's high. I can't go to panic. I need the team to do that, the people who have actually examined the patient or looked at the film. But yeah, you're right. If you have a general idea of what this condition is, you're able to connect some dots. You're able to say, no, guys, this is what the prognosis is. Yeah, man. I mean, safety to me is going to be on their shopping list. And I know it probably won't be in the first round, clearly. But remember, you don't have a third-round pick. And yes, they can create a lot of cap space. You know what you don't want to do? You don't want to go into free agency and commit a ton of money to a safety. It's just bad business. So, yeah, I wanted your guys' take. Kenny, or as we're calling him, Jonas Valanciunas today. I never realized how exact Valanciunas looks to Kenny Cott.
He looks like he could be in the Cott family. Absolutely. I saw
Convinced.
that. That's Kenny's big brother.
Yeah. More athletically inclined. Kenny a little bit more outdoorsman. But, they are the same. Mm-hmm. They look like they are the same bloodline.
Yes.
Kenny, concern level on this.
Concern level for me rested about a 7 out of 10. Even if Chow is overstating this, being hyperbolic or trying to create some sort of a headline, which is possible. We don't know his motives for this. He's a social media guy, so let's assume that might be the case. Even if he's overstating it, this is still an alarming thing to say, even if it's a little bit overstated.
Well,
So, yeah, I'm at about a 7. I think this could be terrible news, and I think at its highest, it could be an 8 or a 9, but right now I'm at a 7.
I would say I don't think he's overstating this just for the simple fact that he is a doctor knowing I can't go out there and just yell, bomb in an airport.
No,
there's
but
repercussions. But I do think that, he probably seen enough to know a ballpark. This is where it's at. And the fact that Joseph's kind of just been MIA, very tight-lipped. Like I said, we saw him running drills, limping back, and then it was just no more Joseph for a while.
See, let me say this for the people in the back that want to question, but he's been a team doctor for 17 plus years. He was a charters doctor for a little bit. He also has been consulted by organizations, MLB, NFL as a whole, and teams. So this guy is a boardified.
Boardified? How about certified?
Boardified.
Just making words
certified doctor.
He's a certified board surgeon.
He's a board surgeon in California. Yes, he is. So
he's boardified, y'all.
Yeah.
I Mike, this is good pull on your part. This is very concerning. Look, now, is it full on panic mode?
Not yet.
No, but this is
they're going to have to answer for it.
On a scale of 1 to 10, to me, this is about an 8.5.
Okay. I mean, I'm not quite there, but I'm close. I want to know what people think. Yeah, because again, the rest of the day is going to be Tigers and Pistons. I thought this is just worth a couple segments because the Kirby Joseph thing, remember, your turnover creation numbers are directly linked to him playing.
And the fact that no one said, you hear it all the time for the different athletes, X person should be there by training camp,
correct,
or this person will be ready by week 1, or this person will be ready in the first month of the season. Nothing.
Complete silence.
That bothers me along with this news. Now, I was going under the whole no news is good news. It's going to be a big surprise. And here's Kirby Joseph. And now I'm just, boy.
Well, the other thing, too, and I'll be timely, is the way Chow is speaking. This is absolute conjecture, not a report. I'm just saying when you listen to it, here's what it makes it seem like, sound like, feel like. Something that is degenerative, something that is just going to deteriorate, something that there is no way back from. When you say that you might get something out of him for a year, maybe 2, you're speaking on it as if this is never getting right.
To be timely, I'll make it this quick, but it reminds me at the end of Ragnow with the toe. And we were, you know what? But he could power through it, but you knew it was only going to get worse.
Yeah, they termed it inoperable.
Yes.
Which is wild to say. Like, what are you going to do? Cut the toe off? Right. Unbelievable. 248-539-9797. Skubal Day, 3 o'clock. We got Pistons conversation at 4. It's 97.1.
When Team USA is on, you could almost see the moment it happens. That spark when a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, Xfinity can't guarantee that, but they can guarantee something just as important. Your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitment. So while your kid's ordering new gear online, streaming highlight reels, or just video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll be paying the exact same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration now through February 22nd. Get their best price on gig Wi-Fi. 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years, a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Team partner of Team USA. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
All right, David, text. Trade in the NBA doesn't really impact the Pistons. It's just the rich getting richer. High upside, second-year player, Jared McCain from the Sixers. Took him 16th overall. Obviously, adding VJ Edgecombe to Tyrese Maxey, it's kind of taken away the need. And they just got 4 draft picks back for him, including a first-round pick. Now, what first-round pick? I got to go look because Sam Presti has like 800 picks over the next 8 years. But that's kind of like the opposite of the Jaden Ivey thing.
Yeah.
You got premium value.
The Rockets, looks like they get the Rockets first round pick.
What year?
2026.
Okay.
So next year.
There you go. So whatever, doesn't impact you. I never considered Philly to be a real threat. I think there's 4 teams in the East. You're one of them. Knicks, Cleveland, Celtics, you. More on that at 4. David, the text messages on the Dr. David Chow opinion report, whatever you want to call it, about Kirby Joseph's future, terming it a Hail Mary. He'd live the contract out, and your best hope is to, quote, get something out of him for a year or 2. That's pretty damning.
Seems like Kirby Joseph is done. I still would prefer the Lions focus their resources in the draft and free agency on both lines of scrimmage, though. Someone else says, my concern level is extremely high. It's crazy. We went from having the best safety duo in the league to having to draft a replacement.
The league moves fast.
Sure does.
This is why anybody who's talking to you that they don't believe in windows is an idiot. Windows are real, and sometimes they close and you don't even realize it.
Right. Logan in Southfield says, we glad we signed Kirby early now, huh? While slightly unfair, this is one of the known risks. For that, we sure do love our own guys. Sounds like we will not see him even longer than we thought, especially with the stem cell talk. That means his knee is jacked up worse than we ever could imagine.
There should be a 30 for 30 on that blue tent in Kansas City. I really wish I could understand what happened. He walked out of there dancing like Sammy Davis Jr. Right. And then he crawled in, literally was doing the old soft shoe out of there, and never to be seen again.
And into practice, hey, full go, limp back. Full go, limp back.
It's crazy.
You know what? I'll give you some flowers on this. Had maybe people listen to you, hit them with the transition tag.
You're not wrong.
You could recover from this a lot faster.
There was no reason to sign him to that deal that quick. I obviously had no idea his career would, be hindered. But it doesn't change the day they signed him. Yeah. You and I looked at each other and going, why?
Yeah, the fact that there's been no date of, he'll be back for training camp. He'll be back for the first week. We're looking for him for the first month. Just radio silence.
And there have been opportunities for them to say it.
And when Dan Campbell commented, he didn't say anything other than, I'm glad Kirby doesn't have a game to get ready for and he can just rehab. What does that even mean? We'll go to Jordan, 97.1. Jordan, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I wanted to weigh in on Kirby. My first thought is to not give up hope, and I've got an example of Stafford. I'm a PT by trade, and I remember sitting in an office watching SportsCenter was on, and they were talking about Stafford having a back injury. I believe he fractured his back maybe 2018-19, and a very well-respected clinician was talking about how this was probably the beginning of the end for him, and then now we're sitting here in 26 with him, possibly being the MVP. So I think those guys can do things that us normal people can't in terms of recovery and everything.
Yeah. No, listen, I don't mind the positivity, Jordan, but, and again, it's not my report. It's not like I'm out there saying, well, I've looked at the MRI. When you have someone who has, again, like you're a PT and you guys do incredible work and you help people either rehab from surgery or avoid surgery altogether, you're doing the Lord's work.
Yeah.
Doctors who have been football doctors and knees, I don't know. This seems a little different, but I don't mind the positive. I mean, that's all we have, Jordan.
Jordan, you can be positive. I guess I take away from the fact, not even from Dr. Chow, but it's just the Lions and there's just no optimism. There's no, you know what? We feel like he should be ready by this date or he's advancing ahead of schedule. It's nothing. which just leads me to think this is a lot worse than what we think it's going to be.
For sure. Because I think with Stafford's injury, he was still, kind of week to week. So there was more hope than what we're getting out of this current situation.
And I think that's a good point. And Jordan, the other thing too is like, look, rehabbing into oblivion, there has to be a target. When you're in a phase of just rehab to rehab and hope, that is a little different. Now, look, all it would take is one good report from the team saying he's on track for OTA or on track for camp. But they're yet to do that. Now, let's see what happens at their next engagement. League calendar year will kick off. Free agency will start. And I think you'll know by their actions, not their words. You're going to know real early, as Rico put it, if they bring someone in free agency, much less if they use not a premium pick, but
second round.
Yeah, like if they do that, I think that the action speaks way louder than any update.
Yeah, I would say if they take, because they don't have a fourth round pick on a safety, that tells me they're hoping that guy can come in and be a plug and play. And hopefully you'll be here just for a little bit, but in case it's your new job, they're going to, if they invest, we're in trouble.
Let's go over to Antonio, 97.1. Antonio, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, Mike?
Good.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I mean, I played football for Ole Miss, and that's the injury that ended my career.
So what is the injury by name?
It's a torn cartilage that torn so severely that it's bone on bone now.
Okay.
And so without proper rest, which I didn't do either, it happened in the middle of the season, and the doctor told me that, if you play now, you're putting your long-term health at risk. And he explained why. And what happens is when it's bone on bone, your body's natural reaction is to give your leg some cushion. So it'll produce fluid.
Yep.
It'll produce fluid and it'll swell up like a balloon. And during games, I would go into the tunnel, into the locker room, and they would drain my knee during the game and then wrap me up, and then I go back out there. And after a quarter or two, it swells right on back up. So with all this rehab and whatever, all they're looking for is signs that it won't swell back up. But that's impossible because that's what your body's response is trained to do when it's bone on bone. It needs cushion there.
Antonio?
He's not going to grow a cartilage overnight. That's not going to happen.
I have two questions for you, Ole Miss related. First of all, when did you play? Give me when was your time down at Oxford?
1990 and 91.
90 and 91. It's a little bit too early. I was thinking old school. I was wondering if you were in like the John Avery era. The number two regarding
Kelvin Pritchard.
Okay. Well, and Antonio, look, Ole Miss is one of my favorite places. Like it was a blast to go there and see a game in the Grove and that whole town square routine. From a food standpoint, now I don't know if this was open back in 1990, but I've joked with Rico about this. Are you familiar with the gas station chicken on a stick at Chevron?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. That's oh man, they're doing it right down there. Antonio, I appreciate the insight.
But one more thing. The surgeon, once I did get the surgery after the season, he uttered the words, "You would have been better off having an ACL tear than this injury because it's." Now they have micro fracture surgery, but from what I'm hearing, it's too severe to even do that. So it's not looking good. It's ominous.
Antonio, appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much, man.
No problem.
You got it. And I'm telling you, that Chevron chicken on a stick, insanity.
You know what? Here's the thing, Mike.
Insanity.
Here's the thing.
Something is wrong here.
I know you like the ponies.
Yes.
Your next career, the day you walk out of here and just say, that's it, I'm done, you need to do
Friday.
A food. You need to do some type of a food podcast. You, my friend, are a foodie. But not just that. Like, you're hands-on with this. Hey, you got to go here. Go see my guy, Paulie. Ask for this.
Oh, baby.
And then ask for the extra sauce. and then he'll take care of you.
I'll just tell you.
Because you have yet to
No.
really steer anything
I won't
wrong.
I won't
From
steer
the
you wrong.
mascarpone potatoes.
Oh, yeah, that's different.
To, you need to go to this sandwich place.
As Kenny says, in the SEC, though, it just means more.
It does.
The game day treats in the SEC, please. The Big Ten is the Mountain West in that regard.
Well, they got to do something. They can't win football games.
Wow. Kenny, are you going to tolerate that type of
Don't let
slander?
this man speak because he believes the last caller was a liar. He never played at Ole Miss.
Looked it up. Never a guy named Antonio there. Just saying.
Hold on. For real?
Yeah.
You combed the 1990 and 1991 media guides.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, no.
I don't believe Kenny. The guy played. I'm sure.
We got lied to. That's all that happened there.
Kenny, he had a lot of details. And at that time, remember, it was like, 105 people plus walk-ons.
Truth. Oh, no. Kenny just called him a liar.
I think he did.
Hope you feel good about yourself.
The man's walking around bone on bone, and Kenny's like, no,
Damn.
You're a liar. Fake news.
Okay. Well, listen, Kenny's a real sleuth. 248-539-9797.
I
All right.
believe you.
Last call for football all week long. FanDuel giving you daily profit boost every single day leading up to the big game this weekend. 30% profit boost. All receiving markets, so receiving yards, over under, alt lines, you name it. If you think JSN's going to toast, what is it, numbnuts, Christian Gonzalez, go for it. Or maybe it's one of the, quote, others. Maybe some of the Seattle tight ends. Maybe it's an A.J. Barner go blue touchdown. He's very good, guys. Come on. It's FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. 21 and up. Present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. About 25 minutes, we will get into Skubal Fest, the arbitration, and I have a question for people. I don't know there's a right or wrong way to answer it. That's why it's a fun question. As far as the start of the show, we played you the audio. David, if you'd be so kind, I just want to run this back real quick for people just joining in. Dr. David Chow, former Chargers team doctor. He's the Twitter doctor, basically, where he assesses pro injuries with this breadth of knowledge as a board certified, or as David called him, a boardified surgeon.
It was a combination of board certified.
The point is,
I'll allow it.
His comments on Kirby Joseph from today are awful. And we're just rapping about it. And if you want to dismiss it, you're welcome to. I think that's equally as bad as saying, all right, the player's dead and he's never coming back. I think it resides somewhere in the middle as far as concern level. So, David, just play the audio one more time for people just joining. That's the comment, not the Hail Mary part. The one before it is what bothers me most. If you can get some time out of him. I mean, that doesn't sound like a guy playing 70 defensive snaps a week in an 18-week run. That's
Correct.
the part that scares me.
Yeah, that tells me that this may be a lingering injury if he comes back, something that he may not be really 100% for like maybe 2 seasons. I not to say it's the same as like the Tank Dell thing, but it may be a while before you see him back out there 100% ball hawking like he used to be.
David said Tank Dell would be back a week ago.
Well, he's
2 years ago.
He's back.
In a wheelchair.
He's back now. I saw something and I thought about you, David. Like,
he wasn't doing receiver routes, was he?
He's about back.
Because walking around ain't the same as
Well, no, he'll be ready.
He's riding in the little lookout thing like Lieutenant Dan in the shrimping boat.
No,
that's where Tank Dell is.
That was Micah Parsons last night.
That's big time. Let's go to Martin, 97.1. Martin, how are you?
Not too bad, Mike. You guys hear me all right?
Loud and clear, brother. What's good?
Man, I don't know. Up until that soundbite, I felt really torn about how this Lions season was going to go, and I'm starting to lean towards I'm not torn anymore. I think it's just too much to overcome. Like it's starting to pile on now. Like we're looking at O-line, D-line, secondary, now safety. Like where does it end?
No, there's a lot. There's a lot.
I'd like to. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. It's just. I'd like to just go in and assume that this is going to be a gap year for these guys, but what has the organization shown us that they're going to do what needs to be done?
Well, look, I mean, sometimes you get forced into it, and this offseason, clearly, they are forcibly going to be put in a position to have to be bolder. Now, if we make the presumption Decker and Glasgow are done, and we have these concerns at the safety spot, like, you don't get a choice, Martin. They have to address those things. So I have to afford them the opportunity to do it. Is it going to be easy? No. I think what I'd like to read is they've not only restructured Goff, but restructured ASB. I think you probably get rid of David Montgomery for light but cap savings that matter, because you can't have 2 running backs.
100%.
And look, they need to have a little bit of a Patriots offseason and go on a spending spree. Because it's the only way to snap back and fill some of these needs. You don't have the draft capital to do it.
I could not agree more. The only place I'll differ with you is that I hesitate to say, well, I just need to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
I feel like I've done that. We had a shot. We had a real shot, and we're good.
Yeah,
so
they decided to run it back,
and
like a cartoon
100%.
cigar, it blew up in their face. No, you're right, Martin. And look, we're all going to be highly critical of what they do. But I got to offer them the opportunity to do it. Like, hey, show me you got home from the grocery store. I'll tell you whether I like what you bought.
Well, see, I think for this team, because there's going to be a lot of, I think, wide receivers taken in the draft, Mike, you brought up the Patriots. maybe go the old Bill Belichick and just try to trade back and keep trading back and stockpiling second and third round picks and just try to get as volume players.
But remember, they have a critical need on the offensive line. You start trading back, you're not going to get a game day ready tackle. Right now, they still may have to move up to get a guy they want, like one of Utah's tackles.
Right.
Or I'm just saying, I'm with you.
I think there's if you can get a tackle in the second round, I think you can have a game day ready tackle in this upcoming draft. You won't get the best, but you can get somebody that, you know what, I can plug that guy in there, even if he's got to play the swing tackle for a year. I can get something out of it.
But that doesn't. They need a starter. They need a day one left tackle, unless we read the report that Panay is swinging over. They also need a high-end guard. I hate to break it to people, but Mahogany sucked last year, okay?
Hey.
He was terrible. No, he was bad, Rico. Just like here, you know what? We're popping bubbles left and right, okay? And I'm the ultimate slap for this guy. But it's not a good sign when both your wide receivers are top 3 in drops. Okay? J-Mo with 12, Amon-Ra with 10.
And I'm glad you said it about Mahogany because everyone's going crazy. He was a 6th-round selection. Nothing wrong with him being a backup, a career backup, but he was not good.
He has to compete for his job this year.
And what happens is you only have so many draft picks. So what do you do?
And that's what I'm saying. You may have to sacrifice that. I'm starting from day one at tackle to get more pieces because you may need to get a guard. You may need to get a safety. You may need more pieces. And it goes back to what we have said, where I don't think a lot of Lions fans want to hear, but even that last caller, this may be a gap year. If you can somehow make it to the Super Bowl next year, you're way ahead of schedule. But kind of like the Bears, we're going to focus on one side of the ball this year. We'll focus on the other side of the ball next year and really hit the ground running in 2 seasons.
All right, Rico's calling it. 26 is a dead year. Let's go to John and Roy. John, what's good, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are you?
I'm good, Johnny.
Yeah, so about the Kirby thing, I mean, my stress level is probably right around an 8 or a 9. And, you know, this might be a little crazy, but would you think about cutting him almost? I mean, I don't see the point in using him for, 4 to 7 games, maybe 8 games the next 2 years. I think he's got $36 million in guaranteed money. I'm not sure how that works structurally, but I would try to cut him loose now and get some money to, spend it in free agency and go to the draft.
It's difficult because the extension will kick in this year, and it is backloaded. Now, I'm just looking here. So, yeah, the dead cap this year would be $20 million. It's really not that bad after this year. So your cap hit, about 5. But if you get rid of them, you're looking at almost $21 million in dead money. Now you could say, all right, well, the cap is going up north of $300 million. It's going up probably by what, $24 million, $23 million. That could be your offset. Nothing's impossible, John. But I don't want to jump to that conclusion yet. But the team's going to have to address this. And I think
I hope I'm wrong, obviously.
Oh, I think we all do.
I think the team is, John, like everybody's willing to give him, you know what, one more, we believe in you, Kirby. We think you can get this thing done. We don't want to go ahead and cut you unless you just get news of it's just no good.
248-539-9797. We'll get to Skubal talk in about 15 minutes. Get a little football today in the mix prior. It's Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. This is Moran's newest location, now open on Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, and they are setting the standard for how buying should be done. It's Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. It is the premier Buick GMC dealer in the area, and it's all about service, customers, experience. No games, no pressure, no doorknob salespeople. So if you're in the market for a Sierra, a Yukon, a Terrain, or a Buick SUV, start with Moran, where the selection, service, and pricing, it all comes together. It's like a beautifully built roster. Moran is known for where you get the best price, period, and now in Sterling Heights. So check out Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights on Van Dyke, south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime online, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Let's touch table on some football. I know today's a heavy baseball, basketball day. David, a little music, please.
Will always be funny. All right, guys. Let's have some fun. David had a list for us yesterday. I got a list for you today, Michael. Today's list is top 10 jersey sales of the year 2025. So we're going to guess the top 10 jersey sales of 2025.
In the NFL?
In the NFL. Guys want to go?
Oh, we just blind fire?
Well, I mean, I could give them to you, but yes.
All right. Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes did not make the list.
All right.
Kind of like the Chiefs not making the playoffs.
Enjoy your time, David. I quit. I hate stuff like this.
So I'm trying to think. Let's go top of the draft. Let's go Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter did not make the list. You guys are overthinking this one.
Valanciunas, you're up next.
What about Saquon? Did Saquon make the list?
Saquon coming in at number 5.
All right, I got one right. I'm done, boys.
Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey coming in at number 8.
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase did not make the list.
And I'm done. I'm out. I'm just 0 for 2.
Having fun yet, David? Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson did not.
Okay. Kenny, just play the rest of the game. Wake me up when this is over. Will you please? Go ahead. Go ahead, Valanciunas.
You guys would have fun with this.
I'm trying to think quarterbacks because that seems like an easy button answer. So what about Josh Allen?
Kenny coming in at number 1.
I'll put the team on my back. No worries.
Yeah.
Josh
Hey, Valanciunas
Allen.
is going 30 and 15 tonight. Go ahead.
I don't know, Lamar. Somebody else.
Lamar did not make the list.
You're terrible. All right, over
You
to
guys want
David.
some hints?
Yeah, sure.
One's in the Super Bowl.
Drake May.
Number 2, Drake May.
All right, did something right. David, over to you.
I'll go another Super Bowl. JSN.
David from deep. Number 4.
Matt Stafford.
Stafford did not make the list.
I'm terrible again. Over to Valanciunas.
Caleb? No.
Yes.
All right.
Caleb at number 6.
We've found a game that, from an intellect standpoint, really plays to Kenny's strength.
See, I knew the rake was coming. I just didn't know where.
Kenny was born for this game.
Here's a hint for you guys. 2 players are currently injured on this list.
Currently injured.
Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons did not make the list.
David's really bad at this.
Now you got one.
No, I just thought traded to a new team.
I'm kidding, David. I don't care. All right, give us a hint. So they're injured.
Mm-hmm. They also play for the same team.
Injured and play for the same team. Who the hell is injured that
One's
would be on this
ankle
list?
was faced the wrong way during the season.
There were so many catastrophic injuries. I'm thinking. Kenny, this is your game now.
Did anybody, Derrick Henry seems like an easy button answer.
His ankle wasn't on the wrong way.
I know that, but I'm trying to, because I can't think of who he could possibly be talking about. And he seems like one of the more popular players in the NFL. I guess Derrick Henry.
No.
One plays for an NFC East team.
Cam Scatterbull?
No.
Well, his ankle was...
No, this is a different person.
Oh, okay.
His
Different
ankle was
person.
absolutely on backwards.
Different person plays for an NFC East team.
Jaden Daniels.
No, but good guess.
His arm was on backwards. Wrong body part.
Right. Okay, once again, the guy playing for the NFC East team is not injured. He just plays football for an NFC East team. The 2 guys who are both injured play for the same team in the NFC.
David?
Gee, come on.
David, you often pick for this team every week during the picks.
Whichever team the Lions are playing.
He is a wide receiver.
Nico, you said NFC. You said NFC.
A.J. Brown.
No.
I give up.
Terry McLaurin.
C.D. Lamb. Jesus.
I'm just going to give you guys the rest.
This game is just brutal.
Last call. All right, we got Josh Allen 1, Drake May 2. We still don't have 3. We got JSN 4. We got Saquon 5. Caleb 6. C.D. Lamb 7. Christian McCaffrey 8. We still are missing 9. We're still missing 10. 3, 9, 10 all play for the same team.
All play for the same team, and it's in
NFC? NFC.
NFC. All right. Did the Bucks get 3 in the top 10?
I can't see that. No.
Atlanta. What if it's Bijan?
It could be Bijan.
Drake London. I don't know. He's just looking blankly at me, so I don't know if I'm near it or not.
You want the final hint?
Yes.
Yes.
These 3 players, according to some, will be considered privileged.
Brock Purdy.
Oh, my God.
At number 10.
Disgusting.
No
George
way.
Kittle.
At number 9, and foot facing the wrong way,
Fred Warner.
Fred Warner's on the top 10.
At number 3.
Never, without a hint, never would have guessed Fred Warner. An off-ball linebacker in the top 10 of jersey sales?
Well, I figured you would have
way.
got it when I told you to hold foot facing backwards.
That's why.
But then we started naming
Scatterbo.
players with body parts on backwards. We weren't going to arrive. You needed to just say substation. You needed to say radioactive injuries.
I couldn't make it too easy, but once I gave you the final hint, you guys all got it.
But
Fred
3.
Warner?
I can't believe there are 3 Niners in the top 10.
No, there's actually 4.
That's insane to me.
Oh, yeah, because Christian McCaffrey was on there. 4 Niners?
4 Niners. Yeah.
That I never
4
would have.
Niners. Yeah. Seahawk, a Patriot, Bill. Yeah.
Is this based
One
on
Eagle.
region? Is this everybody
No,
in the
this is
state of
according to
California?
NFL sales.
How about no Garrett? How about no Watt? Really surprising
I thought
stuff
Parsons
there.
would be there changing teams.
I was going to say Parsons just because of that.
Yep.
Unless the Packers fans haven't embraced him yet. I don't know. But that's according to NFL sales.
I feel like I did good, and I somehow still feel stupid.
Hopefully jerseys are nicer than those alternate ones I've seen pictures of for the Super Bowl. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
That's your NFL top 10 jersey list, 97-1.
Hour number 2. Good to have you. We're going to get into the Skubal stuff. It is arbitration day. They are meeting at some point today. And beyond some of the hilarity, like I would pay like this were a pay-per-view boxing match just to see Scott Harris and his team walk in with their presentation and flow charts on all the reasons the back-to-back Cy Young Award winner isn't worth $32 million a year. Or better, to be more accurate, isn't worth $25.5 million. Like, that is the type of comedy you just don't get anymore. Now, they may win for reasons that have nothing to do with Skubal's worth. This may be not wanting to rock the financial boat, not wanting to alter status quo. You are dealing with 3 lawyers that are the arbiters that are not baseball fans. They do not put you in front of Bob Uecker and his broadcast partner Monty with his paper bag. You're in front of 3 lawyers that are arbiters that are likely not baseball fans.
You just have to make it make sense.
Yeah, and therefore, look, that could help the Tigers. I don't know. I think for us to sit here and go, who's right, the Tigers or Skubal, it's Skubal. But we don't make that decision. So I want to move beyond just the funny part of like, actually, he's overrated. Like, I would just need to see that.
Well, I can just see now, Boris. Okay, guys, I know you don't know baseball, but let me put it like this. Cy Young Award winner is the ultimate honor for a pitcher. It's very difficult to get. And my client not only got it, but then he got it again the next year. He was the best pitcher of all the pitchers in Major League. That being said, he's the best, and we're done. We're going to go ahead and give the Tigers the rest of our time.
Like
Detroit, you're on the clock.
If I were Skubal, I'd just walk in and fire a 101-mile-an-hour fastball. The minute Harris raises the piece of paper up as to why he's overrated, boom, right through the piece of paper.
Point for my client. You see how accurate he is.
Try it again, Scott. Show the next slide. I'd like to, like they wheel, remember the TV when you were in school and it'd be the TV on wheels?
Yes.
For like the documentary or like where Kenny saw his first movie featuring black actors. Right. Like you wheel the TV out and he's about to show the Seattle game. Now, this is him not coming out for the next inning. Fastball right through the TV.
Right. We have it on VHS. Hold on. Leave it right there. I'm going to throw a pitch and I'm going to hit the play button.
Let's wheel the TV out. But here's my question for you guys. Because the reporting is suggestive that if the Tigers lose this arbitration, you're not going to sign anybody else. But if you win the arbitration, i.e. demean the best player on this team, shatter whatever relationship you have, then maybe then you get another player. So you have 2 questions to answer. Who do you think wins this? And who are you rooting to win? Because I will tell you unequivocally, there is no scenario I support this franchise in this particular battle. I think if you simply just blame Scott Boras, you're low rent. You're really not looking at reality because reality is too painful for you. The reality is, as much as I do believe if Skubal wanted to be a Tiger for life, he could say it, Boras would have to do it, or he'd be fired. The onus, to me, goes to the Tigers. This could have been handled 2 years ago. It could have been handled last year. They could have traded him. And there's no scenario where I'm going to advocate that this player is not worth every bit of $32 million. Or more accurately, every bit of 25.5, ergo, he gets the 32. I can't support that argument. I can't support a team with a straight face walking into the arbitration and claiming a historical great offer that David Price got 11 years ago, and by inflationary dollars is $27.8 million. That's the problem I have in this. I can't back this team. It's embarrassing. It didn't have to be this way, but they made it this way. And if you want to blame the agent, like Skubal's just a good little boy, and you want to absolve the team or absolve Scoobs, do it. But I can distill it down to back-to-back Cy Young. He's the best pitcher we've had since Verlander, and he deserves $32 million. Period. No, I'm not going to root for the team to screw him over, pay 19, also I can go shop at the dollar store for Jose Quintana. No, I can't do that. You can. That doesn't make you a bad person. I can't do that. It drives me insane.
I'm with you, man. I can't root for the team for different reasons. I can't root for the team because you allowed it to get this far. You didn't step up and just say, well, you're our guy. We rode you to the playoffs 2 consecutive years. Games that you pitched, we had a greater chance of winning for the last 2 seasons. We had all of the success, and it was on your arm. We're just going to go ahead, and even if it's a 1-year deal, we're going to take care of you. We're not going to let it get this far. So that's where I'm just disappointed that you came to this point that now you got to go up to a whiteboard in front of 3 non-baseball people to explain why it's okay for you to cheap out on this man, to explain why it's okay for you to pay less money for a guy that you rode for the last 2 seasons.
The juxtaposition, if the team does manage to get over on the player, which is gross, then you might get another player to make your team better. It's a bizarre place to be. I don't think any of you are wrong. You can feel however you want to feel about it. No, I'm sorry. If a fan says I want to win, and to hell with Skubal, he's not going to re-sign. And, yeah, it may hurt his feelings or it may sever the relationship, but damn it, I want another player. What am I going to tell them? I can't be mad at those people either.
No, I can't.
But I don't want people coming at me because I'm not going to sit here and sing for my supper and tell you how wonderful the Tigers are. To hell with that. It didn't need to be this way.
No, I can't be mad at those people either, but I guess I look at it as, I know people are like, oh, he'll be professional. At this point,
copium.
I think if the Tigers were to win this, I don't see how you can keep this man on the roster for the entire season. I think at that point, a trade has to happen because even if he says, hey, you know what? It's just business and no hard feelings. There's going to be some hard feelings said today. There's going to be some things that you can't walk back that, okay, you're paying him $19 million. Just try to get something for him. Just try to trade him before the trade deadline. And because obviously you don't see him as this key piece to the puzzle because it seems like you haven't really tried to make a long-term investment in him.
I want Skubal to win to force their hand because I don't want to deal with the Skubal thing all year. I think it's been a total folly of an offseason where you keep Skubal, don't go all in around him. And then what? I have to root for the player to get screwed over in order for you to just spend the money you should spend anyways? No, I'm not doing that. I hope Skubal gets him. I do. And if you think that's bad, that's fine. But I don't want this team getting away with it. That's what I don't want. I don't think they deserve to win this. And I understand price controls, and this is a part of how business gets done. I understand they have a shot to win it. Because altering the status quo is not something people want to be responsible for. If Skubal wins, that means players with 5 years of service time are going to be worth more than they've ever been worth and closer to their actual free agent value than at any point in the history of the sport. Yeah, maybe these lawyers don't want to set that precedent and the Tigers might get over. But to me, what I've wanted all along is him traded because I don't want to continue dealing with this.
Yeah.
And look, there was a rumor yesterday into today that the Dodgers are waiting for this outcome. And again, I mean, I don't even care. It's a folly. The Dodgers are lighting money on fire to three-peat. My whole thing is if you trade this player, then you can go out and sign multiple players, replace the money, and I still think you win the division because that's how bad this division is. I don't want this all year headed into a trade deadline where there's going to be weeks of shows about Skubal getting dealt. I don't want to do it.
Yeah. After every time he pitches, that's going to be one of the first questions asked to him. So, yeah, it's going to be unfair to his team.
I'll tell you the other thing this does, and if you think I'm going too far or fans do, it's fine. I think this sends a pretty terrible message in the clubhouse how this organization is going to treat players when you get good. Oh, you got good? Yeah, we're not going to get a long-term deal done. And we're not going to trade you to get a long-term deal done. We're going to ride you like a Shetland pony. We're going to go to arbitration, and we're going to tell you how little you're worth. And if Skubal, who carries this team, make no mistake about it, Go look at the data. When Skubal pitches, you're over 20 games over 500 the last 2 years. When he doesn't, you look up mediocre in the dictionary, there's a picture of the Tigers. You're a 500 team. This dude has carried this team. You don't think his teammates quietly in a dark corner are watching to see how this plays out? You don't think this sends a terrible message to the guys in that room? Not to mention what happened with Casey Mize last year where they squabbled over 25 grand or whatever it was. Guys, it sends a message. Well, so you're damn right I want him getting his money.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said if the Tigers win, you're going to have to trade him because I don't think you want him in that clubhouse because he could come out and be as professional as he wants. I don't know. He's going to be there for his teammates, but I don't know if he's going to be there for the team, if that makes sense. Guys, I love you, and I want to win with you guys, but I don't necessarily like the people who sign our checks because they screwed me over. So I don't think you want that there because now you do have players saying, so what was it like? Well, you really don't know what it's like? Here's what they said about me. It's like ice cream. Here's what they think about you. And I don't think you want that permeating throughout the clubhouse.
What do you guys think? We've kind of said it all. Who do you want to win the arbitration today? And who do you think does win? And you're not wrong either way. I'm not going to judge you. If you're saying, look, I love the guy, but I need another player on this team, I hope he loses, go for it. But I don't think you can deny the things we're saying. 248-539-9797. I want to get to your phone calls. We'll get David and Kenny's opinion on this next. As that meeting is going down at some point today. If you're already thinking about the big game this weekend, you're not alone. And if your TV or sound system isn't ready, let's fix that. Upgrading the system isn't about one game. It's about enjoying every moment that comes after it. And Paulson's Audio Video in Farmington Hills, they'll help you redesign the whole setup if you want. Big game might be the catalyst to upgrading everything for March Madness. Bottom line, Paulson's, they don't just sell equipment, they sell the complete experience. The system, the install, and the aftercare. It's all there. So whether you're upgrading now or thinking about it, make Paulson's that first call. It's Paulson's Audio Video, your technology partner in Farmington Hills, 248-553-4100, or go to paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com. We get to your Skubal calls momentarily, but this one's for Kenny. I'm staying out of it because, well, whatever Steve decides is good enough for me. Artemi Panarin, more affectionately known as the Bread Man, has been traded to the Los Angeles Kings. Kenny, your thoughts? Level of disappointment, if any, 60 seconds or less.
Yeah, I wish the Wings would have made a move like this. It seemed like the price they paid wasn't exactly high. They paid a 20-year-old prospect and a conditional third. The only reason I think it was that low of a price tag was because he makes like $11 million and he's on the wrong side of 30. That being said, he still can play at an elite level. So, yeah, it's another move that a local team missed out on when they're winning.
And again, the Wings are in a fantastic cap position.
Yeah, 100%. And they could have been deferred money too, or
we said this.
Money. Yeah.
They have two needs. Realistic needs, okay? A top 6 forward or probably a top 4 defenseman. And I'm not just saying the top 4 defenseman because Evanson is hurt and is going to be out through the break. They still need to shore up that blue line. And ASP, I think it's fair to say ASP has been disappointing, okay? So look, this qualifies. This guy still has juice. This is a guy still on pace for 70, 80 assists this year. It's a guy who, look, the Rangers can't score in a whorehouse. You put him on a team that has some better options, which the Wings do. Yes, you are talking about a guy who on average is a 35 goal a year scorer. This is a guy who will give you 90 to 100 points a year. He's still in good form. This year, albeit the goal total is down a bit, I think situationally that speaks to that.
If you put him on a competent first couple of lines, he could absolutely be a productive player on a team like this. The Rangers were terrible.
Did you want him?
Yeah, I did. I absolutely wanted him.
Well, Steve says too bad.
Oh.
I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to see how my life is easier if I just do what most people do in our line of work. Well, we're just, boy, thank God for Stevie. And whatever he decides is good enough for me.
Let it play out.
Yeah, you know what? You don't understand how bad a situation Holland left him.
Look at where they are in the standings. But look, they're at the top of the standings.
Yeah, we don't need this commie. We're good.
Feels like some Pistons fans I heard say that too. No, we're at the top. We're fine.
No, I mean, I know Rico wanted him because, he loves communists. But, I'm just throwing it out there.
Doesn't everybody?
Kim Jong Beard.
No?
Well, okay. No, it's because you hate Army Navy, and that's how that whole thing is.
I got you. But no, it's Kenny, to look at where the Wings are now. Look at where the Pistons are now. Hey, remember we were saying, hey, look where the Tigers are now. They're the first team to 60. Guys, middle of the season, you don't get rings for that.
And here's more here. There's no contract extension yet, but I'm told, this is LeBron, that the Kings and Panarin's camp are working on that.
Yeah, that was always a sticking point for the Panarin camp, was to work on an extension. So that's not a surprise.
But that's also something that we are yet to see the Red Wings want to do in any type of player acquisition. It's just not what they've shown. Again, no yelling, no slander. Hey, whatever Steve decides is good enough for me. I'm going to take that approach, kind of see if that simplifies my life. There's no point in wanting more.
Do you feel better now that you've done that?
No, I feel filthy. I feel like a piece of garbage. I feel like just a lemming loser. No. I mean, I'm not going to freak out like Panarin's the only fish in the sea. I think the Hughes thing bothered me more based on age, pedigree, future. You're talking about, Panarin is not a foundational player at this stage of his career moving forward. Whereas Hughes, you're talking about, that's a guy who automatically becomes your best player. And over the next 4 years, there's just no world he's not a top 3 guy on your team. He's a foundational player. That one probably upset me more.
I already saw on Red Wings Twitter, which I know is a cesspool and you hate it and you would never go on this place. But on Red Wings Twitter, people are like, but you guys, this is all you guys wanted, was them to be involved in the conversation, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that we were in discussion. Great, you've passed the first check mark.
So we were the bridesmaid again.
Yes.
No, but I'm not freaking out about it. I just I am going to be patient through the deadline. And they can show me. Maybe he's working on something. If they have an empty deadline, I'm sorry. I don't know what to say to that.
What's your faith level that they do have a somewhat active deadline?
Whatever Steve decides is good enough.
All right.
Very nuanced. I like that.
We're just blessed to have him. Let's get to the people.
Yeah.
I want to get back to the Skubal stuff.
Expectations low.
Yeah, just, hey, It's coming along.
How about this?
They've had more points every year. Okay, so shut up.
How about a round of Coney's for everyone?
Right. Let's go to Justin, 97.1. Justin, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Justin. What's up?
Hey, man, I am rooting for Skubal in this case, and let me tell you why. Skubal, he is one of the greatest pitchers we have seen in a Tigers uniform, most dominant, and also one of the most dominant we've seen in MLB in recent memory.
Mm-hmm.
So he deserves every penny of this, and when you weigh what his peers are making, he deserves it. 62 starts in the last 2 years, 68 walks, 470 strikeouts, and a 2.6 ERA over the last 2 years. Doggone it, he deserves every single penny of this. And Mike, I totally agree with you about what you said in terms of the likes of Kerry Carpenter, Spencer Torkelson, Riley Green coming up on their last couple of years of arbitration here as well. And let's say the Tigers win this and, they get the 13 extra million in their pocketbook. I just don't think that the players they've been connected to, like a Chris Bassett or a Lucas Giolito or whoever else might be out there, I just don't think any of those players are really going to put them over the top for a championship this year, a World Series run. So because of that, I don't think it really matters who wins this case. I don't think they're going to be improved enough to be able to go out and win a World Series this year. So for that, I am rooting for Skubal. And you know what? I respect what Skubal's done so much that I want him to be on a team that is going to give him what he deserves. So,
yeah, look, and Justin, it's tough because we're in a very weird spot. But I also think the Tigers, and situationally, it's been a very weird 2 years. I sense from what you're saying, and certainly when people text or call the show, there is a level of, I don't want to say animosity, there's a level of frustration between fan and team. And that's where days like today, Justin, I'm not surprised a lot of people are rooting for Skubal. Not that they want to, quote, stick it to the team. I think it's the idea is they don't want the team to get away with what's gone on here. They could have traded him. They didn't. They could have signed him. Now, what low rent people will say is, well, Scott didn't want to negotiate. We haven't seen you throw a real offer at this kid. We haven't. Because if you did, it'd be out there. So you ended up here on your own volition. And then while ending up here, there was still an out. Go all in around him. You didn't do it. So in that sense, Justin, I want Skubal to get his money. I do.
I totally agree. I do think that there is some frustration on my behalf about how the team has handled this. But I have one question for you.
Sure.
Can you comment at all on how the arbiters might see this case? Because the highest arbitrated hearing payout was $20 million to Vladimir Guerrero a couple years ago, whereas the highest settled between the players and the team was Juan Soto, Shohei Ohtani, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. again, around $30 million, whereas it was the arbitrated $20 million to the Vladimir Guerrero. So how are they going to look at that? Is it going to be like they're going to look at the settled values and say, oh, Skubal absolutely deserves the 32, or are they going to look at that $20 million that was
that's the mystery. Yeah, I mean, Justin, I'm not qualified to get inside the mind of three mystery attorneys. I can offer you the two lines of thinking. I mean, for us as baseball fans and sports fans, back-to-back Cy Young, the guy is getting a raw deal from the team. They made an offer today that was made 11 years ago to David Price. Nope, no shot. Pay the man. But these are not baseball fans. By and large, these are just attorneys. They're going to litigate this. They're going to arbitrate. And again, remember, there's a responsibility, Justin. And I don't want to make this like the Supreme Court and they're redefining policy. But like when you are in this spot, go listen to players talk about it. Go listen to people who cover the game. This arbitration hearing has the power to reshape baseball from a financial standpoint moving forward? Do they want that weight? They are humans. I know they're not supposed to do certain things, but guess what? You're not supposed to punish people who are suing you. Hey, we got Brian Flores on line 3, and he still can't get a head coaching job, and he's suing the NFL.
Yeah, they're going to set a precedent. This case will now everybody's going to look at this Skubal case and whether it's going to be for players or against players.
There you go. There you go. And that's where I'm not qualified to tell you. Is there a way the Tigers win it? Yeah, there's a way. I think it'd be laughable.
Okay.
But I'm also at the point I'm ready for baseball to disappear in 27 just for this sport to burn to the ground and we restructure it appropriately.
Speaking of laughable, I know it will never happen. Could you imagine after the whole arbitration hearing if they had to do like the post-game press conference for the media?
Well, listen, we had a good plan. We executed it. We really leaned into him not pitching that extra game in Seattle. And, we're happy with the result.
It's like the end of a Judge Judy episode.
Oh, my God. They interview him in the hallway.
And then you get the 3 arbitrators. So, yeah, they kept talking about this, I think, a Cyrus Young Award. I don't know exactly what that is, but apparently it's good.
97-1.
Guys, you've heard me talk about the Matrix basement and what they did for me. They took a totally unfinished basement and they tricked it out. And now this Sunday, I could be watching the game downstairs. They can do the same for you. You won't be watching the game downstairs in your brand new basement. But if you head over to Matrix Basements right now, they're offering a build now, pay later program that's no interest and no payments until year 2028. You don't have to wait for your dream space. If you go to matrixbasements.com, get that free consultation, they'll come up with the design for you. And who knows, by the time April rolls around, you could be watching the first pitch in your brand new basement. You could be watching nets getting cut down in your brand new basement. Let Matrix Basements do for you what they did for me. And take advantage of the Build Now, Pay Later program. Absolutely zero interest and zero payments until 2028. Build now, pay later, and enjoy a beautiful new basement sooner.
Oh, here's a fun note, too, outside of the Skubal stuff. How about the Rangers retaining half of Panarin's salary?
Mike, that's what we were just upset about during the break here, because not only are they retaining 50% of the remaining this year's salary, they now sign him to an extension at 2 with 11 AAV. That's not a lot of money.
No, I mean,
they're paying for the next 2.5 years just $26 million for this player.
But David, here's the other thing I'll tell you. I have learned no smarm. Not every player wants to play here. This isn't 2002 where you're just going to go to the deadline and Luc Robitaille is going to fall out of the clouds. I don't know. That's why I'm not going to freak out. I will wait until the deadline. I will wait to see what Steve does or does not do and then react however I want to react. I mean, yeah, it would have been cool, but it won't surprise me in the least if somebody's like, yeah, we called and Panarin farted into the phone. I don't know.
Well, there are conflicting reports. Basically, the latest one says the Kings were the only team Panarin was interested in. That's the last. But up until now, though, every single beat writer, every single NHL guy said that the Wings were always in that conversation.
Well, Kenny, this is my other problem, too. And I want to be respectful. Like, I don't want to be a total Richard about this. But if people haven't caught on to how so many of these writers run cover for the franchise that they cover, I can't help you.
Well, I'm talking about nationally.
I'm
about
saying,
the Friedmans of the world.
After a deal's done, it's like the ultimate copium. Well, listen, my sources indicate he only wanted to play on Mars. And you're like, right, but for the last 3 weeks, you've been telling me 8 teams were involved. Which is it, Spank? So that's kind of where I get a little annoyed. Look, I'm not reacting at all to it. It is what it is. Show me. We got a couple of weeks. There's nothing I can do about it. Let's go to Mike, Rochester Hills, 97.1. Mikey, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. What's on your mind?
Good. I'm Team Skubal on this one. As a Tigers fan, I feel like the only way we're going to watch winning baseball this season and potentially going forward is if he wins the arbitration, because then it forces the team's hand. For whatever reason, this team has been hung up on only offering this guy $20 million a year for the last 2 years. The only report we got of an extension offer was 4-year, roughly $80 million, which is not what he is worth. So I hope he wins the arbitration because it forces the hand. Either he plays on his contract this year at Comerica Park for $32 million or whatever it is, or the team has to trade him for usable pieces now and in the future.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, that's where I've been for a while. And I know what people are going to say is, well, if we had traded him the way you wanted to, we wouldn't have made the playoffs. And I'm like, yeah, and what did you win exactly? I mean, you play in the worst division in the sport. You blew a 15.5 game lead. You didn't win the division. And luckily, you got to play Cleveland, who's just about as Rudy Poo as it gets. So, cool. Like, Mike, I'm with you. I would have dealt him. I would have trusted Scott Harris's process, his ability to identify young talent. You would backfill the spot. I keep bringing up Giolito, and like, Mike, I know it's not a lot of sex appeal there. Like, this isn't a Sydney Sweeney lingerie ad, but Lucas Giolito was damn good last year off the injury. I could bring him in, put him with Chris Fetter, and I'm telling you, I still feel like I win the division. So, yeah, Mike, that's where I've been at for a while. I mean, hell, Mike, and it could be total Rudy Poo nonsense, but I had a million Skubal, LA Dodger rumors sent to me how the Dodgers were considering Roki Sasaki as the centerpiece of the deal. I do it all day. I do it all day.
And Glasnow was rumored to be part of that as well, so you still are getting a high-end pitcher in the deal. So at the very least, Skubal wins the arbitration. At the very least, you have Skubal happy on the mound at Comerica Park every fifth day. Yeah. You're instantly 10 to 15 games better than you would be. And why that helps you win a division that is very winnable. Without Skubal, I don't know. I'm not as confident as you that we win the division because our starting rotation depth and our offense has been inconsistent.
Yeah, and Mike, that's fine. Like I said, it's not. I'm not. This isn't like an ironclad guarantee. Look, losing him for nothing, considering Scott Harris's long-term plan, and the farm system really doesn't have a lot of pitching. Once we're past Troy Melton, there's nothing there. They're very positional heavy, and that's fine. I've never wanted to go down that road. I was willing. Rico sold me this pen. We could keep him and go all in around him. Well, they didn't do that either.
No.
So, yeah, I do. I want Skubal to get paid because, frankly, I don't like the way this has been handled. And last I checked, this isn't North Korea. I have a right to feel that way. Connor, 97.1. Connor, how you doing, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm in a car wash, so I apologize if you can hear any of that.
You sound great. You're good.
So I'm not a big baseball guy. I'm more of a hockey guy, but at this point, I've heard you talk about Skubal to the point where I'm turning it off whenever I'm hearing it. I hope he gets 40 mil if that's even possible. And Illich has to show his you know what on what he does from there. But Kenny, I will tell you that I did see the same stuff from Drager about Panarin wanting to go to LA exclusively. And, I got really mad when I first saw it, and Shefty broke it of all people. So that really threw me for a spin. But you know what? I'm going to try and stay calm till the deadline, but I don't know if I can.
Connor, I just don't have a choice, right? I don't want to overreact now, and then let's say in a few weeks we get one of those Yzerman laser beam moves from days gone by. Yeah, I'm not going to overreact. But yeah, it's go time. Like, I will continue to say this, if not now, when? The team has earned the right. The guys in that room have earned the right to get help.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. And as far as that, I'm concerned, bigger picture here, I guarantee you, if you brought all the owners to the county and you hit them with truth serum, would you rather be good for 10 years or would you rather be great for a year or 3?
They'll all say 10.
The 10 years gets you a lot more ticket sales.
Yep. That's what it feels like, Connor. I can't argue it.
The funny thing, Connor, you must have been listening to the conversation I had with David and Kenny in the break because I said the exact same thing.
We'll go to Joshua. He'll get the final word, and we'll kind of keep it moving today. I do have some Pistons stuff for you guys. Joshua, what's going on, bud?
Nothing much, man. Just stressing out. But I just want to point out the obvious. Skubal is the reason the Tigers have been, relevant the past couple of years. And, I'm willing to do it. I think I'm going to start a GoFundMe for this Tigers team. I want to give them money. I'm sitting here on MLB The Show. I'm making a better team than them with less money. I signed Suarez. I did that. Me. This is ridiculous, man. I'm going to start a GoFundMe. Someone needs to tell Scott Harris that they're not going to make a movie about him starring with Brad Pitt, about how he made the cheapest team in baseball.
Well, they don't.
They didn't win a playoff game. The Athletics.
Okay, all right. Josh, I want to help you out with a couple of things. You can say you don't like how they've spent. You cannot. It is inaccurate. Don't make me defend this team. It's inaccurate to say that they haven't spent. They have. Has the payroll slightly gone up? Yes. They haven't done a slash and burn. They're not Cleveland. I just don't like how they spent. No, I don't consider giving Glaber a big raise spending wisely. I don't consider signing a guy who pitched in Korea the last 4 years wise. I wanted a right-handed bat. They've offered you nothing. But you can't say they haven't spent. Now, where you can throw the challenge flag, why does Skubal's arbitration have anything to do with signing a Bassett, a Giolito, something else? And don't tell me $13, $15 million, they're over budget. You have no payroll commitment next year. You have a farm system that is going to allow you to build a very cost-conscious team, which I'm convinced, by the way, that's why Harris was brought here. I'll go to my grave believing it. Build me the best cost-conscious team you can. We're going to sit middle of the table, build me a good team. Bottom line, dude, they'll make that money back. Go try to win the World Series while you have Skubal.
Let's call it optionality.
I hate you. That's all I have. That was like an instant response. We'll get.
If I had a cap.
That's right. Thank you. We'll get texts. I do have some Pistons news. We've also got a football today of some form, David, or what other type of nonsense do you have for us?
Super Bowl by the numbers.
I'm definitely walking out. 97-1. All right, we'll catch up on texts. We'll get to a Super Bowl by the numbers top of the hour, and I have something Pistons related. But just, Rico, just allow me to nerd out for a minute. This is what I mean about some of these trades. We went through this yesterday with the Ivy deal, and I didn't go crazy on it. We worked our way through it. Okay, then there's a pick swap, and you start to look at, all right, Minnesota's clearing room. The Bulls have a fetish for point guards. They have 6 of them on the roster. And the Pistons, well, maybe this is about now having enough pieces they could move, not named Tobias, to then go out with a more attractive pick swap and maybe get Michael Porter Jr. Some of that is hopium, but work with me. This Wizards Anthony Davis thing, when you get into the nuts and bolts of this is actually kind of shrewd. Now, if this is just going to be unibrows wash jokes, just hang on. Do you know they landed Anthony Davis without giving up a single one of their own first-round picks?
Yes.
Yes.
I did see that, yes.
So basically the way this boils down is one of the first picks will be, number 30. The other one is top 20 protected into like oblivion. So Dallas can say they got 2 first-rounders for him. You really didn't. And for Washington, they drafted Alexander Sarr. You play Sarr next to AD. You have Trae Young. You have some younger players. I'm not telling you it's perfect. But when you first read it, you go, wait, what the hell are the Wiz doing? They're rebuilding. Well, they didn't give up any of their own picks. They'll be top 5 in the draft this year. Mm-hmm. I kind of can understand it.
They hit the reset button. And if you really do a deeper dive, Mike, you find out why Dallas did this, because Dallas is now, well, they'll be under the cap. They're not in that first apron anymore.
Well, like Celtics yesterday, it served 2 purposes. It's where I laugh. I read, I love these draft grades. Some goofball in their basement does a draft grade and they label it CBS and it's like Celtics C-. And I'm like, you're aware they were in the second apron, right? So they got out of the apron, and now they don't have Bob Querta starting at center. Yeah, Vooch isn't who he was 7 or 8 years ago. Defensive liability. But guess what? He's still 6'11", 260, and the Celtics need a center. So it killed 2 birds with 1 stone, and they traded the walking heat check in Anthony Simons.
Well, because what people don't understand is when you're in the second apron, you don't have the ability to make certain deals.
Correct. So, it changes the money aspect, the matching requirements, and just the bill that's due.
Right.
So, yeah, I just wanted to make that note because at the start of the show, you're like, what?
No, I'd laugh at the grades because already Dallas got an F for this trade. And, the Wizards got an A. It's like, well, Dallas kind of got what they wanted.
Yeah, they get to hit the reset button and build it around Cooper Flagg on a rookie scale deal. And yes, it's still a zero tax state. It's still a place players want to play, and maybe they can figure it out. I don't know.
Yeah, they'll get a top pick. They're out of the first apron. So, yeah.
No, and that's the other thing. Okay, seriously. And I know, I understand I can't change it. I'm not going to be Kelvin Shepard. If AD had stayed healthy, AD had been durable the last few years. Then he gets traded last year, so naturally dies. And dies again. I understood what they were trying to do in Dallas. It didn't make sense they didn't shop, but I understood it because they have talent there. And I laugh because a year ago, you have guys like Stephen A., his head's caving in like a pumpkin. Hey, how's that working out for the Lakers? A year later with Luka, do you know what they are? Woefully average. I thought it was going to turn them into a mega team. I thought Luka was going to rain hell on people. No. Like, Luka is never going to be, like, he showed up this year in shape and everybody wanted to kiss his ass. Oh, you mean he did his job? He's still a turnstile.
No, you're right.
So, like, I just laugh because the grading thing, it's always going to be somewhere in the middle. Very rarely is it A, F, genius, moron.
Yeah, I mean, in my world, it pretty much was a wash. I think the Lakers were going for it, and they didn't get it. And now you're stuck with, heck, you had LeBron. Like, is LeBron going to get moved? Like, I think this is the end of the Lakers.
And what you also can't predict are injuries. because people were saying, oh, the AD Kyrie combination. Well, sorry, Kyrie blew his knee out.
Yeah, it all went wrong.
Right.
But I understood on paper when they made the move with Kyrie and PJ Washington, they had the two centers, Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford, and they both died.
Correct.
They had a team on paper that could have made a run in the West.
Keeping all of that and getting AD, I mean, that still seemed like it was going to be really good.
And it went really, really bad.
And David, news for you. Your favorite player, Chris Paul, has been traded.
Traded to Toronto for your boy, Adebayo.
Hoshi Abaji.
Oogie Kabuchi.
Well, here's a funny thing. Toronto will not require Chris Paul to report to the team.
Well, no, because the mascot's not a part of the team. They've actually retrofitted the Barney outfit for Chris to wear because that's all he's going to be doing in an NBA arena this year.
So he can still be
He'll
involved
be right
in
there in front of
trade.
Scotiabank before the game, greeting the fans.
That's it. He could be like Mini Hooper. He could be the mini Barney. That's it. He's done.
Oh, that's amazing.
They won't require him to show up to work. Hey, I wonder if that's the Alex Cobb deal. Or don't give you this money. We don't require you to actually show up. Well, that's good. My sciatica's acting up. All right, 248-539-9797. I want to get to Super Bowl by the numbers, and then we can get into a little Pistons. Is that because this town loves nothing more than playing this card? No, not the race card. The disrespect card.
Say the grit tough card.
Nice job, Kenny. 248-539-9797. Were the Pistons disrespected? I'll explain. 415 97.1. Let's do a little Super Bowl by the numbers. David.
So this time, I'm going to let you guys guess a few here.
Thanks, David.
I'll give you some hints along with the numbers, and let's see what we can do here. Let's start with the number 0. This has to do with returns.
0 returns. There's
I'm
never.
sorry, I didn't start. It is Super Bowl history. This is Super Bowl history.
And you're saying 0.
0 returns.
0 kickoff returns ever.
No, Desmond Howard had one.
Oh, yeah. What was it?
That was a kickoff return, yes.
Punt return?
There have been 0 punt returns in Super Bowl history.
Kadarius Toney, of all people, came really close.
65 yards, took it to the 5. So it was very, very close there. That was Super Bowl 57.
Fun note, there's also been 0 punt return touchdowns in Michigan State football history. Or so it seems.
I was about to say, that's okay. Never mind. He's just being. I'm like,
woo. Let's go to the number 3. The number 3.
Russell Wilson.
And this has to do. This has to do with scoring.
Okay, 3.
Russell Wilson.
3, and it has to do with scoring. I need something more than that, David.
How about 3 quarterbacks have scored on a pass?
No. Okay, let's do.
Wait, what? What do you mean scored on a pass?
Like you talking about like Philly special type stuff?
All right. For a minute, I thought you were like Zoolander. Who's winning the match, Pop? I'm like, what? Scored on a pass? What period is it?
They caught the.
I understand now. That's actually a really interesting guess.
The number 3 here is the fewest points scored by one team, and it's a tie. The Miami Dolphins scored 3.
And the New England Patriots scored 3 against the Chicago Bears.
No. The Rams in Super Bowl 53.
Jared Goff.
13-3.
Jared Goff. Oh, my God. Jared. Oh, no.
There has never been a shutout in the Super Bowl.
That game was awful.
Yes, it was.
Awful.
I wonder if this game will compete with that game.
Defensive-wise, you could think that, yes.
I remember watching that game over Rieger's house, and I left. I was like, Jeff, I can't do this.
Why, was he all bricked up?
No, that was just Jared Goff wasn't here yet.
Rico's trying to watch the game, and all Rieger kept saying was, I got to get the hell out of here. Hey, by the way, how about him rolling around the office today and some of the things he was saying?
Oh, my Lord.
I told him, you can't be talking that way in the middle of the office. He was talking about chewing it and doing it, and I'm like, bro, what are we doing here, man? I'm just trying to do a radio show.
Maybe tonight, I'm like, what? Say, too much.
Guys, think about this. He's used to being here later in the day.
No one else is here.
Gone.
Yeah.
He's not used to being here during the middle of the day.
So I'm just going to go with this one. I'm going to just give it to you. No guess on this one. It is the number 10. This year's game is the 10th Super Bowl rematch. In the first games, they were 6-3 in those rematches. The teams that won the first game usually win the second game. So, the number 5. This is a defensive stat in the Super Bowl. The number 5.
Defensive touchdowns in a Super Bowl?
Pick 6 in the Super Bowl.
You're closer. It is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers intercepted 5 passes in Super Bowl 36.
And Kerry Collins, who owed money to the Mafia, or at least it seemed, threw 5 interceptions in the 2000 Super Bowl against the Ravens. Not that I'm bitter.
Yeah, so Tampa Bay won that Super Bowl 48-21 against Oakland. That is the game I believe the Raiders player was missing.
Richie Incognito. Not Richie Incognito.
No.
Maybe Barrett Robbins.
There it is.
Yeah. Yes.
Wait, was he? Yeah, he was in the whole. Oh no, that was the Cincinnati.
No, that was
Bengal.
the Atlanta Falcons player.
Well, the Bengal was what? Stanley. Didn't the dude get all coked up the night before the Super Bowl?
Right. It was the Super Bowl here, and he never left the hotel room.
Was he hanging out with Stoney?
But then you had the Atlanta Falcons safety, I believe.
Eugene Robinson,
Yes.
who was up for Man of the Year,
Yes, he was.
trying to get his wick wet with a Lady of the Night.
Oh, boy.
He tried to get a hooker, and he was the Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Right. It was just like, guys, could you please not arrest me? I'm actually a really good guy, and I got to play in the Super Bowl. This will be a little embarrassing.
So let's go through this next one here. It is the number 12. You don't have to guess what it is.
Tom Brady.
Give us a hint.
No, because I want you to guess the teams.
Okay.
12 is the number of teams that have never won a Super Bowl.
Okay. Lions.
Yes.
There's my contribution. Arizona Cardinals.
Yes.
Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yes.
Carolina Panthers.
Yes.
Cleveland Browns.
Yes.
He's going to leave the hard ones for me.
We're working our
there's
way
some easy
towards
ones
it.
in here,
Houston
though.
Texans.
Yes.
New Orleans. No, they won one with Breeze. Atlanta.
Yes.
How many have I named?
I think you hit 7.
You've hit like 7 of them, yeah.
All right. So now it gets a little more difficult. We're just going to talk this through. It's okay.
The Chargers.
That is correct. The Los Angeles San Diego Chargers. Yes, they put them together. So, yep.
Do you put old Browns? No.
Cleveland Browns count. Yeah,
I wanted to make sure
yeah.
it wasn't two different iterations.
Oh, so the Bengals.
The Bengals, correct.
They get there. They just lose in horrifying ways.
So we have
wait,
three
wait.
teams left.
Minnesota Vikings.
Correct. 2 teams left.
Buffalo Bills.
Correct.
Yes.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. You all didn't do this one. There's 2 teams left now. I'm sorry. I miscounted.
Buffalo Bills.
I'll give you the AFC South.
We did Jags. Titans.
Again,
they came up a yard short.
And I can't remember if you all said this one. They're also AFC South.
I said the Jags.
There's another one.
Texans.
I said
Texans.
All right.
Oh, okay.
All right, we did good there. Yeah. All right, this is
you
good.
all did really good there.
All right,
Not
geez.
expecting that.
Now, how many teams have never even been to the Super Bowl?
Well, see, now, no. That's 4.
Browns.
The Browns.
Jags.
The Jags. Lions.
Texans.
And the Texans.
Oh,
the Texans has never made the championship game.
Because they always play on Saturday.
Next.
All right, let's go with the number 45. The number 45.
Okay. Need a hint. Come on.
I'll just give it to you because I don't know if I can give you a hint. I think I would give it away.
Hold on. 45 Super Bowls decided by a touchdown or less.
No. It's the largest margin of victory in a Super Bowl was
Hold on.
45 points.
Hold on. What game was it?
You all will get this.
I think that was Niners-Chargers.
That first play of the game was Jerry Rice for 80 yards, right?
Correct.
That was Bobby Ross.
Yep.
Yes, 55-10.
Was the running back on that Charger team Natrone Means?
I believe it was.
Oh, man. What a time to be alive.
I was.
All right.
And Lions fans were so excited. Oh, we got a Super Bowl quarterback. I mean, coach.
First play of the game was like
right over the middle.
Yep. Just heard that 80's pretty good.
Now, this one, Mike, you probably will get this one.
Great.
It is the number 30. And it includes the Giants.
Number 30.
Yes.
And it includes the Giants. 30.
Yes.
This isn't some shout out to Dave Meggett, is it?
No.
All right.
No.
I don't know. I need a hint, man.
It is in the Giants, and it was regarding points scored.
Points scored. I mean, they won 2 low-scoring games against New England. What, 30 points to win 2 Super Bowls total?
In Super Bowl 21, they scored 30 points in the second half of that Super Bowl to beat the Broncos 39-20.
And
they
Phil
were down
Simms,
at halftime.
and he set the completion record with like a 90% completion rate.
Yeah, it was 19 for 20.
Yeah. Touchdown by noted Navy cadet Phil McConkey.
Yep,
no relation to Lad
I was about to
McConkey.
say, is that related to Lad?
No, Kenny and
Not
I
his
went
dad?
through that 2 years ago where I'm like, is this like Phil McConkey's nephew?
Kenny was like, no, it doesn't look like it.
No, he's
I
just
remember
another little white wide receiver with the name McConkey.
Yeah, he was like 19 for 20 or 20 for 21, like something ridiculous.
And that was at the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, they were down 10-9 at halftime and just scored 17 points in the third quarter, 13 in the fourth.
You hate to see it. Next.
The number 31, and this is regarding jersey numbers.
31 regarding jersey numbers.
Come on, need a little
Hold
something
on.
here.
31 quarterbacks, number.
What number?
Seven?
No, 12.
12.
31 quarterbacks have worn the number 12, have appeared in the Super Bowl.
Ken Stabler. All right.
I'm not. We're not going.
Yeah, hey, let's name the 31 quarterbacks.
No.
Jake Delhomme.
Tom Brady.
Okay, all right. I can't do this. We won't get very far.
Okay. And then I'll close it out with this one here because it is the number 23. We will see this on Sunday because Drake May becomes the third quarterback to start a Super Bowl at the age of 23.
Wow.
Dan Marino was 23 in 127 days.
Joe Burrow?
Roethlisberger. 23 in 340 days.
Good guess with Burrow, though.
And again, like it's the same thing. It's the Dan Campbell comment. Guys, this may be our best shot ever.
Correct.
I can't tell you Burrow's getting back. Just like Marino made it as a rookie.
Correct.
And he never got back.
Tony Banks.
Oh, man.
Number 12.
Hey, I'll just tell you this. I'll never forgive him. 1995, Spartan Stadium against Penn State. He could have ran the damn ball in the end zone, and instead he did another one of his whacked out, woo, I'm Tony Banks, look at me, interception idiocy, and we lose the game because Bobby Ingram scores with 4 seconds to go. Joe Pa didn't even know what day it was. I love Tony Banks, but he would hurt you. He would do magnificent things, and then he would hurt you.
I was just naming quarterbacks. Jake Delhomme.
That is
Aaron Rodgers.
97-1.
Start the year in drive. Marantz Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. 2 years in a row. Now, how do they do it? By making things simple. They don't bust your chops. Right now, GM employees and immediate family members, you can lease a 26 Trax LT, $299 a month, $999 down. Or GM employees and immediate family members, lease a 26 Equinox LT, $299 a month, $999 down. And as always, straightforward pricing, no runaround. You get all the certified service. You get the loaner vehicle, MoranExpress.com, or you can stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Marantz Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
All right, NBA trade deadline not quite here yet, but the Pistons did make a move yesterday. Other teams are making moves as we speak. David, I'm sure, is going to go out and get that Raptors Chris Paul jersey. He's going to be right on top of that. But some things changed last night as the Pistons, as their competition, especially the Cleveland Cavs, made a deal.
So here's what it is. You need to tell me whether this is accurate or, like they play on the morning show with a smarm alarm, is this a disrespect alarm? Here are your odds as of today to win the Eastern Conference. You're not number one. The Cavs are at plus 300. This is according to DraftKings. You're not number two. The Knicks are at plus 320. You are third at plus 360. The Celtics are plus 380. Now, before we even go into this, let's just, first things first, they are telling you the East is wide open. Everyone's plus odds. Everyone's between plus 3 and 400. The East is wide open. This is why we so desperately want to be on the air tomorrow talking to you about Michael Porter Jr. Not that he's Michael Jordan, but like if last night's game shows you anything, why did you struggle to close Denver out? That game never should have been close because you have jokers like Duncan Robinson and Dennis Jenkins and nonsense taking shots because Cade can't do it alone. You add a Michael Porter Jr. to the mix, you win that game by 15 last night. So, look, we're hoping. But the question is, did the James Harden trade really make Cleveland the favorite? I think that's a little bit disrespectful. I do. I'm not going to go crazy. But I don't know how Donovan Mitchell and James Harden even fit together. Because then you end up, and I've lived this in the early years of Tatum and Brown. We're going to share the ball. Okay, it's your turn. And the next possession, all right, it's David's turn. Okay, back to Rico. Over to David. Back to, you can't play that way. But they're the same ball-dominant player.
Yeah, you run into problems, especially when you get into the final 2 minutes of the game. Who's going to be the main guy who gets the ball and who has to play off of the main guy? And it's like, wait, give it to me. No, give it to me. And then it just becomes whoever gets the ball first. I'll take the inbounds pass and just play iso ball for the next 21 seconds or so.
But the difference is the Cavs have closers. The Knicks have closers. The Celtics have closers. You have closer, question mark. You have a guy who's yet to do it in the playoffs, and he needs help. So I can understand it, but I will tell you, if the Pistons played the Cavs in a playoff series today, I'm still taking the Pistons. If they played the Knicks, I would take the Pistons. I would. The Celtics is completely dependent on whether Tatum plays and what he looks like. I can't speak to it. Today, with Tatum not playing, I take the Pistons.
See, I would still take the Knicks if they played the Knicks. The Cavs, that just was weird. It was like, wait, so you went and got Harden. I don't know if you got better or not. You got a name.
The problem's going to be in the fourth quarter of a playoff game, and you're in closing it out. We're going to ISO, and we're going to attack you.
Yeah.
And look, much like the Nuggets did last night, we're going to live at the free throw line. I mean, I'm not telling you it's going to be fun to watch.
No.
But I just don't understand how the Cavs immediately move to the top of the pops. But I think, if anything, it just says to you, it's proof is in the pudding how open the East is. Why not take a step forward and you be the team at the top of that list?
Mike, it's funny because we say that after every Pistons game. If last night's game didn't show you, you need another score. I feel like we say that after every Pistons win. But I guess the Cleveland Cavaliers went up because you just said it. Harden's going to find a way to get fouled, whether it's ethical or not. He'll find a way, just like the reason why I would still take New York. Brunson's going to find a way to get fouled and get to the free throw line if you played in a 7-game series. Cade hasn't gotten to that point yet where he can just say, all right, I'm driving. Either you're going to foul me, I'll get the and one, or I'm going to hit 2 free throws. So I think that's why you know Harden will get to the free throw line. Now, he's not going to win you a title. But
no, I just mean if I've got to trust someone in the fourth quarter of a game. Look, here's my problem. I don't like James Harden. I don't like having to give them credit. I don't think this makes Cleveland better than you. I don't. I'm saying, why are they there by the market? That's my thing. I still think, look, I need the Pistons to do something. Yesterday doesn't make any sense alone. Herter hasn't shot the ball well in a few years, and he's a half-court player. I look at it and I go, all right, they improved their draft pick by 5 to 7 slots. That has to be more valuable, and it can't be about them using it. It means now, by getting Herter and Saric, you have bodies on this roster, not named Tobias, that you can get rid of to match the salary, and you have now a more attractive pick. MPJ is the guy that makes the most sense. He's a wing player, elite shooter, and he has been second/third fiddle on really good /championship level teams. That's the guy. He's not signed for 10 years. He's signed for 2.
Correct.
Just please. If they do this, I think the Pistons can go to the finals. So they won't.
I really need you to stop bringing this up because it makes too much sense. You know how we feel about that.
Why else would they have made that Ivy deal? I'm asking.
I would like to think that there's another deal in the making, but maybe they think that they
was it as simple as they have a love affair with Dennis Jenkins?
I think that's
and now we can get a slightly better pick.
I think that's what it is. I think that Dennis.
Okay, well, I'd like to tell you that's clownish. You can't. I'm sorry, dude. You can't. There are players that can help you get better, whether it's a Norman Powell, whether it's an MPJ. Like, you have to load up here.
I get it, but I think that they really enjoy the camaraderie and that locker room. And it's like Dennis just brings something. I'm with you. I'm
not vilifying Dennis Jenkins. Let me say this because I know we're going to get a bunch of butthurt idiots out here. I'm making a point. Why does this town always have to be about the Dennis Jenkins? Okay? Please. I need players that are going to play 30 to 40 in a playoff game that I'm running plays for. Oh, my God, did you see him hustle and get that rebound late on yes, I did. It's also a regular season game. It doesn't matter. You watch the NBA. You see what this is. The playoffs are a different animal. And it's the same crap last year. I had to listen about how Malik Beasley had a golden schwanz and how he was going to lead you to the promised land. Hey, let's check that Malik Beasley playoff closer hotline. Hey, here's Malik inbounding the ball. Zzz! Come on, man. This, to me, is a little bit disrespectful. Scale of 1 to 10, it's about a 4 on the disrespect level. I don't think Cleveland should have moved ahead of you. I don't think the Knicks should move ahead of you either. The Knicks bring something out in this team. I think the Pistons have a sick, a fascination. They want New York. There's something about it.
They do. They bring something out of this team.
Get
Mike,
MPJ, let's go to the finals. Doesn't that sound like fun?
Now, if they had that, then it's different. But I think they're saying, well, you didn't really improve yourself. The other teams did. And, yeah, until you knock off the Knicks, then
they will beat the Knicks. I have said this for weeks.
Okay.
I'm going to continue to say it.
Okay.
Because this is one thing Piston fans and me can hold hands with. We both hate the Knicks. I love seeing the Knicks suffer. Get Michael Porter Jr. Let's go to the finals.
Because right now, this team, I think that you'll take the Knicks to a 7-game series.
So right here, you have Kenny's life savings, and you have to bet one of these teams. And if you win, you get to hand Kenny his life savings back. And if you lose, you've ruined Kenny's life. Are you betting Cavs at plus 300?
Whoa. Let's be careful here.
Knicks at plus 320, Pistons plus 360, or Celtics at plus 380. And remember, if you're wrong, you're ruining Kenny's life.
Kenny, we'll make the money back. I promise you. You're gonna be a winner, but I'd take the Knicks at 320.
I would take the Celtics.
What?
I would.
You realize Tatum can't play in a wheelchair.
It has nothing to do with Tatum. It has everything to do with what I see right now currently with that team versus what this team has done. The Pistons have not improved at the deadline, and I
Yet.
don't think they
Yet.
will. I don't think
Yet.
they will.
We are going to manifest positivity.
I don't have any. I'm not manifesting anything, okay? The Wings don't do nothing. The Pistons don't do nothing.
Yet.
Nobody does anything.
Can we recycle manifestations? Because we keep manifesting things, but it doesn't happen. Can we recycle it? Are they recyclable?
Ask Karsch. He's the hippie.
But
recycling's a con anyways. Why do we do it?
To save the earth.
That's bull. Look at all the crap that's floating in the ocean, man. You think my pop bottle makes a difference?
I thought I was going to drop one for a second. Good job on you.
What?
You're like, that's bull. Okay.
Oh, yeah, no, it's bull jive.
Look.
Man, recycling's a pain in the ass.
It is, but you're saving the earth for the for little Paul for Sorvino.
Buddy, okay, you know what? We'll leave it alone. No one cares. I could have this debate with you. I have gotten to a point. It is such a grift. It's not real. No one's helping anything. I don't even know where the recycling goes. I just wish I could treat it like it was the 80s again and everything's garbage. From a pop bottle to a tin of Zins to a leftover Kenny Cott sub sandwich. It's all garbage. Bag it and tag it. See ya. Separate bins, separate trips to the end of the
And that's
driveway.
why you got Garbage Island floating out in the middle of the ocean.
Brother, that's not my problem. I won't be
You
here.
added to it.
Guilty. Okay, good talk. 248-539-9797. Disrespect or accurate. Enrico with Kenny's Life Savings would go Knicks at plus 320. 97.1.
All right, it's big game week, and Fanatics is finally officially cooking. They've teamed up with Kendall Jenner to deliver fans a 100% moneyline profit boost on the big game. All you have to do is decide whether you're riding with Kendall or betting against her and the Kardashian curse. And when it comes to the big moments like the big game, fair play makes all the difference. Fanatics protects all your player prop bets from first half injuries, plus with hundreds of markets, live betting options all game long, and every prop you care about: passing yards, rushing yards, and receiving yards. Betting with Fanatics Sportsbook for the big game is a no-brainer. Bet on the curse and protect your bets only with Fanatics, America's fastest growing sportsbook. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Max wager applied. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. # Fanatics Sportsbook Partner.
All right, we'll get some phone calls, some texts. One note, too, just from texts and people on Twitch. I want to help you with something. You can get your balls can get as chafed as you want at me. You're going to learn. You'll learn the hard way. Regular season doesn't mean a damn thing. So you want to sit there with both hands around your flagpole because you beat the Nuggets last night? Cool. Here's what we'll do. Put your life on the line in a 7-game series against the Nuggets in the playoffs. Do it.
Yeah, it's a different team.
Say it with your chest. You're telling me you don't know a damn thing about ball. The regular season and the playoffs are two completely different animals. And while I respect what the Pistons are doing, I'm not going to do what these other shows do. Every damn time they win a game over a team that already has a ring, over a team that already treats the regular season like a dress rehearsal, it is not some referendum on the Pistons. The referendum is the playoffs. Mm-hmm. So you can keep thumbing texts in, doing whatever it is you want to do while you're watching what we do, but it doesn't change. The playoffs are different. So do a solid. Go ahead. Go play Denver in a 7-game set in the playoff. Tell me who comes out alive. It's not you. So you enjoy that fun little February night. And when I say you didn't close the game out properly, argue it. You didn't. That game had no business being a 2-point game with 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes left. It had no business being there. But it's there because you have an Achilles heel. Oh, sure. You beat the Nets by 60, but we're talking about the ability to close playoff games. I want to invest in Cade, and I want to get him help. Mm-hmm. If that makes me the bad guy, cool. Guess what? Plenty of radio stations in town. I encourage you to go. Go listen to some Morgan Wallen or something. Yes, Rick.
No, brother, it's why I'm taking Kenny's 401k.
No.
And I'm betting.
We're beating the Knicks. The Pistons will beat the Knicks.
But it's, as I told David in the break, like him or not, 6 seconds left. I trust Jalen Brunson at the free throw line. I trust him with that final shot. Cade is good, but he has to show me he could do that consistently. And Brunson also has Cat. And if, heaven forbid, Bridges or Hart shows up, you don't have – that's why Michael Porter Jr. would help this team, the supporting piece that if he drives to the basket, he could kick it out to him.
No, we're good. We got Javonte Green.
So that's why.
Oh, geez.
That's why.
No, but David, that's the type of stuff this town falls in love with.
Sure is. It sure is.
Do it. Go win a ring with him. I don't know what to tell you.
It pains me when I watch them play because I'm not saying Javonte Green's not good. He could be good for a certain role off the bench, but I'm sick of them trying to give him the ball. Thank you. I don't need that in the playoffs.
But these people still think beating a good team in February is the same thing as beating them in June. I can't help them. So fine. Do whatever it is you want to do.
I'm with you. I mean, it's why yesterday I was just like, man, I would have went and got Jaren. Is Jaren the end-all, be-all? No, but you put Jaren on this team, and now, you know what? I would take the Pistons.
I'm just going to hold out hope. That Herder thing, it didn't really make a lot of sense if it's the only move. So I'm just going to hold out hope. I'm going to give them the time, and we'll see what tomorrow brings. Man, if they get Michael Porter Jr., to me, they are a rock-solid favorite in the East.
So bigger story tomorrow. Tigers win arbitration or Pistons make trade.
I don't know. I don't know if we'll hear about that tomorrow. Or maybe Kenny's head will explode when the Wings don't get another player. I don't know. We'll go to Quinn, 97.1. Quinn, how you doing?
What's up, fellas? I just wanted to say I agree with you, Mike. As far as the playoffs, is a different beast. But I do feel like the others on this year compared to last year are much better. You know, I do feel like, you know, Duncan Robinson shoots better than Malik Beasley. He's been in, you know, tough championship runs. They went to the finals, whatever years it was. And also, the point yesterday you made about the Bulls trading the center to the Celtics. You say, you know, him in the new scenery, him fighting for, you know, fighting in the playoffs, give him new life. I do believe if we do keep Herder, I'm not saying he's a world beater, but I think that might help him out, and the gravity K has help him out shooting. And if we get MPJ, it's like
well, that's different, Quinn. Yeah. If you get MPJ, you're golden. I think you're a rock solid favorite.
Enrico, don't risk Kenny's money playing with it. I'm telling you right now, Kenny, you'll be up, man. Pistons in 5.
I'm with my man there.
It's Mike. I want to be wrong, but
you will be
until I see them do it.
If the Pistons play the Knicks in the playoffs, you and I are squaring up.
Minus, even if they don't have Michael Porter Jr.
I'll turn into Mason. They're beating that team.
Okay.
I'm gonna back the Pistons there. By the way, my favorite kind of person hung up the phone. You guys are being too negative. How are we negative? What's negative in what was said? The fact that Rico's not making a baby in his pants because you won a February game against the Nuggets? No, it's not called being negative. It's called being an adult.
For anybody that thinks that we're being negative, you're probably the same people who were parading around that World Series trophy last June. You know, being in first place right now, it feels good, but you don't crown a champion in the middle of the season.
They're having an awesome season.
Right.
They need to get better if they're going to do this in the playoffs. We'll go to Bradley, 97.1. Brad, what's the word?
Hi, guys. Mike, what you were just saying about, winning a 7-game series right now, lit a fire under my eyes, because it's the exact same thing I keep asking myself. Is this team capable of doing that still? And it's kind of funny, when I look at the Pistons, I don't know what's a bigger shock to me, the way that they have this record right now, which still doesn't feel real to me, or their conditioning, which has been beyond impressive. But it's that conditioning that I wonder, like you just said, this team plays so all out every possession, like they're trying to win in February and March right now. And I don't know if that's going to be the case. Are they going to have that conditioning come April?
Yeah, I don't question the Pistons' effort. I don't question their attention to detail, and they try hard. I think it's just an overall talent issue of, are you really going to be able to go the distance and get to the NBA Finals as currently constructed? It's possible for sure, but I think there's moves available to you that it goes from possible to probable. And that's what I think the fans are owed. And that's why I really hope there's more.
And I think you guys see it. We're living in one of the weirdest NBA times ever. And I don't know, I think you're seeing a lot of teams in this league, kind of like Denver last night, that was kind of coasting the first couple quarters, because I do think a lot of teams look at the big picture, and they are just kind of managing themselves throughout this season. So, I'm kind of in the same realm of, I still need to see it out of this team in a 7-game series before I crown him a champion. And I'm not saying this team might not go and win the whole thing, but I still need to see it.
Yeah, and look, I'm going to say it again. They will beat the Knicks, because I can't live in a world where the Knicks win. I hate the Knicks. I need the Pistons to win that series. They will win that series. I can't stand Karl Anthony Towns' face.
We should have put him on the list.
He always has that look of disbelief on his face. Like, what are you surprised at? That you're soft? You've been soft since you came in the league.
Yeah, we missed that opportunity. He should have been on that hate list.
We dropped the ball on that one.
I know. Look, let's hope. Maybe they do a little something. And look, here's the other part, too. You got to stay healthy. We saw it last year. Cleveland was the prince of the East the whole year. What happened when the playoffs came around? Multiple injuries and ended their season. Stay healthy. It's possible.
Or your Celtics. Or the Pacers.
The Celtics were messed up last year a lot. They blew a lot of fourth-quarter leads. They didn't look right, and they weren't winning that series. Look, it was basically over. Even when Tatum blew out, they were still losing that game. They didn't have the edge. That's why you don't repeat. It's hard. That's why there hasn't been a repeat champion. 7-8 years. 97-1. All right, last call for football all week long. FanDuel giving you daily profit boosts every single day leading up to the big game. 30% profit boost on all receiving markets today. Look, if you think JSN's going to get the best of a one-on-one matchup versus Christian Gonzalez, fine. That's your business. To me, I'd use some of the tight ends for Seattle. An A.J. Barner Go Blue Mania parlay. How about Bobo, the dude from UCLA? I don't know. I just use some tight ends because I think the Patriots are going to neutralize the wideouts. Whatever. Do whatever the hell you like. It's FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
will always be funny. All right, guys. Let's have some fun. David had a list for us yesterday. I got a list for you today, Michael. Today's list is top 10 jersey sales of the year 2025. So we're going to guess the top 10 jersey sales of 2025.
In the NFL?
In the NFL. Guys want to go?
Oh, we just blind fire?
Well, I mean, I could give them to you, but yes.
All right. Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes did not make the list.
All right.
Kind of like the Chiefs not making the playoffs.
Enjoy your time, David. I quit. I hate stuff like this.
So I'm trying to think. Let's go top of the draft. Let's go Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter did not make the list. You guys are overthinking this one.
Valanciunas, you're up next.
What about Saquon? Did Saquon make the list?
Saquon coming in at number 5.
All right, I got one right. I'm done, boys.
Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey coming in at number 8.
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase did not make the list.
And I'm done. I'm out. I'm just 0 for 2.
Having fun yet, David? Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson did not.
Okay. Kenny, just play the rest of the game. Wake me up when this is over. Will you please? Go ahead. Go ahead, Valanciunas.
You guys would have fun with this.
I'm trying to think quarterbacks because that seems like an easy button answer. So what about Josh Allen?
Kenny coming in at number 1.
I'll put the team on my back. No worries.
Yeah. Hey, Valanciunas is going 30 and 15 tonight. Go ahead.
I don't know. Lamar. Somebody else.
Lamar did not make the list.
You're terrible. All right, over to David.
Some hints?
Yeah, sure.
One's in the Super Bowl.
Drake May.
Number 2, Drake May.
All right, I did something right. David, over to you.
I'll go another Super Bowl. JSN.
David from deep. Number 4.
Matt Stafford.
Stafford did not make the list.
I'm terrible again. Over to Valanciunas.
Caleb? No.
Yes.
All right.
Caleb at number 6.
We've found a game that, from an intellect standpoint, really plays to Kenny's strength.
See, I knew the rake was coming. I just didn't know where.
This really, Kenny was born for this game.
Here's a hint for you guys. 2 players are currently injured on this list.
Currently injured.
Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons did not make the list.
David's really bad at this.
I got one.
No, I just thought traded to a new team.
I'm kidding, David. I don't care. All right, give us a hint. So they're injured.
Mm-hmm. They also play for the same team.
Injured and play for the same team. Who the hell is injured that
One's
would be on this
ankle
list?
was faced the wrong way during the season.
There were so many catastrophic injuries. I'm thinking. Kenny, this is your game now.
Did anybody, I mean, Derrick Henry seems like an easy button answer.
His ankle wasn't on the wrong way.
I know that, but I'm trying to, because I can't think of who he could possibly be talking about. And he seems like one of the more popular players in the NFL. I guess Derrick Henry.
No.
One plays for an NFC East team.
Cam Scatterbull?
No.
Well, his ankle was...
No, this is a different person.
Oh, okay.
His
Different
ankle was
person.
absolutely on backwards.
Different person plays for an NFC East team.
Jaden Daniels.
No, but good guess.
His arm was on backwards.
Right,
Wrong body part.
right. Okay, once again, the guy playing for the NFC East team is not injured. He just plays football for an NFC East team. The 2 guys who are both injured play for the same team in the NFC.
David?
Gee, come on.
David, you often pick for this team every week during the picks.
Whichever team the Lions are playing.
He is a wide receiver.
Nico, you said NFC. You said NFC.
A.J. Brown.
No.
I give up.
Terry McLaurin.
C.D. Lamb. Jesus.
I'm just going to give you guys the rest.
This game is just brutal.
Last call. All right, we got Josh Allen 1, Drake May 2. We still don't have 3. We got JSN 4. We got Saquon 5. Caleb 6. C.D. Lamb 7. Christian McCaffrey 8. We still are missing 9. We're still missing 10. 3, 9, 10. All play for the same team.
All play for the same team, and it's in
NFC?
NFC. All right. Did the Bucks get 3 in the top 10?
I can't see that. No.
Atlanta. What if it's Bijan?
It could be Bijan.
Drake London. I don't know. He's just looking blankly at me, so I don't know if I'm near it or not.
You want the final hint?
Yes.
Yes.
These 3 players, according to some, will be considered privileged.
Brock Purdy.
Oh, my God.
At number 10.
Disgusting.
No
George
way.
Kittle.
At number 9, and foot facing the wrong way.
Fred Warner.
Fred Warner's on the top 10.
At number 3.
Never, without a hint, never would have guessed Fred Warner. An off-ball linebacker in the top 10 of jersey sales?
Well, I figured you would have got it when I told you the whole foot facing backwards.
That's why.
But then we started naming players with body parts on backwards. We weren't going to arrive. You needed to just say substation. You needed to say radioactive injuries.
I couldn't make it too easy, but once I gave you the final hint, you guys all got it.
But
Fred
3.
Warner?
I can't believe there are 3 Niners in the top 10.
No, there's actually 4.
That's insane to me.
Oh, yeah, because Christian McCaffrey was on there. 4 Niners?
4 Niners. Yeah.
That I never
4
would have.
Niners. Yeah. Seahawk, Patriot, Bill. Yeah.
Is this based on region? Is this everybody
No,
in the
this is
state of California?
NFL sales.
How about no Garrett? How about no Watt? Really surprising stuff.
I thought Parsons would be there changing teams.
I was going to say Parsons just because of that.
Yep.
Unless the Packers fans haven't embraced him yet. I don't know. But that's according to NFL sales.
I feel like I did good, and I somehow still feel stupid.
Hopefully jerseys are nicer than those alternate ones I've seen pictures of for the Super Bowl. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
That's your NFL top 10 jersey list, 97-1.
Hour number 4. Good to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything. We covered the Pistons a little bit. I think a little bit of disrespect. The Harden deal all of a sudden making the Cavs number 1 in the East, according to the betting markets. I don't totally agree with that. We're all kind of on wait and watch for, God help us, please go get MPJ tomorrow, but we'll see. We covered a little bit on the Wings briefly. No freak out. I'm just going to wait. I know the bread man got traded today. What do you want me to do? They can show me. They're headed to Lake Como for 3 weeks now. We also talked Tarik Skubal. We're going to get into that a little bit now. I did some digging because I wanted to see something, and this may not matter to anybody. But just to contextualize the level of, I don't care about the franchise setting a record with a $19 million offer. The disrespect in arguing that Tarik Skubal should make $19 million this year. Rico, by my count, now, again, this is only one source, payroll source, okay? If this is slightly off by 1 or 2, fine. But do you know how many pitchers in baseball made more than $19 million last year?
I don't.
Okay, hold on. Just stay with me.
Okay.
David, would you like to venture a guess? How many MLB starting pitchers made more than $19 million last year?
I'm going to guess 10.
Your guess is 10. I'd like to go to Jonas Valanciunas, a.k.a. Kenny Cott. Kenny, how many starting pitchers last year made more than $19 million?
My knee-jerk also was 10, but David already guessed it, so I'll say 11.
I go 15.
Okay. You're all nowhere close. 27.
Of course not.
27. So once again, much like pay-per-view wrestling, I'd love to watch Scott Harris argue that Tarik Skubal should be the 28th highest paid pitcher in the game. And while I understand it's not a vis-a-vis comparison to total market value and that arbitration is a cost control measure that, yes, was collectively bargained and the players have to play by this, when you have to argue that a back-to-back Cy Young winner is no better than 28th for what he deserves to get paid, and they're arguing, I'm willing to get paid $10 million less than Zach Wheeler, whose side would you take?
I'm going to take the immortal words of one Dr. Charles Ramsey. Something's wrong
here. When Sean Manaea made more than Tarik Skubal's arbitration offer. So look, that's going down today. And the question we asked earlier, it's very simple as you drive home today. Who's going to win this? And who do you want to win? Because it's counterintuitive to root against your ace in order to get what you want. You have to root for the open disrespect and alienation of your best player in order for this team, according to reports, to go and get other players. See, I can't do that. And that doesn't mean I'm right. In fact, I might be dead wrong. But I'm rooting for Skubal. Why? Because I hate the way this organization has handled this. And I don't think it is appropriate for the best pitcher in the sport to be this woefully underpaid. I don't like the message it sends in the clubhouse. I don't want the Tigers to get away with it. And I don't think the Tigers are right. I wish I could watch Scott Harris's presentation today. Well, actually, he's not nearly as good as you think. Please, flowchart that for me.
See, I'm to the point I'm disappointed in both parties. It never should have gotten this far, and this is a no-win situation for the team, for Skubal, or the fans.
Yeah.
Because in the end, we're all just kind of sitting here saying, well, what do we do next? Because
and the problem is they blame Boris, which is the laziest damn thing you can do, because it does. Now, again, I'm still Team Skubal. But you can blame Skubal if you want for not saying, look, I want to be a Tiger for life. Procure me an offer.
Yeah. Hey, I wonder what jersey Skubal wore to the arbitration. Did he have on his Pistons jersey? Did he have on the Red Wings sweater? Did he have on his state jersey? Like, you did this whole parade beforehand, but yet you don't want to talk about it. You just don't want to say, you know what? I want to be here. That's above, I'll let other people handle that. This is a situation that neither party, they wouldn't blink I don't think either one really wanted to work with the other, and you've now gotten to the point where nobody wins. And it's just going to be spite versus spite. And in the end, the fans, I think, are going to be the people who have to suffer the most.
Can I ask you this question?
Yeah.
No smarm, no receipts. It just, now that time has gone by, you and I, it wasn't an argument, but we had vastly different ideas. You wanted to keep Skubal and go all in around him. I've been on winter meetings, get here December 7th. I want him traded. I see where this is going. I'm out. Now that we've arrived at the end point, do you allow for any discussion of trade, or are you still steadfast, I'm keeping him? Because they didn't go all in around him.
Mike, at this point, the second arbitration is over, I start feeling trade offers.
Oh.
I don't think you can have this man on the team. It will become a distraction every day, every one of his starts, every time you talk to any Tiger player, the final, oh, by the way, how do you feel about Skubal? What do you think about Skubal? How do you think the Tigers handle Skubal? I don't want to get into that.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't this team, and I don't have the exact number in front of me, and I apologize if I'm slightly off. Didn't this team get into a bickering match with Casey Mize over $25,000 last year?
Yes, they did.
Or am I hallucinating?
Nope, you're not.
See, it sends a bad message.
It does.
So when the guy, because I'm with Rico on this, Skubal is the only reason this team isn't the definition of mediocre. When he's pitched the last 2 years, they're like 23 games over 500. When he doesn't pitch, they are a flat 500 team. He is the team. So what does that say to everybody in that room when this guy has helped carry this thing and he can't get his money? That does not instill good vibes to me.
No.
You can, any writer nationally or locally can run cover for this franchise all they damn want. Okay? But bottom line is, I don't want to hear about Skubal's professionalism. He's still a man, not a machine. The idea that he will be the 81st highest paid player in the sport and have 27 pitchers making more money ahead of him, including Jack Flaherty. Jack Flaherty, his ERA is damn near 3x what Skubal's is. That I don't want the team getting away with that.
Or, to put it in perspective, you'll make $4 million more than Cobb did last year.
Right here. That arbitration hearing just took place. I lost.
See, and that's why I'm on the Skubal side of this, because what the Tigers are doing, it's just baffling to me, and it speaks loudly to not only the players in the locker room and future, even the young players that are in Toledo and whatever. It speaks loudly to the rest of the league. It's like, if they're going to treat Skubal like this, then how would they treat me?
David, here's the other thing people need to ask a question about. What is this team's aversion to having any payroll in the future?
Correct.
They don't sign anybody with term. They're like Red Wings light. But at least the Red Wings have signed an Andrew Kopp 4-year deal. Not that that's been a home run. He's been better this year. My point is,
it was an attempt.
But I look at this. What's going to happen? Because is this going to galvanize the team, or is this just going to be the? Will you become the baseball equivalent of the Milwaukee Bucks? Everybody knows Giannis ain't happy. Giannis wants out, but Giannis won't say I want out.
It'll carry to the trade deadline unless you are 12 games up in the division. If you're anywhere near 500, if you're 5 games up, 5 games out, Skubal trade will dominate. It'll be every night. Mm-hmm. I don't want that. That's why I wanted him traded. So I'm interested to see if your opinion evolved. And it has, which is, hey, it doesn't mean I'm right.
It wasn't that. You had the opportunity for, you know what? We're not going to pay you a long-term deal, but we're going to surround you with a lot of people for 1 year. Then baseball's going to take a hiatus, and then we'll come back in 2 years and see what happens. You chose the route of, well, do we really want to pay you that much? How about we pay you this?
And again, if the team had made an offer, let's say 5 at 220, and they shot it down, I'd be done. Yeah. I'd be all set. But the fact, this is where I can't do what the other guys at the station are doing. I don't like Scott Boras either. But the point is, the team the reporting is, well, Boras doesn't want to negotiate. You got to put an offer out there.
And you can't sit there and trumpet, oh, he's our ace, he's our Cy Young Award winner, and then lowball him. Because make sense.
And I understand that while it is a historical offer for a pitcher, it's the same offer that David Price got 10 years ago. And on inflation alone, that same offer is really $27 million in today's dollars.
Yeah.
Which is why I can make it make sense for you, Rico. This is just a small look into the CBA negotiations here. The Tigers, it's been reported that MLB gave them and said, you know what, we suggest that you do this. Yeah. It's because of the CBA negotiations.
Yeah, because this will redefine the structure of arbitration and player value in year 5. Yes, that's part of why the Tigers have a shot to win this, which I don't want because I never side with baseball teams in any city. I think the economics of baseball are so fugazi. The idea that guys can be 30 years old and have never gotten free agency, the system has to be broken.
Right. I like it when teams just throw out everything and say, you know what? We're going to take care of our player. You did a lot for us. Don't worry about it. You'll get your money.
I may not give you 32, but can we meet at 26? And let's just end this here.
Right, crying that Boris wouldn't negotiate, but they were willing to go higher. What does that have to do with the price of beans? If you come in at 24 or 25, you probably win the damn case and move forward. Now you got your $7 million back, and I don't have to hear you cry poor that I can't go out and get Lucas Giolito.
Yeah, my thing is I would have just showed up. Here's a briefcase. Let's just make this. Look, we love you. You love us. Let's not put our dirty business out there for the world to see.
That's Rico's sappy love story. We're going to get to the people coming up next. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls. Winter conditions are no joke. The ice, snow, whiteouts. Look, roadways, parking lots, they look clear. Next thing you know, you just broke your back. If you're in a slip and fall or an accident, you call David Femininio. He's been an injury attorney in the state of Michigan for over 30 years, and David has helped thousands of people pick up the pieces. Just call David at 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. I'd like to shout out Kenny Cott having 38 commercials today. Jonas Valanciunas over there. Good for you. David, text messages.
Proud of
Mike,
you with that.
I'm trying.
Proud of you,
I'm
buddy.
trying, dude.
I see you.
Mike and Rico, I'm rooting for the Tigers, but not because I think they're right, but because I'm still mad about the fact that Skubal wouldn't go out in Game 5. He's not a dog.
Okay.
So he's letting that cloud him a little bit.
You know what? For me, David, it was that weekend where he was everywhere, but he wouldn't talk. I was just like, what was the point of that? That was just he might as well put his hands in his ears and go, nah, I'm here, but I'm not. Don't talk to me, but I love Detroit.
I am rooting for Skubal because the Tigers basically handed the Skubal situation, and they handled it incorrectly. How do you offer 19 for Skubal? 19. You deserve
But
to lose.
that was the league's recommendation.
It was.
I'm not telling you it's right. The whole point is it never should have got to this. There should have been a very public offer, and if Boris wants to turn it down, Scott Harris could have walked out there like Vince McMahon down the ramp going, look, man, we wanted to make him a Tiger for life. We offered 5 at $250, multiple opt-outs. We did our job. And now you can pack up. And they trade him. That's big boy school. Or you could have gone down this road and done the Rico plan. And you could have gone all in around him. You didn't do that either.
And then for the record, all in is 2 bats and another arm. Okay? I'm not saying go full Dodgers. 2 bats and an arm.
Someone's saying they still could come to an agreement. We never have to get to the hearing, whenever that is today.
Well, it's
for
happened.
24
No,
and be
it's
done.
happened.
I think it's happened already.
That was
yeah.
yesterday. That was me saying, you got 24 hours. Go to Mastro's. Work this out. Go to a vending machine. I don't care. Work this out.
Someone says, to your point about the pitchers, Mike, you also have to remember Torres, $22 million. The offer was $19 million for Skubal. Makes no sense.
You like that? Jose Barrios makes more than Skubal will if he loses this. I can't root for a system that does that. I can't. Let's go to Corey.
Good thing I didn't ruin this sport.
No, you can blame me. Corey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, what's up? The thing that I'm 100% Skubal because my fear is becoming realized that Harris is making the Tigers radioactive. By what they did with Mize last year. And again, we've talked about this before about how the reports are that they're not serious when it comes to negotiations. Look at what he did with the Yankees or whatever, wanting half the team and, Steinbrenner's ashes. It's ridiculous what he's doing, that no one's going to want to work with us. No one's going to want to deal with the Tigers because they're not going to get a fair deal.
And what you're citing with the Mize thing, I just found the note. Here's why I can't support this organization in matters of arbitration. The Tigers and Mize went to a hearing over $25,000. They offered him $75,000 over the minimum. He asked for $100,000 over the minimum. You couldn't just put $25,000 in a bag of almonds and pay the guy?
Bro, that's when you just dig in your pockets. How much you need here?
Yeah, that's
done.
And I mean,
Keep the change.
I called this. I called this morning, and John's saying, well, you're all upset at Harris. Why not Boris? And I'm like, Boris is doing his job. He's trying to get the most money for his client.
Right.
I mean, I don't like the guy, but he's doing his job. And
again, just to be clear too,
Chris Illich,
hey, real quick, just to be clear too on the Mize thing, did they eventually get to a deal to avoid what would have been the most embarrassing arbitration hearing ever? Yes, they did. It never should have got there. A $25,000 difference never sees the light of day. You just get it done. I just want to make sure factually correct on everything. Corey, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, according to Chris Illich, Scott Harris is doing his job. But the thing is, he's not doing his job because he's letting stories like that get out there because he's doing these things. He's not doing his job by trying to make the Tigers better. Yes, the farm system's better. But again, like you said earlier, we're not strong in pitching. So what are we going to do? We're going to take the best pitcher in baseball and lowball. I mean, this isn't even a low ball. You're throwing at shins. This is how.
But again, here's the thing, Corey. It is ridiculous, but the whole baseball world is watching because look, when you go into arbitration like this isn't the ghost of Harry Carey and Bob Uecker up there are as arbiters. These are lawyers that are not even sports fans. You have to understand, if Skubal wins this, it's going to upend a system that has been very friendly for owners. Arbitration is cost control. They do not want players, no matter how good they are, to attain 75, 80, 90% of free agent value. That kills the system. So there's a way the Tigers could win this is if the 3 lawyers on the panel go, we are not going to upend this system. I can't speak to, I don't know.
But I think most people have to realize that your professional sports are there for the owners. They're there to support them, not the players. Nothing is made for the players.
Yeah, but to me, the players are the only reason it exists.
True.
And the fans are the only reason the players exist.
Right, but the owners hire the commissioners. And
I know, but that's why nobody should ever support an owner. That's why nobody should ever defend an owner. I mean, it's all sports-wide. It doesn't matter whether it's baseball, basketball, football, hockey. It is, as you've called it, billionaire welfare, right? All the publicly. Like, why are the Kansas City Chiefs getting public dollars? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Go build your damn stadium. Look, we don't even have to go down the pathway of all this. But you get my point.
I know where you're going.
If teams were not a great investment, people wouldn't walk over fire to buy one or 2, or in the case of Stan Kroenke and his family, like 7. If you got the cash, you want a team. They print.
And to sit here and cry poor over $13 million.
And to be fair, they haven't cried. But by the way of reporting, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
So I can't support that. But I know I need Skubal to lose if I'm going to get the other starting pitcher that they realistically need. It's so effed. I hate being in this.
Right. So you get that pitcher that you need, and Skubal looks at him and says, so I'm only worth $6 million.
They paid Giolito 20 and Skubal's making 19. What a dinner that would be.
So and my motivation is what? You're a team player. Okay. Okay. I was thinking more like Denzel Lonzo.
Oh, so Skubal wakes up to see that they signed Framber. Let's go to Johnny, 97. Excuse me, hold on one second. There's Johnny right there. What's up, buddy?
What's happening, Mike? What's happening, Rico? How you guys doing?
Good, bud.
Johnny?
Man, I got a headache from this today. And I'm kidding about that, but this is ridiculous. But they just came out with a new award, and it is who's going to win the World Series most cost-effectively. Man, what a joke. Pay the damn man. This is crazy.
Well,
Chris's dad is turning over in his grave right now. And the reason I'm going to say that is because the championship almost 40 years ago is still what we're holding on to go to the games. So win a championship, dude, and you're good for 50 years. People will keep coming. You'll make plenty of money.
Well, Johnny, the problem in all of this, and look, I don't have the answer. I don't know that anybody does. There's something up here where this team just isn't signing anyone to any amount of term at any position. Anywhere.
Because Chris wants to have the right number for whatever, and it's a joke. So sell the team, dude, because you're letting your dad down, you're letting me down, you're letting the city down. We only go to the Tigers games because it's something to do. Like, it's just something to do. Like, it's just, I'm sick of it because win a championship. We keep talking about 84.
No, I know.
Dude, look how long it lasts.
I know,
So
Johnny. The one thing I'd say is this, brother, and we're up against it. Just understand, I wanted them to make a good faith offer. Hell, Wojo agrees with me. We don't agree on much. Had they just put out 5 at 250, let Boris say no to it. Boris and Skubal immediately become the villains. Everybody, including us, would say, Tigers, kudos, good job, you did your best. They don't want that money. See ya. At no point has this been handled correctly.
No. And nobody's saying, oh, he deserved $400 million.
I wouldn't sign him to that.
Not with a guy with Like he's already had arms. No.
I wouldn't do anything past 4 or 5 years. I'd offer opt-outs,
You
and
know
I'd
what?
make him the highest paid pitcher in the sport by about $8 million.
Gotta give you an opt out after 2 years, 3 years, and if you don't want to leave, fine.
Hell, monthly opt-outs. Do whatever you want.
After every time you walk out,
I'm going to turn it into the transfer portal.
Right.
Tarik Skubal is hit the portal. It's May.
7th inning. You good? I'll come back one more.
You're not letting go of that one, are you?
No, I'm not.
97-1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer because it's time to hit the road in style, and Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings, sleek, powerful cars ready to conquer the roads. And Hamilton Chevrolet, they got them all, from the fuel-efficient compacts to the rugged SUVs. They've got the wheels to match your lifestyle, and with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. Take advantage of Hamilton's great inventory of 2026 Chevys. The selection is best right now. Guys, you know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
So this time, I'm going to let you guys guess a few here.
Thanks, David.
I'll give you some hints along with the numbers, and let's see what we can do here. Let's start with the number 0. This has to do with returns.
0 returns. There's never.
I'm sorry, I didn't start. It is Super Bowl history. This is Super Bowl history.
And you're saying 0.
0 returns.
0 kickoff returns ever.
No, Desmond Howard had
Oh,
one.
yeah. What was it?
That was a kickoff return, yes.
Punt return?
There have been 0 punt returns in Super Bowl history.
Kadarius Toney, of all people,
He
came really close.
65 yards, took it to the 5. So it was very, very close there. That was Super Bowl 57.
Fun note, there's also been 0 punt return touchdowns in Michigan State football history. Or so it seems.
I was about to say, that's okay. Never mind. He's just being. I'm like,
woo. Let's go to the number 3. The number 3.
Russell Wilson.
And this has to do. This has to do with scoring.
Okay, 3.
Russell Wilson.
3, and it has to do with scoring. I need
3,
something more than that,
right, how
David.
about 3 quarterbacks have scored on a pass.
No. Okay, let's do.
Wait, what? What do you mean scored on a pass?
They caught, you talking about like Philly special type stuff?
Oh, all right. For a minute, I thought you were like Zoolander. Who's winning the match, Pop? I'm like, what? Scored on a pass? What period is it?
They caught the.
I understand now. That's actually a really interesting guess.
The number 3 here is the fewest points scored by one team, and it's a tie. The Miami Dolphins scored 3.
And the New England Patriots scored 3 against the Chicago Bears.
No. The Rams in Super Bowl 53.
Jared Goff.
13-3.
Jared Goff. Oh, my God. Jared. Oh, no.
There has never been a shutout in the Super Bowl.
That game was awful.
Yes, it was.
Awful.
I wonder if this game will compete with that game.
Defensive-wise, you could think that, yes.
I remember watching that game over Rieger's house, and I left. I was like, Jeff, I can't do this.
Why, was he all bricked up?
No, that was just Jared Goff wasn't here yet.
Rico's trying to watch the game, and all Rieger kept saying was, I got to get the hell out of here. Hey, by the way, how about him rolling around the office today and some of the things he was saying?
Oh, my Lord.
I told him, you can't be talking that way in the middle of the office. He was talking about chewing it and doing it, and I'm like, bro, what are we doing here, man? I'm just trying to do a radio show.
Maybe tonight, I'm like, what? Say, too much.
Guys, think about this. He's used to being here later in the day.
No one else is here.
Gone.
Yeah.
He's not used to being here during the middle of the day.
So I'm just going to go with this one. I'm going to just give it to you. No guess on this one. It is the number 10. This year's game is the 10th Super Bowl rematch. In the first games, they were 6-3 in those rematches. The teams that won the first game usually win the second game. So, the number 5. This is a defensive stat in the Super Bowl. The number 5.
Defensive touchdowns in a Super Bowl?
Pick 6 in the Super Bowl.
You're closer. It is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers intercepted 5 passes in Super Bowl 36.
And Kerry Collins, who owed money to the Mafia, or at least it seemed, threw 5 interceptions in the 2000 Super Bowl against the Ravens. Not that I'm bitter.
Yeah, so Tampa Bay won that Super Bowl 48-21 against Oakland. That is the game I believe the Raiders player was missing.
Richie Incognito. Not Richie Incognito.
No. Maybe
Barrett Robbins.
There it is.
Yeah. Yes.
Wait, was he? Yeah, he was in the whole. Oh no, that was the Cincinnati.
No, that was the Atlanta Falcons player.
Well, the Bengal was what? Stanley. Didn't the dude get all coked up the night before the Super Bowl?
Right, it was the Super Bowl here, and he never left the hotel room.
What, was he hanging out with Stoney?
But then you had the Atlanta Falcons safety, I believe.
Eugene Robinson, who was up for Man of the Year.
Yes, he was
trying to get his wick wet with a Lady of the Night.
Oh, boy.
He tried to get a hooker, and he was the Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Right. It was just like, guys, could you please not arrest me? I'm actually a really good guy, and I got to play in the Super Bowl. This will be a little embarrassing.
So let's go through this next one here. It is the number 12. You don't have to guess what it is.
Tom Brady.
Give us a hint.
No, because I want you to guess the teams.
Okay.
12 is the number of teams that have never won a Super Bowl.
Okay. Lions.
Yes.
There's my contribution. Arizona Cardinals.
Yes.
Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yes.
Carolina Panthers.
Yes.
Cleveland Browns.
Yes.
He's going to leave the hard ones for me.
We're working our
there's
way
some easy
towards
ones
it.
in here,
Houston
though.
Texans.
Yes.
New Orleans. No, they won one with Breeze. Atlanta.
Yes.
How many have I named?
I think you hit 7.
You've hit like 7 of them, yeah.
All right. So now it gets a little more difficult. We're just going to talk this through. It's okay.
The Chargers.
That is correct. The Los Angeles San Diego Chargers. Yes, they put them together. So, yep.
Do you put old Browns? No.
Cleveland Browns count. Yeah,
I want to
yeah,
make sure it wasn't two different iterations.
Oh, so the Bengals.
The Bengals, correct.
They get there. They just lose in horrifying ways.
So we have three teams left.
Minnesota Vikings.
Correct. 2 teams left.
Buffalo Bills.
Correct.
Yes.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. You all didn't do this one. There's 2 teams left now. I'm sorry. I miscounted. I'll give you the AFC South.
We did Jags. Titans.
Again,
they came up a yard short.
And I can't remember if you all said this one. They're also AFC South.
I said the Jags.
There's another one.
Texans.
I said
Texans.
All right.
Oh, okay.
All right, we did good there. Yeah. All right, this is
you
good.
You all did really good there.
All right,
not expecting that.
Now, how many teams have never even been to the Super Bowl?
Well, see, now, no, that's 4.
Browns.
The Browns.
Jags.
The Jags. Lions.
Texans.
And the Texans.
Oh,
the Texans has never made the championship game.
Because they always play on Saturday.
Next.
All right, let's go with the number 45. The number 45.
Okay. Need a hint. Come on.
I'll just give it to you because I don't know if I can give you a hint. I think I would give it away.
Hold on. 45 Super Bowls decided by a touchdown or less.
No. It's the largest margin of victory in a Super Bowl was
hold on.
45 points.
Hold on. What game was it?
You all will get this.
I think that was Niners-Chargers.
That first play of the game was Jerry Rice for 80 yards, right?
Correct.
That was Bobby Ross.
Yep.
Yes, 55-10.
Was the running back on that Charger team Natrone Means?
I believe it was.
Yeah. Oh, man. What a time to be alive.
I was.
All right.
And Lions fans were so excited. Oh, we got a Super Bowl quarterback. Coach.
First play of the game was like
right over the middle.
Yep. Just heard that 80's pretty good.
Now, this one, Mike, you probably will get this one.
Great.
It is the number 30. And it includes the Giants.
Number 30.
Yes.
And it includes the Giants. 30.
Yes.
This isn't some shout out to Dave Meggett, is it?
No.
All right.
No,
I don't know. I need a hint, man.
It is in the Giants, and it was regarding points scored.
Points scored. I mean, they won 2 low-scoring games against New England. 30 points to win 2 Super Bowls total?
In Super Bowl 21, they scored 30 points in the second half of that Super Bowl to beat the Broncos 39-20.
And
they
Phil
were down at
Simms,
halftime.
and he set the completion record with like a 90% completion rate.
Yeah, it was 19 for 20.
Yeah. Touchdown by noted Navy cadet Phil McConkey.
Yep,
no relation to Lad McConkey.
I was about to say, is that related to Lad?
No, Kenny and I went
dad?
through that 2 years ago where I'm like, is this like Phil McConkey's nephew?
Kenny was like, no, it doesn't look like it.
No, he's just another little white wide receiver with the name McConkey.
Yeah, he was like 19 for 20 or 20 for 21, like something ridiculous.
And that was at the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, they were down 10-9 at halftime and just scored 17 points in the third quarter, 13 in the fourth.
You hate to see it. Next.
The number 31, and this is regarding jersey numbers.
31 regarding jersey numbers.
Come on, need a little something here.
31 quarterbacks, number.
What number?
7?
No, 12. 31 quarterbacks have worn the number 12, have appeared in the Super Bowl.
Ken Stabler. All right,
I'm not. We're not going.
Yeah, hey, let's name the 31 quarterbacks.
No.
Jake Delhomme.
Tom Brady.
Okay, all right. I can't do this. We won't get very far.
Okay. And then I'll close it out with this one here. because it is the number 23. We will see this on Sunday because Drake May becomes the third quarterback to start a Super Bowl at the age of 23.
Wow.
Dan Marino was 23 in 127 days.
Joe Burrow?
Roethlisberger. 23 in 340 days.
Good guess with Burrow, though.
And again, like it's the same thing. It's the Dan Campbell comment. Guys, this may be our best shot ever.
Correct.
I can't tell you Burrow's getting back. Just like Marino made it as a rookie.
Correct.
And he never got back.
Tony Banks.
Oh, man.
Number 12.
Hey, I'll just tell you this. I'll never forgive him. 1995, Spartan Stadium against Penn State. He could have ran the damn ball in the end zone, and instead he did another one of his whacked out, woo, I'm Tony Banks, look at me, interception idiocy, and we lose the game because Bobby Ingram scores with 4 seconds to go. Joe Pa didn't even know what day it was. I love Tony Banks, but he would hurt you. He would do magnificent things, and then he would hurt you.
I was just naming quarterbacks. Jake Delhomme.
That is
Aaron Rodgers.
97-1.
Tragic accident or something medical. Look, you got to have the right life insurance to provide for your family when you're not around anymore. Is it a depressing topic? Yeah, it's not exactly a party. Hey, I'm going to die. Let's talk about it. But you got to have life insurance. For that, call Mike Papura, 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, David, text Wojo solo tonight because Reegs did the middays. What do people have to say? We've basically run the gamut on everything.
I want Skubal to win. I want him to be excited about the new year. I want him knowing he better perform this year. Someone else says, this is a huge black eye for the organization to the other players in the league. What an embarrassment. That is Brian in Detroit. And this is to you, Mike. Earlier you talked about what Steve is doing is good enough. He says, my wife, where should we go for dinner? Me. Whatever Steve decides is good enough for me.
That's right.
My wife then says, I'm filing for divorce.
I mean, look, I just figure if I do what most radio guys do, maybe my life gets simpler. Well, golly gee, whatever Steve knows best. I'm not going to flip out. I can't. Over what? Because Panarin's not here? I mean, yeah, it would have been nice. Conflicting reports, L.A. was the only destination. What am I going to do? I'll let the deadline happen. If he does nothing, then chair goes across room. But it's just, what do you want me to do?
I'm going to miss you when you retire on Friday.
Like no MPJ, no Wings News. Tigers win the Skubal Arb, don't spend the money, and I leave during Otto's update.
Right.
Never to come back again.
Right. Harbaugh gets the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Yeah, things of that nature. MSU hires Sharon Moore as like relationship counselor.
Right. Life coach.
Someone says how
he's
ironic.
Essentially Matt Foley. Here's me, here's you, here's me.
No, I know what you're saying.
I threw it all away, chasing tail.
Right. And that's why I live in a van down by the river.
I already live in a van down by the river. Well, you'll be living
in a van
down by the river. Honestly, that should be Sharon's next gig. He could be cautionary tale guy at college campuses left and right.
He goes on tour speaking.
See, you're like, hey, Matt. Huh? I brought in my guest speaker. Here's Mr. Tucker. Oh, man.
Woo-wee. What a dynamic duo that would be.
Bro, that's the podcast that we all need.
No, you know what it would be like when Maury Povich would do the scared straight?
Yes.
They'd bring out like the drill sergeant to scream in the kids' faces. You could have Sharon and Tuck just telling kids all the ways they could F their life up.
No, I want that podcast. Uncensored.
More like unzipped.
Maybe that's what you call it.
I worked at one of the best universities in the world.
Together, we pissed away over $100 million.
Bob, apologies. You walked into us having a laugh. Sorry.
No, you know what Tucker's line would be to the kids?
Uh-oh.
If you're thinking about doing something wrong or saying something wrong, just zip it. Right?
Yes.
It works in all categories.
See something, say something.
Oh, boy. I don't even know where that came from.
Just
that you
take
guys
a
are
hammer
talking
and break your phone up. Just
that too?
The phone is evil. God. It costs us $100 million to collect.
Well, it was over like a Zoom, wasn't it? Or was it over a phone?
Oh, Tuck?
Yeah.
That was phone.
Phone.
That was phone.
Oh, it wasn't a Zoom. Okay, all right.
I mean, Jerome was a little more live and in person.
Right. Yeah, he wasn't swiping at halftime, but Coach,
right after the game.
Coach, what's the strategy? Hold on 1 second. Wait a minute.
Hold on. Ooh. Tiffany, what are we running here?
She's hot.
Right. Oh, I heard he was bouncing all around the office today, a little Rieger.
I thought he did a really nice job.
Oh, good. Let me guess, he had energy? It was loud?
Yeah, but
it was the
listen, Gator operates at a different speed now.
Oh, yeah.
Like Gator's like one of the U-Hauls that has a governor on it. Like Gator's just got a max speed of only so much. Rieger will throw that accelerator down.
Yeah.
Now, he may careen and crash, but he's going to go.
60. Yeah. That's it.
Oh, even more than 60.
So did you make any ground? I do think this Skubal Tiger thing is much deeper than just Skubal Tigers. I do think it's both sides kind of laying down the gauntlet for what's ahead. With the
for
CBA
2027 CBA.
Yeah, which is why I mean, but the Skubal's camp will take it personally, I guess. And even if they win, they probably won't be
Bob,
overly
they should have
happy.
traded him after offering him 5 at 250, and then you would have vilified Boris and Skubal, and you could have traded him, and everyone would have walked away happy.
Yeah.
Instead, we're dealing with this.
No, they tried to find a common ground.
Instead, Tiger fans glare at the team like Sharon's wife did at the hearing that day.
I wasn't there in attendance, so I'm not quite sure.
You saw the photo.
Yeah, there was a cute little photo.
That was.
She was burning a hole through the camera.
She's over there. Oh, you two over there kikiing it up. Okay.
So everything in sport comes back to Tuck and Sharon?
Yes.
Every story?
That's all we have left.
It's like, if the Pistons make a trade, do they go for the Tuck angle or the Sharon angle?
Well, hopefully the Sharon angle, because it means they would have scored.
Oh. Well,
the Tuck angle is just thinking about scoring.
Tuck angle means that you got stuck at the one.
No, but you need a long-distance shooter.
Right, but the ball went all around and fell out.
But you take a lot of long-distance shots, though.
Jerome Moore, and it's Mike Bream.
Bob is next. We'll talk to you tomorrow.